Can you guys hear me now? Welcome. Peace. I think we're good. How's it sound now? No, nothing. No sound. Still no sound? Yes. What's up? Now we can. What's going on? I apologize about that. Things are still in the process of being fixed. How you guys doing? It's been a while, huh? We haven't done one of these streams in a bit. And now we're back. We're back and we're ready to rock and roll. It's been an interesting week. Peace. Thank you, guys. As long as the sound, guys, I know you guys say that you hear me, but if there's a problem with the audio, like if it's not good enough, you guys got to let me know so that I can try to fix it at least. Because I am trying to put better equipment a little bit. New tracksuit looking fly. I appreciate it. It's usually what I do. That's what I'm thinking. It's nice to be back. Unfortunately, right now, obviously, because unfortunately, because YouTube is it requires a lot of finesse, and it requires a lot of love for you to still be relevant. I am irrelevant right now on the scene. So I got to put some videos out. I got to get back on the grind. I got to see what I got to do just so that we can start stomping on some liars again, some weirdos. And at the same time, there is the other channel that I have. It's called the Quranic Remedies, where we spend a day, or I mean like 20 minutes, 30 minutes on a page in the Quran just so that we can, extract some gems, things that will help us heal our brain, body, mind, and soul. That's kind of what I say in the intro. Aside from that, today is going to be a special day. Today, we're going to get a new president in the United States. Kind of suck. I'm going to tell you this right now. Unfortunately, people have really bought into this world, and it's got to a level where the criminal, like the really worst of them, the worst criminals are getting away and becoming presidents of the world, like the free world, I mean. But there is something that has always been interesting on the way that how broke this current president is, but he likes to show himself as somebody that is not broke, right? So he did launch this weird thing. Like, man, I can't believe they're doing this. Meme coin, yeah. So he did launch this, bro. Yeah, like, isn't it crazy that they do this? This is so wrong on so many levels because just it's naturally made so that it can steal your money. So they yeah, him and his stupid, like, what's it called? His little coin, the little coins that they're making, eh? They're making coins. Why is my thing disconnected? 1 second, guys. I apologize. I think we should be back. No, still not back. Come on. There we go. Okay, apologize about that. But with that said, yeah. So now they're launching these coins, right? The thing about these coins that people maybe don't know, but I'm pretty sure you guys are super aware of it by now. There's this whole concept of meme coins, right? Like a meme coin has no intrinsic value, so you can't use it to buy bread. You can't use it to buy your World of Warcraft account. You can't pay your bills with it. You can't buy anything with it. It's just a useless memorabilia, right? It's the same things that happened a few years ago with those NFT, right? And those NFT things it was just a bunch of Ponzi schemes. It was just a quick grab and bait. Now, Trump, the president of the United States, is now him and his wife. They launched these coins. Okay, so if I can pull up one of these coins and how it looks like. So let me bring up one of the charts of these coins. So right now, wow, it crashed. No wonder. So right now, the Trump coin, right, is worth $40, 40 US dollars for one of those coins. But unfortunately, there are people that have bought it when it was $80 or $75, $74. So it started with literally, well, before this, we can probably get to a little, like, so I can show you how these things usually work. It's very bad. It's really rude, and it's disgusting, to be honest, what they do. But let me find it in here. So boom. Let me just there we go. Okay. I don't know if it will let me. I think I have to. Okay. So open. Sorry guys. I'm trying to open this thing that they call like it's one of those. Let me see if I can pull up this. There it is. Okay, cool. So let me share this tab. So this right here. Oh man, why can't I close this? Can I close it like this? Oh, I just did. Cool. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this right here is the official Trump coin. It's been out for 3 days. Okay. But when it starts, man, okay, instead of 1 second, can I get like, let's say 30 minutes? Sure. Cool. Okay. So when it started right over here. Okay. So it started over here and it was pretty much worth absolutely nothing. It was a joke. It was completely done. Right. So right here, it was worth 0.5 of a cent. And at this point here, before it even launches, the developer gets to buy as much as they want. So at 50 cents. Now, someone like Trump, right? Someone like Trump would end up buying, like, let's say $1 million worth. And at 50 cents, and then he starts to market it. And then people will start buying into the hype. It gets at $76. So if he bought, let's do like some simple math, like super easy math. So let's say he bought $1 million, right? So 1 million, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 0.5, right? That's obviously 500,000. Oh, wait, is that a mil? Man, I don't know what's wrong with me today. That's $1 billion. Boom. Now that's $1 million. Okay, so he paid 500,000. Now it's worth $70 when he wants to sell, right? So now you made $70 million, or even more, I believe. It should be 73. No, it is $70 million. So he made money off absolutely nothing. But how does he make that money? It's very simple. He just builds up a hype. A lot of people buy into the coin, and then that's people putting money into this coin, and then he sells. So he just pretty much just takes everybody's oh man, I love these people. All right, bro, why don't you jump on the stage? I'm pretty sure the StreamYard link is there. And yes, they would judge by the Quran alone. They would not judge by what other boys were saying, that the Prophet said this, or the Prophet might have said that, or this is what the Prophet said. That's not how they, because God says in the Quran, if you have any differences, right, that God brought the book down, the Quran down, so that we could judge between each other and the differences that we had. So if you're going to come and say, well, were the Sahabas Quran alone, or were they also following Bukhari? Well, God says that the book is complete, that the book has an example for all things, that he did not leave anything outside of the book. And the book has an example for everything. So yeah, they would have had to judge by the Quran if they were truly the companions of the blessed Prophet. But why aren't you guys coming on stage then, if you guys are so adamant on trying to prove to me that I don't know what I'm talking about? But I believe like it's very easy for people to obviously talk from far, but they can't come up. My introduction, 36. I don't know any Muslims at the time. Bless you, bro. The Prophet mentions, okay, Ibrahim, Quran is as much details and self-explanatory. Cool. You see, people are so quick to defend the truth because the truth is easy. God bless you, bro. Hit the like button. Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Assalamu alaikum. I thought you were debating me, but I guess you're not. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please pass it around to those weirdos. Oh, it says Muhammad and the Sahaba were Quran alone. I apologize. I misread that. I do apologize for jumping the gun there. I did think that you were talking about that if you were asking me a question, were the Sahabas. But no, I guess we're good. Ibrahim, that's the guy. The Prophet revelation comes from the verses. So if you follow him, you must follow the Hadith as well. You must follow what Bukhari says. You must follow it. Because when God says in the revelation that the revelation is complete, you must definitely 100% follow something that's outside of the book. The Hadith can help. Okay, bring me 50 verses or 50 Hadith that are explaining the Quran. Because there's not that many. Most of them isn't on that. I follow the Hadith and I'm Sunni. Come on stage, bro. Let's have a chat. Let's talk about it. Let me try to help you out with the things that you're struggling with right now. Peace, brother. How have you been? I've been good. Peace, man. It's nice to be back. But unfortunately, as I said, right now, YouTube is not really showing my channel love because I have been neglecting that little child. And why do I say child? Because they do truly want us to sit here and take it as like a full-time job for it to actually keep working the way that it's supposed to work. But if you do something that they don't like, then they kick you out. But interesting that so far there hasn't been anybody that is in my backstage. Give me 1 second. Let me if you guys have any videos that you want me to watch so we can react to, I'm down. It's cool. It's cool. Ladies and gentlemen, this is so bad. This is so bad what they do here. It really is. I want to show you something. And I know I've spoken about this before, but I think it's important that we bring it back up. Like, ladies and gentlemen, these people are selling their religion at a level that is unprecedented now. Like this guy saying, hey, make the right choice or you're finished. Quranly app. Wait till Ramadan to read the Quran again, or just, okay, but what is Quranly app? Okay, so you click it, right? And it's this app that helps you build your habits with the Quran, because we need an app to remind us to read the Quran, right? So because they need an app to read the Quran, it's not something that's imbued in them. There is a little catch. So for this to have your full features, guess what you have to do? Pay money. Because yes, indeed, it is a good app. And there are a lot of people using it. They tell you it's free, but then as soon as you come in, Quranic app, price, Quranic app. Let's see how many times, if you can afford it, pay. See that? So it says if you can afford it, I want to see where like they put the prices. No, that's not it. I clicked the wrong thing. Oops. How do I get it free? Yeah, so they say that they make it free, but this is 2 years ago. Now I don't believe you could do this. So it literally is like, look, Mufti Menk, the Mufti of our time, right? The world's #1 habit building Quran, 7-day free trial, no credit card needed, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you click his referral link so that he could get the benefits. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? That for you to use this app that teaches you how to use the Quran, that you better pay them, you better make money, help them make money off the Quran. Because if it was a book to tell you how to read the like a biology book, no one ain't gonna pay that, right? $10. See that? $10. That's literally making money off the word of God. Like literally, whatever they're eating in their stomach is not gonna be good for them. I'm a hadith relativist. I don't discard all the hadith, but I do look at objectively. We as Muslims didn't learn Islam from Bukhari. I'm absolutely aligning with that view. Cool. Do you think that Salah, what? That Salah, Muslims reformed, they are made up? No, I think that they've exaggerated, added things, made things that shouldn't be there. And yeah, so that's how it goes. I mean, not really, but the fact that you need an app to remind you that you need to read the Quran daily is an issue on its own. That's what's the problem. Like I don't get it why you need an app when you have to pray. There's at least like 2 times in your day when you have to spend it with the Quran. It's 30 minutes to an hour. It's the time you pray, and then you have the night prayer. That's now another opportunity for you to spend a lot of time with the Quran. Like, what are you doing? Why do you need to build a habit? I guess it's just because to you it's a regurgitation. You just don't know what you're reading. That's something I noticed with a lot of people in the Middle East. Yes, they're good at reading the Quran, and then they're very, very keen on what the tajweed says, because that's a lot of issues in the world. Like, I mean, that's like their #1 priority is how do you say the Quran, right? It's not like how can I say, it's not about what the Quran is telling you, it's how you're saying it. And they judge you on how you're gonna say it, right? So they just maybe find it boring, or maybe they find it challenging because of all these other weird rules that they put. And honestly, like I've talked to many Arab Muslims or Sunnis, and like they say, like, I read it, but I have no idea what I'm reading. Like, I don't understand what I'm reading. It's because it's like you weren't trained to read it with a certain eye. It's unfortunate, to be honest. Let's see if this works. Come on, baby. Come on. Cool. I think that Muslims, what? I think that as a Muslim, it is important not to judge each other despite the differences of opinion. Let God judge between us on the day of judgment. Spread salam and peace. This is a very good, innocent approach at the beginning, but God did send the book, so for us to judge from what God will judge us with. I'm not saying that I'm not casting people to heaven or hell. I'm not saying that this person is going to hell. I'm not saying that this person is going to heaven. I'm just saying that God told me to avert from the people that associate to God. God told me to avert away from the hypocrite. So I have to have the conscience, and I have to have the reasonable mind based upon what God says in the Quran for me to say, you know what, this guy is showing signs of hypocrisy. This guy right here is associating to God things that are not from God. So there's a way that I have to deal with them. And because there's ways I have to deal with them, I have to judge. Again, it's not their final judgment, and I'm not their God, but there are differences in methodologies, and I mean, in the theology and what people have done, but that's where the Quran corrects it. But if someone does not want to use the Quran as the end all and be all for our arguments and debates, then you're the one who's losing, not me. Peace, brother. I will. If I get a chance today, I will. Okay. Hey, we got somebody in the backstage. Johan. Peace, Johan.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm fine. Actually, I am a Buddhist and I'm researching about Islam. So I
Okay.
came through your channel. So, but you means your school of thought is different from others. Like other school of thoughts accept hadith, but you only choose Quran and reject other scriptures. So I want to know means why your thought is very different.
Okay, so it's not about rejecting other scriptures. God told me to believe there's other scriptures that I do believe in that God has revealed. One is the gospel, the other one is the Torah, and then you have the Psalms of David. Those are things I believe in. I believe that they're from God. But just because you believe something does not mean that you have to follow it. Now, when it comes down to the Quran itself, which is the word of God, God Himself explained that the Quran is complete, that there is examples in the Quran for everything that you're going to endure and go through your life. I can show you the verses. And God also says in the Quran that He did not leave anything outside of the book. And the book is complete and it has details for everything that you need. So when someone is going to tell me that I need an external source for me to follow, which this external source adds more judgments than what the Quran does, then I don't need that book. God told me to move away from those books because now I'm saying that it's from God. Like, let's assume, like a lot of Sunnis, they will say that some hadith is from God. So that's why you need to look at these other books. But if it's not from God, then you have done one of the biggest sins that you could do as a human being, to say that this is from God when it's not. So this is why I reject these external books and these outside sources, because they just cause problems. They cause division, they cause confusions, they cause contradictions, they mitigate from the word of God, they devalue the word of God. So it's just unneeded. It's just a lot of problems.
But other Muslims say that it is word of Prophet Muhammad, the hadiths.
Prove it. That's
Means
all.
they so yeah,
They cannot
chain
prove it.
of narration. They always so.
Yeah, but the chain of narrations is something that they are so proud of, which they cannot sit and substantiate other than because someone said so. This is not how I take my religion because somebody said so. I have to be able to observe it, I have to be able to witness it. So the chain of narration, this idea of them writing it down, did not happen until 200, 250 years after the Prophet. When people at the beginning, they used to talk about the Prophet, they didn't say, I heard it from this guy, who heard it from this guy, who heard it from this guy, because this is not normal conversation. This is not how humans spoke. But I want to show you something as well. So pop, pop, pop. Let me just give you a statistic, okay? Um, just give me 1 second. Yeah, so it shows here that let me share this screen. I'm gonna, and you sound like an intelligent person who is looking for the truth, and you are interested in what the truth is and who your Lord really is. So we can both look at this statistic here. Okay, so it says here, most modern sources claim that Bukhari memorized and evaluated 600,000 hadith. So if we just take 7,000, which is the numbers of Bukhari hadith, these are considered the most authentic, and we divide that by 600,000, right? That gives you 1%. So 99% of what he memorized was not used, and it ended up going in the garbage. So that's not something that that you should be taking as a source of information when it comes down to God and His truth.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, if I want to know about the life biography of Prophet Muhammad, then I can't find it in Quran. So how can I know his life? Means if there
Okay,
isn't any source from
so
Quran.
there's a difference between the history and in their religion. So if you want to know somewhat of the stories and what adventures the prophet had to go through in the name of God, yes, there's historical sources and historical evidence for you to learn about the prophet. But when I'm talking about hadith rejection, these other books, it's when it comes down to the guidance in your relationship with God. And when God says to
Yeah.
me, for example, if somebody committed adultery, right, they cheated on their spouse, their punishment is 100 lashes. Boom, 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 boom. You lash them 100 times. But in the hadith, it says to stone them and kill them. So this is a judgment that came outside of the book of God, and this is not a judgment that is supposed to be based on our community or it's based for humanity. And then it's like God says that He gave us the decorations in regards to things that we wear, from accessories and different apparels, and nobody has the right to forbid it. But then in Hadith, they forbid silk for men, they forbid gold for men, they forbid wearing red, forbid wearing certain things, which again contradicts what the Quran is saying. Another thing is, Quran says that divorce is twice. So you can divorce, like you can divorce your wife, marry her, divorce her again, and at that point now there's this regulation that needs to be set, where you're not capable of marrying your wife again because you've already broke up twice. But in the Hadith it says 3 times. So these are all things that are against what God said.
Yeah, means I think Quran is good from your perspective,
Yeah,
according versus Hadith.
yeah.
So, and last one thing that, like you mentioned, to know about the life of Prophet Muhammad, we have to go to historical sources. So,
But
can you
it's not
name some
necessary.
historical?
It's
What?
for you to have a relationship with God. It's not necessary for you to know the biography of Prophet Muhammad. You don't need to know the names of his wives. You don't need to know the names of his friends. You don't. This is him on his day of judgment, on how he will be judged. Me, I'm not gonna be asked what's the name of Prophet Muhammad's wives, or what city did Prophet Muhammad visit in the a third year after revelation, or 5th year after revelation. This is not information that I'm going to be asked about on the day of judgment. What I'm going to be asked about is, God gave me money. What did I do with the money? God brought people in my life. How did I treat these people? Did I help the orphans? Did I help the homeless? Did I talk to people nicely? Did I practice my religion? Did I think about God often? Right? So I'm not going to be
Okay.
asked these details that people are so they're fighting over it, and they made all these issues over it, because it's all nonsense. It's not. We don't know where the prophet actually went and what he actually said. It's not known to us, other than because so and so said so. But who's so and so?
Okay, okay, I understood. But the thing is that a majority of the Muslims, if we see currently, they means believe in Hadiths, Quran, all. But very few people I only see who only believe in Quran like you. So
Right.
why
And
it is?
there's many people in the world that believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and they're
Yeah,
Trinitarian Christians. But there's only a small sect, or a small group of people, of believers, that are Unitarian. They're Christians. They assume that they're Christians,
yeah,
but they don't believe Jesus is the Son of God. They don't believe Jesus is God, yet they still follow the gospel, and they only work on the gospel, and they don't follow the letters of Paul. So though they're a small group, and God does say in the Quran that the majority of the world will not believe in God except if they idolatize, like become fall into idolatry, associate things to God. So if you look at what happens in the world today, when it comes down to people who claim to that they're Muslims, they end up talking about the prophet as much as Christians talk about Jesus. There's a form of worship where they're not calling Muhammad the son of God. They're not calling Muhammad God, obviously, but they worship him in sense where they always have to talk about Muhammad if they're going to talk about God. They can't just talk about God. And now me just saying
oh,
the name Muhammad without saying, oh, peace and blessings upon him, which peace and blessing is upon him, they will go really upset. Like, why aren't you saying Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? But if I say Jesus, they don't mind. If I say Moses, they don't mind. And God told us to not differentiate between the prophets and the messengers. They obviously do, and that's a big problem.
okay, got it. So, like, have you had any debates between you and other people who believe in
Many.
Hadiths? Like,
Many. I've had many, many debates with Hadith, and I'm pretty sure you're going to watch a few here, because there's some very funny names in the back channel. But yeah, so unfortunately, they just end up falling short, because they don't argue against me. They don't argue against my methodology. They're arguing against verses of God. So God says in the Quran, "These are the signs of God we bring you in truth." So in what discourse, or in what hadith, do they believe in after God and his signs? So God is clearly saying something that is very applicable to our situation now. And I don't need anyone else to explain to me how to build a relationship with God other than God. So all these nonsense that they wrote, they say that the prophet said and what the prophet didn't say, they can't believe it. I mean, they can't prove it.
yeah. Okay, then if I want to read Quran, then whose translation should I read? Because most of the translators wrote according to their own school of thoughts.
No, translators, you mean?
Yes,
I have a good,
English.
very good translation. There are Quran alone translators. There's this translation right here. It's called thegreatquran.com. It's by my good friend. Share this tab. This is by my good friend Baba Shuaiba, or Shuaib Abdullahi. This right here is so sorry. It's called the Great Quran, thegreatquran.com, but Quran is Koran. Here you will see someone who is translating the word for you, like literal, so you could read and see every little detail that has been written. There is no adding, there is no trying to move the words in a way to align to hadith, because that's what you see with traditional translations. They skew the translation a little bit so that it would kind of make sense to what the hadith is saying. Here you won't find any of that.
Okay, brother. Okay, brother. Thanks, brother, for giving me time. I will definitely read Quran, and if I have any doubts, I will come back.
All right, brother. God bless you, man.
Good night.
But listen, hey, the whole point is for you to build a relationship with God. I know you left, you might be. So the whole point, the reason why the Quran has been sent is for you to understand the infinity and the greatness of your Lord, and how to approach your Lord and how to deal with the other human beings. So this is why the Quran is very important. It's not about you to sit and think about Prophet Muhammad all day. So the guy says you're not smart, and then he can you really be this stupid? No, the guy, it is what it is. He is a liar. Okay, so this guy called "You're Not So Smart" in a private chat came, dropped a few insults and ran. Seeker of truth.
السلام الله
What's
عليكم
up?
ورحمة أخي.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you? Are you good?
Good, how are you? I'm all right. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. I'm not looking for a discussion. I just want to ask you a couple of questions because, like, how do you interpret the verses which speak about the hands of God, and in
Okay.
that sense, like, do you believe that those verses are literal or
No.
بالمعنى?
Well, it's okay. So I want to show you a verse real quick. Pop, 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 pop. Let me just remove this transliteration. Okay, so let me share the screen. Now this is in Surah Al-Imran, and there's a few of them. Okay, so there's a few verses that talk about the book in the same way that I'm about to show you. Okay, so are you able to see my screen? I believe you can. Okay,
Yes.
so Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum. God, there is no God except Him. There's no deity except Him, the living, the eternal. نزل عليك الكتاب بالحق مصدقا لما بين يديه. He has revealed the book to you true in truth, confirming what was before it, or what is in between its hands. بين يديه here is returning back to the book. So how can the book have hands? It's the same concept. Here it's the grasp. It's God in His hands, or in His grasp. He has everything within His grasp. The book has concepts that are within its grasp as well. So I believe in I can show you another verse where the book is being told that it has hands and confirming, or do not believe in this Quran and what is between its hands as well. So it's not a concept of actual limbs and physical.
Well, I'm not actually like meaning that, but like more like the first وقالت اليهود يد الله مغلولة
Yep.
غلت أيديهم. Uh, what was the verse
Right,
before
but
that?
again, here they're not talking about a physical limb. It's the fact that, like, what do you do with your hands, right? So you are capable of giving, you're able to grabbing, you're able to move. So it's the metaphysical concept of what a hand is. But yet in Arabic means grasp. So the grasp of God is closed. Or here what they mean is God is not going to punish us. So like God is not going to punish us, but God says that I'm giving you, so I'm capable of doing whatever I want. So He can also hurt them because they think that they have a promise from God that they cannot be hurt.
Yes, exactly. Like, did you start off as a Sunni, or like what was the
I
first sect, if I can call it a sect, like that you started off in? I'm
was
just
born
very
Sunni.
curious.
I was born a
Huh?
Sunni. I was born a Sunni, and then in 2010, I was born as a Sunni, but the usual, what you find commonly nowadays, where the person is not very adherent, they just know that there's a prayer, they fast Ramadan, and then they just live their world, their life. They're not really in tune with what the Quran says. They don't do much of what they do, just some usual stuff that you find in the Gulf or in the West. And in 2010, I had, by the grace of God, the ability to make money easy because of God blessed me with being a computer programmer at a young age, and it was easy. It wasn't a problem, but my life felt empty. I felt like there was a lot of questions, and being in the West, I was around a lot of Christians, so I was very I was shown a lot of what Jesus was saying, what they claim Jesus said in the gospel and their lifestyle. But I had a lot of questions. And then one day I asked God to show me the truth. Within a few weeks, it was just I felt like I really needed to read the Quran for myself. I read it within halfway, not even a third in Surah Al-Baqarah. I realized that my people are actually spending so much time worshiping the Prophet rather than judging what the book says, because the book, the Quran, when I read it, it gave me a whole different image than what they were teaching me as a child. So at that point, I said, the Quran is enough for me, and honestly, my life has been so much better.
Alhamdulillah. Look, me as a Sunni, I'm not really that learned into Sunnism, etc. I do a bit of research here and there, but I think that you are very right on the point that Bukhari is being worshipped.
Yeah.
Some shuyukh, they say if you reject the hadith from Bukhari, you're kafir.
You're going to
Subhanallah,
hell.
they have made كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه, like Bukhari and Muslim, and also everything that they have,
Right.
subhanallah, also.
Do you know one of the arguments that I hear from them often, like a verse that they say when I say yeah, I don't need the Bukhari, and they go, أتؤمنون ببعض الكتاب وتكفرون ببعض? It's like, bro, it's not the book of God. Like you
Yeah.
can't sit there and use that against me because it's not the book of God, right? So it's
Yeah,
very
that's
interesting that they say that it's revelation from God, so they associate back to God. They say that it's wahy yuha, so it's revelation. They say that ati'u
yeah,
Allah is the Quran, ati'u Rasul is the Hadith, but this is all nonsense.
yeah, but even as a Sunni, I hold the opinion that not everything that the Prophet has said is revelation. That's a really uh
Aisha, make me a chicken sandwich.
that's a really weird interpretation. Everything he says is wahi, and
Mhm.
it's not true, because even in the hadith it shows that sometimes the Prophet would consult the Sahaba, etc.
Even
What
in the
should we
Quran, he
do?
made two
And
errors.
Naam?
The Prophet in the
Sorry?
Quran made two. The Prophet in the Quran, there's two clear errors that he made where God corrected him. Abasa wa
Yes,
tawalla.
in Abbas, naam.
And then the
Yes,
other one, Ya
and with
ayyuhan
his
nabiyyu
wife,
lima
right?
tuharrim. Right? Why do you forbid what God has allowed you to have?
Mm-hmm.
So this is him making, if it's he forbid whatever he forbade, right? So that's supposed to be revelation, and then God's coming back correcting him and literally putting him on, he admonished him in the Quran. That was now until the day of judgment. So that was
Yeah,
God setting him up. It doesn't make sense.
yeah, yeah. I have another
No,
question. What is your view on the? I know it's a Sunni debate, but do you see the Quran as created or uncreated?
created. Okay, so it's a very simple answer. If it's
Mhm.
uncreated and if it's eternal, right? Because they say it's the word of God, then Jesus is also eternal because he said Jesus is a word of God, right? But
I
we
say
can
that
go
too.
to but there's a simple one. There's a much simpler one. If the Quran is uncreated, then Muhammad, Badr, Mecca, Kaaba, Ibrahim, all of those people always had to always exist then. Because what is the Quran talking about? These phenomenons that they went through. So they have to exist for the Quran to always exist. And then finally, this is the point that I really love, and it's super easy. God says to believe in God, the last day, the angels, the messengers, and the books. Okay, so God is uncreated, obviously. The day of judgment is created. The angels are created. The messengers and prophets are created, but the book is not created.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a really weird discussion slash conversation. I always get so confused by subhanallah. Some like
People,
even go as far as saying like the writing that you see in the book, it's not created. I'm like,
that's
what are you
this
even talking
Arabic.
about?
Then
No?
Arabic has never been created either. Then Arabic is always but you have to understand, God has explained to us He's infinite, so there is unlimited types of realities that could have existed, and there is a reality where Prophet Muhammad and the Quran would have never ever needed to be existed. Yet the human did not even have to exist in any of those realities. So why would the Quran be eternal? The Quran is 100% speaking from from the perspective of a human being. For the Quran to exist, a human had to be created first. علم القرآن خلق الإنسان.
Right. Have you ever watched Mufti Abu Layth?
Yeah,
What's your
subhanallah.
view on
People
him?
often.
I find him amazing, wallahi.
I do appreciate him. I do like his point of view, except for one. He does not believe in miracles, so he doesn't believe that God can break the natural. He's
Well,
always trying. I don't think it's
to
accurate.
my
So
understanding, like he does believe in miracles, but like not the like
traditionally,
how do I say this? Like not like it has to have a logical explanation according to him.
yes, but that does not make sense to me because God says, like, for example, every human needs a dad except for what God has willed, right? So here's the rule. The rule is that every human has a dad except for what God has ruled. Like, so that this exception is always given to God, right? Except what God wills.
Yeah.
So Jesus does not have a father, but Mufti Abu Layth likes to twist the verses to show that yes, he does. There was insemination and there was a human father to Jesus. Okay, but that's incorrect. And then it's like Moses split the water, the sea, so for people to walk in. To him, this is all spiritual and metaphysical. It's not something that was literally shown in front of the eyes of people. But these are, to me, it's very alien concepts, and I believe it's super incorrect because God's intervention can be of a supernatural, unexplainable, unjustifiable, because it has to kind of, especially when the water like split at that point, like he's proven to Pharaoh that I exist and you're done. See what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
when God wants to show that he exists, he's going to break the reality that's in front of us. That's why it's like to them, oh, will God bring us back to life? Yeah. Well, it's not possible because it's not naturally evident that humans can be resurrected. That's the whole concept, right? So it's a miracle. Even the resurrection itself would technically be a miracle because we cannot explain it by science.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, jazakallahu khair, akhi.
God bless you, bro.
Amazing talk. I respect you a
You,
lot. I really enjoy those short videos.
thank you,
Like,
man.
wallahi,
Oh
sure.
man,
As a Sunni,
bro.
I won't call
Go ahead.
myself Sunni. I am, alhamdulillah, a Muslim and a Hadith
There you
relativist,
go. There you
but
go.
you have learned me a lot of critical thinking, and I would like to thank you for that.
God bless you, bro. Alhamdulillah. My
May Allah
rewards
bless
with
you,
God.
brother.
God bless you too,
Ameen.
man.
Ma
Alhamdulillah.
salama.
May God increase you as well. Salam. Salam.
Ameen wa iyak.
All right, bro. I'm not so smart and I'm a kafir. Please hit me with the truth. Come on, bro. I was waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not so smart, and apparently I'm a kafir, apparently, to this our dude. So when is he? Please, brothers, it's just one rak'at for 3 salat times. Can this be found in the Quran? It's not about the adad rak'ats. It's more so about the time. So there's a certain set of time that you should spend. Whether you do 1 rak'at, whether you do 10 rak'ats, whether you do 6 rak'ats, that's you filling up the time. You could read one long surah and then prostrate. Oh, he's about to speak. What's up, man?
What's your arguments against?
Okay, so God says that if this Quran was from other than God, you would find within it many contradictions. ولو كان هذا القرآن, yeah, I can pull up the verse.
Okay.
But within the hadith, just the Sahih hadith, I find a lot of contradictions within itself.
Well, of course there'll be contradictions because,
Of course.
what?
You said, of course, there's going to be contradictions.
No. Let me explain. So yeah, basically Bukhari is the one who transmitted hadiths.
I know that.
Yeah, so what would be the problem with that?
He's transmitting hadith, right? That he
Yeah.
has no idea where the basis was from. And then he associates
Are you
it and
stupid?
attributes it to the messenger.
We have a whole chain of
The chain,
hadiths.
do you know when the chain has started? During the
When?
Mutawakkil period.
Are you stupid?
Mutawakkil period. Do you know when the Mutawakkil period was?
When was it?
During the Abbasid Caliphate. Do you know how long that was after the Prophet?
Oh, 200 years ago? I know that argument.
200. Do you know why they started these chains?
That's the most biggest lie of hadith.
Do you know why? Do you know why they started
No,
using these
listen,
chains
listen.
as standards? It's because they wanted to identify which one are Sunni hadith and which one are Shia hadith.
Well,
Because at the beginning they didn't have the whole concept of
first of
chain
all,
of
Shia
narration.
hadiths are just made up. Second of
Bro,
all,
are you trying not to wake up people around you because you're just whispering? It's weird.
well, yeah, it's nighttime.
Okay, so I understand.
All right, simple.
Okay, but don't be very emotional with your argument. You're being very upset.
Necessarily emotional with my argument. Okay, so again, it wasn't 200 years. Hadith works like this. All of the hadith narrations go back to the prophets. So you're just not making any evidence.
Okay, so when the Prophet was upset that there was two images in the Kaaba, was it the image of Abraham and Ismail, or was it the image of Mary and Abraham?
That story, I don't know what you're talking about, that story though.
Okay, so in Sahih Bukhari, in the Prophets, it's the chapter called the Prophets. There's a hadith saying that the Prophet was upset that he saw the image of Abraham and Ismail, right? And he did not enter the Kaaba. And then literally the next hadith is him, he entered the Kaaba and he saw the image of Abraham and Mary. So which of the narrators is saying the truth? Because they're both Sahih, with both sanad being Sahih. So what is the actual truth here? Because if I did that in the Quran, that would be a clear contradiction and people would say that the Quran is broken.
Necessarily, I don't know how to answer that, but
I know you don't.
But again, listen. All of a sudden, you're just claiming evidence, but you don't necessarily have basic evidence. We have actual history.
No, your history is based upon what you have written, because that's the victors writing the history. There is also Shia history that doesn't coincide with your evidence, and then you have the Mu'tazilites, which you guys deemed as heretics, and you have the Khawarij, which you also deemed as heretics, but they all have different history, and they all technically have different hadith. But the Mu'tazilites, a lot of them, they actually they said that Abu Huraira was contemptible, so he was a clear liar, and anyone who takes from Abu Huraira is someone who's not reasonable or not logical, which 5,000 of hadith in Bukhari is Abu Huraira. So.
All right. Again, I don't see a problem with that.
If you don't see a problem, I'm not taking my religion from gossip, from he said, she said.
It's not gossip.
It is gossip.
Understand. It's not gossip. My teacher said that hadith isn't gossip.
Hadith is 100% gossip. But what is gossip?
Like making rumors.
Making rumors. So the Prophet said every black dog needs to be killed. Is that truth?
What's the problem with that?
It's not what's the problem with that. Is it truth? Do you understand what I mean by truth?
Well, yeah. If it's authentic, then it would be the truth.
Okay, so every black dog needs to be put to death. What's the reasonable logic behind it? Why?
Well, simply because Allah in the Quran, He says, obey Allah and obey the Messenger. So are you disbelieving in this?
Okay, so here you go. So now you made a proposition that hadith, every black dog needs to be put to death. And now you're saying you have to obey the messenger. So your methodology was pretty much just because someone said that the Prophet said so, that means it's true. And just because there is 4 names attached to this hadith, it became truth. But yet the people in the cave in chapter 18, they had a dog with them. Why didn't they kill their dog?
Necessarily, I don't know.
I know you don't know. That's my problem. Like that's why it's gossip.
Most likely, because again, you're putting arguments.
He said, she said.
I don't know about.
Well, but okay, so you're coming here with an argument. You're defending something that you're not aware of. This is the same things that I find with Christians that want to come defend their Bible, yet they never read the Bible. have you read Sahih Bukhari? You're going to say no. So why do you believe in it? Because daddy in the mosque told me to do so. Okay,
No,
but
not
this is
really,
the same
'cause the
method.
reason I believe it is because there's an authentic chain. It goes back to Sayyidina Muhammad
Did you
sallallahu
read
alaihi
it? It doesn't. The God's not going to ask you about the chain. God's going to ask you about the content, the metin. When you're saying the chain, this is what classifies it as sahih. But when it's clearly contradicting what the Quran is saying, then why are you taking the word of man over the word of your Lord?
Well, okay. Okay, let's do this, right? Let me look at your arguments. I'll come back maybe next time
That's-
you live stream, and
Sure.
I'll dismiss them. I'll try to refute them.
Sure. Okay. But you should also try to keep an open mind when you are reading the contents of your own content without having to come to me, and see if you can reasonably give an apologetics that aligns with what the Quran says. The Bukhari is a very long book. I recommend reading some of it so that you could see if it does align with the mentality and the attitude that the Quran is trying to teach you, or the Quran teaches you if you accept it. That's what I'm saying. But I understand. I understand. You're
How
coming
do you
from a
pray
point
then?
of view. How I pray, how the Quran showed me how to pray. The Quran tells me that I have to stand, I have to prostrate, I have to recite the Quran, and I have to spend the time there. If I'm with
Okay,
Sunnis,
how
I'll
long
pray
do
the
you
same
spend
stuff.
time?
Okay, so God says to perform the prayer at the two ends of the day and portions of the night. So for me, Fajr and what you call Maghrib, which God says Isha in the Quran, and then Salat al-Wusta, which is the night prayer. So for me, I'll spend the whole Fajr with praying and reading the Quran. And
Where
on
does Allah say that you have to read the Quran when you pray?
وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا واتل ما أوحي إليك من الكتاب وأقم الصلاة. Recite what has been revealed to you from the book and perform the prayer. And the prayer of the Quran of the Fajr is witnessed. So this is on the same
Okay, then
verses
how
when
do
it
you know
comes to
how
the
much
prayer.
rakats and how do you know
This
when
is
you're done?
this is a standard. This is a
Then
system
you're
that
just
was
making
put.
up things.
No, I'm
as you
not
go.
making up things. You're making up the whole concept of the rakats is for people to pray in congregations. But God is not going to sit in. God is not counting the adad of rakats, but obviously He's counting it. But this is not what the prayer is about. Because when you're by yourself, you can make as many rakats as you want, and it's
Said
all
who?
going to be accepted
Said who?
for you. What?
Where in the Quran does it say that? You can make up as much rakats as you can.
Because it's about the time. It's not about the adad al-rakats. Inna al-salata kanat ala al-mu'minina. Like it's a timed concept. It's not rakats concept. This is in chapter 4.
What?
Yeah, salah is about the time that you're spending with God, not the physical activity that you guys have to say. And plus, between Sunnis themselves, there's so many contradictions in the way that they pray. Do I put my hands down or to my side?
Yeah, again,
You can
I
do
don't know
both.
those arguments, how to debunk
But-
them yet.
okay,
but I'm
but-
talking about how do you know how to pray? That doesn't make any sense.
Brother, it's a concept of God said
Come on, my brother.
pray. You need to know how to pray. This is what the children of Israel does when God says sacrifice a cow. Oh, what color is the cow? Bro, just stand up and pray. Praying is dua to God. Go call upon your Lord and read and get close to your Lord and prostrate and get close to your Lord. It's not
Okay, but
about
how do
the
you know
rain
when it
dance.
ends?
What do you mean? When you're praying by yourself, you can end it by saying Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. That's how you end.
That's how you end when you pray?
Yeah. So you say salam. Who do you say salam to? You're going to tell me the
Vice versa.
angels? Huh?
What?
When you say salam alaikum wa rahmatullah, salam alaikum wa rahmatullah, why do you do that?
Because that's what the hadith say.
Okay,
I
but
don't see a
why?
problem with
There is a problem because you don't know why you're doing it. Do you do it when you're by yourself? When you're praying by yourself, is that how you end?
Yeah.
Well, but that's not how Maliki does it. Do you know why Maliki? Do you know why you're saying salam? You're saying salam to the guy next to you, and you're like giving the salam back to the guy next to you on your left. But if there's nobody on your
Okay.
left, you're not supposed to say salam to your left.
But again,
If
you're
there's
just
nobody on
making
your
up
left,
stuff
don't
as
say
you
salam.
go. You're just making stuff as you go.
Bro, this is the Maliki madhab. This is why you guys say salam, but you guys don't know it. You just follow what daddy in the mosque says. And there's
Okay,
a
but I
verse
don't see a
about
problem with that.
there's a verse
The
in
Maliki-
there's a verse in
let's
the
go.
Quran. There's a verse in the Quran about what you just said. And if it's said to them, follow what God has revealed, they
Yeah,
say
we do.
rather we follow what we found our parents doing, our forefathers.
No, we're
Oh, that's
following
what
what the sheikhs say. We follow what
Yeah,
the
you're
Qur'an say.
following your
We follow what Allah
forefathers.
says.
Well,
Obey
I'm
Allah and
clearly
obey the
telling you,
messenger. We're
Sure,
obeying
bro.
the Hadith. What Sayyidina Muhammad
Oh,
sallallahu alaihi wasallam said.
so
And
you
we're
see now
obeying the
you went into a
Quran.
different argument. You went into a different argument. Do you want to know what it means? What does it mean, like obey God and obey the message? Obey God is
What do you
obey the
think?
Quran. No, what do you think, bro? You're coming in here.
Yeah, obey Allah, the Quran, and obey
Okay.
Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Can you obey God without the Quran?
Can you obey God
Without the Quran? Have people obeyed God before the Quran?
Like, are we talking about followers before, like what do you mean?
Brother, you said to obey God, you need the Quran. Are people capable of obeying God without the Quran?
Like Muslims, like nowadays? Like, wait, what?
Bro, anybody, any human being, can they obey God without the Quran?
No, you have to obey God.
Did people obey God before the Quran?
Before the Quran?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, so if people obeyed God before the Quran, right? Therefore, the ability to obey God is not dependent on the Quran. So the Torah, for example, is the word of God. Is that
Okay, but that's
obeying
different,
God
though.
or
We don't
obeying
have the
Moses?
Torah.
Brother, it's the logic. I'm not telling you about your sect. The logic. Can you,
It's
if
not a
you
sect,
obey,
it's Islam.
it is a sect. If you
You know,
obey,
Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam predicted.
are you gonna
people.
let me make the point, or you just want to
Alright,
dish
alright,
gallop and
alright.
go to a different point?
Fine, I'll make it. Okay.
Okay, so when you obey the Torah, have you obeyed God or have you obeyed Moses?
You obey God.
Okay, so if I'm obeying God on the Torah, why does God say وَمِن قَبْلِهِ كِتَابُ مُوسَى, and from before the book of Moses? Why did God attribute the Torah to Moses, the book of Moses? So if the Torah is the book of Moses, the Quran is the book of Muhammad. So for me to obey God and obey the messenger, I have to follow just the Quran, because the Quran is the book of Muhammad.
Yeah, but I think that's completely different because obeying Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is like his sunnah, the way he practiced Islam. So I disagree with that.
I appreciate that you disagree. I think you're very
to the point.
okay. Thank you, man. Thank you for your time.
But you do know, Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam predicted you guys.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
In the Hadith, where you guys will just sit down in your couch and say, "Oh, you reject the Hadiths."
I'm standing up right now and I reject Hadith.
Okay, so it talks about. I remember there's a Hadith. Where
Yeah. No, I know that Hadith.
Yeah.
They love to
You're exactly
repeat
like
it. Oh, okay, sure.
Oh.
And you're sure for 100% that the Prophet said that, right? You're 100%
100%, yeah. Because
Okay.
unlike you, just make
Mhm.
up things as you go. We actually
Okay.
have scholars who actually study the Quran.
Okay, and then the Prophet also said that you guys are going to. This is also authentic Hadith. His community is going to follow the communities before it, step by step. That even if they fell into the hole of the lizard, you guys would follow them. And then God and Sahabas asked them, like, who do you mean, the Christians and the Jews? Like, are we going to follow them? He goes, yeah. And now the Christians sit there and worship Jesus, and you guys worship Muhammad. So I guess that Hadith is true.
Whoa. That's not true at all. How do we worship?
That's not true. You don't worship Prophet Muhammad, right?
We don't.
What's
but
worship?
You said that we do.
You do 100%. You do.
We don't.
Yeah, we do.
Give me proof.
Okay, I'll give you proof. Do people
so
worship?
Say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad?
No. So, well, you say in your prayer, Allahumma salli, salatu wa salamu alayk in your prayer.
Okay.
You talk directly to the Prophet who can hear you, right?
No, we can't.
Okay, so why do you talk to him directly in your prayer?
We're not talking to him directly.
Say tahiyyat. Tahiyyatu lillah. Yeah. At the end of your prayer, what do you say?
Tahiyyat?
Yeah. Say at the end of your prayer, what do you say?
And when we pray?
Yeah, tahiyyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa salam. Go on.
Tahiyyatu lillahi.
Bro, do you even know your own prayer?
Well, I didn't I have an iPad and it says in Arabic. Like I didn't know what it means. So just translate it.
Bro, do you pray?
Yeah, I pray.
So what do you say at the end when you're sitting on your when you're kneeling?
Oh, I fumbled.
You did fumble big time.
Just tell me.
Bro, it's not about telling. You pray 5 times a day?
Yes.
What do you say when you're kneeling?
Kneeling?
When you're kneeling at the end before you say salam.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad.
That's not what you say, bro. Tahiyyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa
I don't know the
salam.
order.
Okay,
Alright,
then.
what does
Have
that
a
mean?
nice day, bro.
Wait,
It's
what?
not,
Yo,
bro.
yo,
Like,
wait,
have a
wait,
nice
wait,
day,
wait.
man. You don't even know your
Bro,
prayer,
just let me. No. Let me respond. Come on. Just give me proof. Come on.
bro. Have a nice day,
Come on. You're
bro.
wrong.
You asked me how I pray. You don't even know how your own prayer,
Bro, literally, I make mistakes. Okay.
bro.
It's
Just
because I
you
didn't
said you
memorize
pray.
it.
How long have you been praying?
How long have I been praying?
Yes,
Like last year.
for 1 year, 5 times a day.
No, I keep on praying.
What?
التحيات ليس طيبات. Alright. No, just
Have a nice day,
translate
bro,
it.
please.
If you just translate it.
Not
No,
about
let's.
translating it, bro.
What's the problem?
Sorry, the
Are you
problem
too
is,
scared?
yes, you could say that I'm scared. I just don't need to sit and spend my time with ignorance. You call me kafir and you don't even know your own.
Well, okay,
your own
listen,
prayer, bro.
listen. If you're saying that we worship Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him,
Yeah,
at least
people
translate
worship
it.
money. I'm trying, but you don't even know your own prayer.
Oh my God.
Like, what do you want, bro? I gotta go.
'cause
There's a
I'm
lot
not
of people in
good
the
with
chat.
Arabic.
Okay, listen, bro. If you go into the mosque, there's mosques where they put the name of God next to the name of Muhammad, right on the same level as if they're best
Okay.
friends. Okay, you cannot go to a khutbah other than if the sheikh is going to tell you 10 hadiths and 10 narrations and the
Okay,
history of Prophet
what's
Muhammad and
wrong
his
with that?
Sahaba. Then, okay, bro, I think it's a very good time for us
All
to end this conversation because you
I
just
just
don't
feel like
listen.
you're just running from this because.
No, I'm sure. I'm running. Whatever you like. That cool. Have a nice day, bro.
Yeah. May Allah
Bye
guide
bye.
you. Yeah,
Thank
bye
you,
bye.
man.
Gaffer,
Appreciate.
bye bye.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. Bro, they really try. It's an emotional argument. See, it's an emotional argument. They get upset. How can we be wrong? It's impossible for us to be wrong. Okay, well, let's question your religion. I don't know my religion, but we can't be wrong. Okay, so how are you like better than a Christian at that point, bro? You pray. Yeah, let's not talk about him. I don't. He's a young guy, emotional, but it's okay. What's up, Hassan?
Hey, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, bro.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Very nice to finally talk to you. I've been following you for such a long time.
God bless you, man. How you doing?
Good, great. Thank you very much.
Hmm.
So I'm not a Sunni, so I think you should let the Sunnis come first. I think they've been waiting. I don't have any. I do have a question, but I think I should let Sunnis.
Ask your question. Is just because I do I'm trying to keep this for like debate. So if you have a question, ask your question and I will try
Okay.
to answer.
Yeah, I do have, because again, like most of us, we are coming from a Sunni background. It's quite difficult to let go of that tradition fully or completely, or in one go. So the only thing that I'm stuck with, which I don't have an answer to, is again the prayers, and some of the questions were asked before as well. And then you mentioned, like someone asked about the rak'ah on the sequence, and then you mentioned, no, that's for the congregation. No, my question is then, in the congregation prayers, are they praying the right way? Like, is that exactly how Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam prayed? Do you
I
think?
cannot answer that. I don't think so. Obviously, they've tried to standardize it so much that you could see that there is some differences everywhere you go, based upon the different methodologies that they follow. But when it comes down to the prayer, it's going to look the same, not only with the Sunnis and the Shias, but also with the Christians and Jews. You have to prostrate, you have to stand, and you have to recite the Book of God. That's what they all do. The way that you want to do it as a congregation, now that's based upon the leader. And unfortunately, there's inheritance. So if I'm a leader and I decided that we're going to do 2 rak'ats, right? And the way that it starts is I'm not going to say Allahu Akbar. I'm going to say stand for your Lord. So we all stand. And then we recite, I recite the Quran and everyone's listening. And I say prostrate to your Lord. And everybody prostrates to your Lord. Okay. And at that point, I can say the prayer is concluded and everybody's done. Okay. Or peace upon you, the prayer is concluded, and people can reply peace upon me. Right. But I could also say stand for your Lord again, or stand for your Lord, and they stand, and we can carry on with a different surah. And I could do that 4 or 5 times. That is technically fulfilling what God has put as the ingredients of a prayer. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
So what they do is something that has taken this form originally, but then they made that as if that's the only way that you pray, which is incorrect.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, it's still, if that's, let's say, if that doesn't, or let's say you stop doing that way, let's say you come up with your own way, then I think it will defy the purpose of mosques. It will defy the congregation prayers anyway, because then everyone would try to pray differently, or any imam would have their own sequence in mind that, okay, in my Allahu Akbar, they're all going to go down to sajda directly or something like that. I mean, things would just, deviate from a structured pattern to some chaotic, everyone doing everything themselves. What do you think about that?
For me, again, it depends on the community that I'm in. I can standardize it for a whole community. So yes, when I'm praying alone in a mosque, because I do go to Sunni mosques, people are always looking at me weird because I'm praying a little differently. I don't have the ruku' the way they do. So I'll stand, I'll recite a Quran and I'll do sajda, and I'll stay in a sajda, and then I'll go on my knees, or go sajda again, and I'll repeat that as many times as I want until I feel the time that I want. But I have prayed in congregations with Quran alone. The person who's leading the thing, just it's very easy. It's not as complicated as people wants to make it. But if I have a very big community, I will try to standardize it over all the mosques so that people know what to do. But it's exactly what Sunnis did, not Sunnis, what the Prophet did at the originality, at the beginning. But let's say that I did standardize it in my community. Is it going to look the same after 100 years? Absolutely not. Because people are going to always add their little twists, add their little prayers, add their little culture, add a little this and little that until it looks a little different. And this is exactly what happened with the Sunnis, but they just don't admit it.
Yeah. The minor details they're arguing about the hands and the fingers and everything like that.
Yeah, and the Prophet is not going to sit there and be like, "Oh, peace upon me and my family," in the middle of his prayer.
No, for sure not. That's something that I fixed. The first thing that I fixed, I tried to reflect upon what am I saying in my prayers, and then I couldn't believe because again, I didn't come from an Arab background, so I had to translate, and then I had to see what exactly and why am I saying this. It doesn't make sense if I'm connecting with God. So yeah, that was
exactly
eye-opener.
So the prayer had a modification. What else has been modified? God knows.
But do you still think that if we continue to pray like that, because it's a good structured format which mostly everyone agrees upon, at least the basic the pattern is still okay.
If they fix what I perceive as the errors in it, or what God has showed is a clear error in it, then I don't mind. I do pray with Sunnis. It's not like I don't have a problem praying with Sunnis. I just don't say what they say, so that in certain parts. But I'm listening to the Quran, and God told me to prostrate with those that prostrate. If a Jew is prostrating, I'll prostrate next to them. I don't care.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now someone's gonna be like, "This guy's a Jew. He's an undercover plant. He's a Jew."
Yeah, they do that.
I do have to.
Thank you for the answers. I appreciate that. God bless you as well. Peace.
Peace. All right. Yo, let me join. There's 2 people ahead of you. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. Brother Muji.
Yes, salam alaikum. How are you, inshallah?
Good. How are you, bro?
Alhamdulillah. I'm doing well, thank you.
God bless you, man.
God bless you too. God bless you too. I just would like to say to that guy who was saying that you have to follow blindly, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as you said also in the Quran, says that the mushrikeen, they just follow their forefather blindly, and that's not only for mushrikeen. Anyone does that is the same. So you do the same, blindly follow something, okay?
Right.
And you said about killing dogs, okay? He maybe for him black dogs. It's not just killing black dogs, because it says black dogs are devil
Right.
Yeah, the hadith says black
They're black.
dogs are devil.
But
And then another hadith says, when three things passes your prayer is annual. A dog, a woman,
donkey.
and a donkey. And
Yeah,
then Aisha says, yes, and Aisha says, oh, you made us women as dogs. Okay.
She
And
said that
then,
to Abu Huraira.
yes, no, but no, she said to a prophet.
No, she said it to
Okay.
Abu Huraira.
No,
She was
I
arguing with
have,
Abu Huraira.
yeah, but she says the prophet, because these are the words of
Muji.
prophet that,
No.
okay,
Muji,
wait.
and she heard the hadith from Abu Huraira, and she
Okay.
said, "Hey, to Abu Huraira, you put us on the same level as donkeys." Yet, and then she
No,
goes
dogs.
on with her hadith. She said, "The prophet used to move my feet when he was praying the night prayer, and then he would put my feet back."
Okay, maybe
The hadith that Abu
look,
Huraira said. No,
maybe
you have to.
maybe you are referring to another hadith, because this hadith that I say, Aisha said that I used to lie down, because after this, the prophet said to her, I used to lay down between him and Qibla. So she was annuling prophets. You know, she didn't hear it from someone else. She heard it from the prophet. Okay. And then she said to him that, oh, you made us as dog. Okay. So, and then she said, I used to lie down between prophet and the Qibla.
She was replying to Abu Huraira, who said the hadith. That's why I was
Okay.
trying to.
All right. I cannot. I'm on the phone. I cannot go and check it and read it again. Okay, but I will read it again.
Check.
Yes, I will double check. Yes,
because the Sunnis will eat you on that one quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
But it still shows that one of them is making up a hadith, whether Aisha or whether Abu Huraira. But it was Abu Huraira.
Yeah, but anyway, there are so many such a things that it is so crazy, you know, when you hear such a things. Okay. Anyway, I am very much against Bukhari, Muslim, and all of them, and they say that I am a Quran alone. Yeah, but I am not a Quran alone. You know that. So I take certain things that go in line with the Quran, like Prophet Muhammad said, the pleasure you get in forgiveness, you never get it in revenge. Okay, and I repeat it always for them that no, I'm not a Quran alone, but I do not accept any trash called hadith. Okay, just because Bukhari said that or because Muslims said that. They must go in line with the Quran. Okay, if they contradict Quran, then I do not follow. Okay,
but that's not what we mean by Quran alone. When we're saying Quran alone, is that we take our judgments only from the Quran. If I hear truth from a Chinese proverb, it's truth. Like if there's wisdom, but we're Quran alone is because we don't take judgments outside of the Quran.
All right.
So there are some hadith where it's like the prophets, but do I need it? No. That's what I mean.
But another thing is that because last time I was talking to Baba Shuaib, I asked him this question.
Hey, I understand you and Baba Shuaib are
no, I just want to ask you that, okay? Because he removed me, he didn't answer me. Because I say that if you don't get something from Prophet, because according my understanding, Allah says in the Quran, "O Muhammad, we give you this book, you may explain it for people." I believe that there are certain things that needs to be explained in details, and details are by Prophet Muhammad. Like,
no, I don't.
Okay, yes, let's talk about that. Okay, so when we go to Mecca, I was talking actually about this with Dr. Edip long time ago. Okay, do you know Dr. Edip?
Right, but brother, so you're like I can't have a full conversation just with you, right? Because I have a lot of people in the back channel. I know, but so your question is in regards to, does the Prophet have to explain the Quran?
No,
and therefore there's
certain laws and certain things that we do. Like when we go to Hajj, okay, the question is that what to wear, because Prophet Muhammad tells us what to wear. Okay,
no, he doesn't, bro.
Okay, so tell me, can I go with Gucci dress and somebody go with
sure?
Yeah, Sure.
Yeah, because if you look at 100 years ago in the pictures of
Mm.
Hajj, 100 years ago they weren't wearing towels. Not all of them were
Okay.
wearing the towels. So
Okay.
these are not things that are in the Quran, and you're trying to force a narrative.
Okay.
But
All right. So then in that case, what is the reason that we go to Hajj? Because my understanding of going to Hajj, yes, is
to
different.
bring the food to Mecca.
Bringing what? The food?
The food to Mecca. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
so we're
food?
fulfilling. God.
Mhm.
I have left my seed in the desert where
Okay.
there is no growth,
Mhm.
right next to your sacred house, for my seeds to
Mhm.
not to pray. So let people from all over the world,
Mhm.
let their spirits, let their fu'ad be inclined to come to to Mecca, so that they
Mhm.
could, my seed can be fed. So
You mean that?
Abraham
But
asked God.
so
Abraham
okay.
asked
Sorry.
God
Yeah.
to let people come so that they would feed the city. So we
Okay.
are
The city.
fulfilling part of that
Okay, but
promise.
okay. So now, when the city doesn't need food because they have oil, they are very rich, so we shouldn't go to Hajj then.
No, we should go to Hajj because God orders to do, and we still have poor people in Mecca, and we still have needy people in Mecca.
Okay, all right. So, but you know that.
But we ourselves also have to eat from it. That's
Okay.
also because of the sacrifice that Abraham did to Ismail. So God says to eat from it and to feed the people.
Okay, but
so is your argument not to go to Hajj? I'm not sure what your argument is.
yes, my argument is that that's not absolutely not why we go to Hajj. Okay, my argument is that Hajj is the final message of God. Hajj, okay, Hajj is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent us prophets, okay, to solve our problems, okay, and Hajj is what we say every day. Ihdina sirat al-mustaqim.
Brother, there's
Show
no
us
argument,
the right.
there's no debating, and there's no sex during Hajj.
What do you mean, sex?
There's no sex.
No, I'm not talking about sex. I'm saying that.
No, but how, like the way that you're explaining to me what Hajj is, those three concepts don't apply. God
Which
says
three
that
concepts?
the three concepts of la jidala wa la fusuqa wa la rafs. So there's no argument. There is no moving away from what God has ordered, and there's no sex during the time when you are committing to Hajj.
Okay, so I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about ihdina sirat al-mustaqim.
But
what
that's
does it
what you're
mean?
saying Hajj is.
Yeah, what does it mean? Ihdina sirat al-mustaqim is show me the right way. Yeah?
Ihdina sirat al-mustaqim, guide us to the right path.
Yeah, guide us to the right way. Okay? So what is the wrong way? We have to first know what is the wrong way to know what is the right way, because the right way is opposite to the wrong way. Yeah?
What's that got to do with Hajj?
Okay, I'm telling you. Yeah, that's that's why I'm explaining. Yeah. So the wrong way is the way we are living today.
Before you explain to me and
Yes.
give me the elucidation, just give me the point. I don't need an explanation if your point is concise.
All right.
What is Hajj to you? I don't need the whole explanation.
Okay. All right. The Hajj for me is that we go there, we dress equal, okay, no rich, no poor. Then we reject the opposite of the equality, okay, which is the shaitan. Shaitan for me is the inequality, the way that guide us to all these bad deeds. Okay.
Muji,
let me explain. Let me explain fast.
I understood what you said, brother. I can't give you a whole hour. That's my point.
Okay, not a whole hour. Okay.
But then Muji, you gotta listen to me, because this
in
is
1
my
minute.
show. I'm trying
in
to
1 minute.
You're
in 1
telling
minute.
you're telling me your perspective that does not align with the Quran. I don't need to have this conversation.
Okay, just 1 minute. I explain. Let's people decide themselves. Okay.
I'm not here for your people or for people to
decide.
No,
what my
you have
people.
To say.
No, people hear it. Yeah, people hear it and then they decide.
But bro, you already went to telling me they're throwing stones at rocks, and this is us stoning the devil. You already went above and beyond, which is what I accept on my channel. This is my point. And then you're also coming as someone who's saying that you're Quran alone, or you accept.
Sorry,
part
what
of
I didn't say. I didn't hear. But I'm not
brother, you're not a Quran alone. You accept part of Hadith. I understand. And you're now trying to define to me what Hajj is, and it's your own interpretation. There's not people that are going to come and give me a definition that you're having. So this is not healthy for this episode.
All right. So okay. Just when we go to Hajj, we can go with our gold jewelry or whatever we can. So there is no equality there. Doesn't matter. You can be rich, poor. So this is, I mean, all these things. We go there just to bring food there. This is for me why we have to
remember
why we
God.
have to
You have to remember God, and you have to do the sacrifice, and you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, in that case, I have to tell you this. In that case, to go to Kabul, or maybe there are many cities that are much more poor than people of Mecca, to go there and give them food.
Whatever you like.
That's better. So
that's
Hajj,
better. Sure, you know better than God.
So Hajj doesn't. No, if that's the reason, then there is no need to go to Hajj.
That is the reason. Do you bring food? When you go to Hajj, do you bring food with you?
No.
You don't bring a sacrifice.
The sacrifice is there, and that sacrifice is not to feed people.
So when God says to not shave your head until the sacrifice reaches its place, what's that mean?
Okay, the sacrifice is exactly what Prophet Abraham did. You sacrifice your child.
Brother,
okay?
Please have a nice day, man. I can't sit with this.
All right, okay, Brother Muhammad. Thank you.
This is too much.
All right, okay.
Too much of your own whims, man.
Okay,
it's very clear. It's very
not
clear
my
when
own.
God says they stopped the Hadi from reaching its place. This is in Surah Al-Hajj. So they stopped the sacrifice. The sacrifice is Hadi is literally a cow, something that you're guiding, like it's an animal, right?
All right.
So that you cannot shave your head until you cut that sacrifice and eat it and feed people from it.
Okay.
And now you're telling me you don't have to bring food or you can't bring a sacrifice to Hajj. This is your own whims, but you just want to talk at me. It's not a discussion. You're here to prove your point, and it's done. I'm not here to listen to your point. I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyway, thank you, Barahman. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Quranic Islam. Peace, brother. It's nice to see you, man. Apologize. You came in at a very weird time, but this is not stuff that I like to debate or discuss. For me, the fundamentals are there. The basics are there. The prayer is the prayer. The zakat is the zakat. Ramadan is Ramadan. Hajj is Hajj. These are basic concepts. If we're going to open these doors, that Mecca could be in the North Pole, or Mecca is in Egypt, or Mecca is in China, or Hajj is this and Hajj is that, and Ramadan is that month, and Ramadan is this is what means fasting, then it's just all guesswork, as some people have been saying. It is not how we approach the Quran, and the Quran is very clear. So when God says that, you know what, like the skies, okay, we know what a sky is. The trees, we know what a tree is. Mecca, we know where Mecca is. We can't sit and have these discussions because it's not A, healthy, and B, there's no foundation other than me accepting what you said, because you said that we have to stone devils. Okay, that's not something that I can find in a book, but yeah. But thank you, Quranic Islam, bro. I love seeing you, and yeah, guys, check out Quranic Islam's channel. He does have also a stream, weekly streams usually, where he contemplates certain topics in the Quran, and he presents it in a very precise and concise way for you to also learn from the benefit. All right, so we have Murad, and then after Murad, we have You'll Let Me Join In, and then there's a few other people. Peace, Murad. Hello? No, there isn't, bro. There isn't a divide between Quranic-centric and Quranic alone. There truly isn't. The divide is between people who want to lecture us without no proof other than that's how they feel like. That's what it looks like to them. That's how they perceive. But the book of God is there as the judge. I have a lot of Quran-centric individuals that still stick to but their principle comes, they'll say, because there's this hadith, I'm sticking to this tradition. Not because, I feel the word needs to be redefined, or we don't know what this means or what that doesn't mean. Murad, I can't hear you, bro. Let me know in the private chat if when you come back, private chat. 1 sec. All right, bro. I'll give you the second a little bit more. Man, I swear it's always such a pleasure to see you, man. God bless you, dude. When is the inauguration of the latest weirdo? Pump and dump president. That's his name now. President Pump and Dump. Pump and dump. It rhymes with Trump. Pump and dump. I just thought of a lyric. Anyways. Murat, Habibi. كيف حالك? How do we pray? Get up and pray. He really is, man. He really is. His calm demeanor. I have a feeling I'm about to get myself a video. I earned myself a video. Anyways, that's not. Bro, I can't. I have stuff for Allah Azim. My patience have run out on certain topics. Non-rituals and those other weird stuff. I don't know. I think your stuff is a little late. Murat, bro, I'm gonna give you like maybe maximum 20 more seconds. Just 1 second. I'm trying to figure out why it isn't working. Are you on your phone or your laptop or computer? Because if you're on your computer, you might go to settings and then you go to audio and make sure that the right mic is selected. If you're on your phone, God knows. Murat. No, everything's fine on my end. Bum. President Pump and dump. I can't hear you, Murat. Sunnis refuse to let go of their own books. They don't actually believe the Quran is sufficient for guidance. That's the sad part. It really is. Yeah, inauguration was today. I don't think he got inaugurated yet. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see Trump inauguration time. All right, Murat. I will sworn in as. Wait, has it been done? Has it been done? Yeah, I think it's done. Inauguration time. I thought it was at 8 p.m. I don't know. What time? The timeline is at 12 p.m. Never mind. Yeah, it's done. Good. Man, I missed it. I am right. I apologize, bro.
Yo.
Let's fight, bro.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Whoa,
you
bro,
doing?
you just broke your rules. Your cardinal rules. You said salam to a kafir. How can you?
Cause I'm not like that, bro. I just
God bless you.
say assalamu alaikum to someone. He's a Muslim. That's it. But yo, let me just
Alaikum
preface
salam.
this with a little bit. I watched your videos like 6 months ago, and I thought to myself, I was like, "Oh, this guy's just talking nonsense." But I'm not gonna lie. I just watched one of your videos like an hour ago, and you were showing like all the verses that were abrogated. Like, you know, they would have a verse in the Quran, and then some Sunni sheikh or something would say something opposite, and I was like, "Whoa, wow, that's pretty crazy that they have the audacity to say something even though the Quran says something else."
Right.
So like, I just wanted to talk to you and ask you a couple things. Like, I'm gonna be honest, you probably have a lot more knowledge than me about Quran, Hadith, all this stuff. Like, I have a little bit of knowledge, but I might defer to you. Like, if I ask you something like, "Oh, what does the Quran say about this?" I expect you to just tell me what it says and tell me the truth. You know.
I understand. But at the same time, if
go
I
ahead.
feel like you're setting me up and I think you know the answer,
Because I'm not like a YouTuber or nothing. Like, I just seen your channel right now, and I'm just coming here to talk.
I understand. Peace.
But look,
welcome.
So this is the thing, right? In the Quran, doesn't it say you should seek knowledge from people? Like, if you don't know something, then you should ask someone of knowledge.
It says, وَإِن كُنْتُمْ فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. So ask the people of the remembrance if you do not know. So God says that the Quran is a remembrance and that God has brought down the remembrance to the children of Israel. And in the Quran, it has the remembrance. The remembrance is what God is teaching us in the religion that we need to constantly keep reminding ourselves and reminding the believers about. So if we have a concept that we do not know, ask the people of the remembrance. So the people who are very in tune with the book. Okay, but it doesn't say ask al-ulama. That like ask the scholars, there isn't that.
Okay, but look at this, right? If the Prophet Muhammad did something, the Prophet is a good example. I know I've seen your videos, you're saying like all the prophets are equal. Prophet Muhammad, whether he's great or equal, at the end of the day, he's a prophet. So if he's someone of significance, what I was thinking to myself is, if all the companions of the Prophet, like Abu Bakr or Uthman, all these guys, these are the same people who helped standardize the Quran. They're the same people who translated the Quran to us. And I know in the Quran it says Allah will preserve the Quran, but this preservation was done through these people. And these people, it's fair to assume, like logically, just rationally, because this is from the reasoning, it would be fair to assume these people are good. So it would make sense from a rational perspective to take information from them. So I'm saying if the hadith are being transcribed from these people, I'm not saying every single hadith. There's obviously some hadith that are incorrect. But if some of the hadith are being transcribed from these people, and these people were with the Prophet, wouldn't it be logical to accept some of these hadiths?
Listen, I understand this, the way that you're approaching these matters, and yes, it does make logical sense at that moment to accept what these people are telling you, because they have been in direct contact with the Prophet, and they would be a little bit more in tune with what the Quran says, because the way that they've been applying the Quran is a lot more intense than what we do nowadays. But the issue is with those individuals like Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman, the amount of Sahih Hadith of them is very minimal. There isn't thousands. There's hundreds. Some of them have tens, like hundreds. Okay, so it's like, I believe Abu Bakr has like 150 to 100. Umar has maybe 300 in Sahih Bukhari, and then you have Abu Huraira who has like 5,000. Okay, but the people who spent the most time with the Prophet have very little narrations of what the Prophet said, and their narrations are not judgments. Okay, Umar has been attributed to saying a lot of things after that he was said, because he was fought against a lot by the Sahaba. This is just all history. But now when it comes down to the actual compilation of the Quran, sure. So a lot of people were involved in propagating the Quran. God preserved it. Did he preserve it through the hands of people? You can assume so. I don't think so. I think it was preserved during the time of the Prophet. The Prophet himself wrote it with his hand, and people compiled it, maybe rearranged it. Sure, I'm okay with that. But that does not mean that they are the ones who are responsible. And if they did not exist, that the Quran wouldn't be compiled. No. But do I need anything from them? Absolutely not, especially in this day and age. And I'll tell you why. So back then, their technology and their society and the way they viewed life is much, much different to what we do today. So a lot of the way that they would consider as tradition, or what they used to do as normal, is no longer applicable in this day and age. So there are things Islamically on the way that you should treat your horse, for example, right? Because it's a living creature. You have a responsibility in front of God towards this creature, and there is a way for you to ride it, and for you. And for example, you can't like just keep beating it to go as fast as you can just for your self-enjoyment, or for you to keep going fast. Does that now apply to my car? No, because it's a piece of metal. So, and now my etiquette with my car has to be a little differently. But now I'm dealing with people online, so my etiquette is going to be different. Now I have running water, so the way that I'm going to clean myself is going to be different. So all those nice to have, what people say that this is the religion and this is what's like required of you, and if you don't do it, you're not following the Sunnah, it does not apply nowadays. Like very simply, if the Prophet and the Sahaba were alive in this day and age, they wouldn't do what they were doing back then. It would be different.
I get what you're saying, and like that makes sense, definitely. And I know like a lot of the hadiths, like don't get me wrong, I'm on the same page with you in some extent. Like I agree. A lot of these hadiths that are in the Sahih books, they're nonsense. There's no way that they're real. Like because a lot of them go against the Quran, and a lot of them just don't make sense. You know, they're just not rational. But
so why do you
when
need
you're
it?
talking about, because we're talking about Abu Bakr and Umar and stuff like that, and you said they don't have a lot of hadiths, which is true. But at the end of the day, they're giving us maybe 100 hadiths, maybe 200 hadiths.
But
maybe some of those weren't transcribed correctly. But at the end of the day, but like they're giving us a significant amount of knowledge.
Is it
good to have
required?
the knowledge, and it's good to know that these people were close to the Prophet, which is the best example that you could have is a Prophet. They're close to this Prophet. It would be just common sense to take information from them. And I know you're saying we don't need it.
Okay,
but
that's it.
Definitely useful information, and it could help us in our life.
Sure, if that's how you would think that it's going to be helpful, sure. Are you going to be accounted for it? No. That's my point. That's the point. On the Sunnis' argument that you are going to be accounted for it, that it is important, and if you don't accept it, then you're a kafir. That is now putting a regulation and a requirement for the religion that God has not ordained.
But look, the way you read the Quran, correct me if I'm wrong, you read the Quran and you make interpretation and judgment based off your experiences, and you read the Quran, you follow it, and you apply it to your daily life, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so these people read the Quran with the Prophet. They apply the Quran in their daily life.
Yep.
Because, and we know these people, we'd assume these people are good because they transcribed the Quran. They had a big effort in transcribing the Quran, or like, delivering it to us today. So I'm just saying, they are a perfect example of how we should follow exactly how the Quran is. That's one thing. But, because I know you have a lot of people, I don't want to spend too much time on that.
Mhm. No, okay. So look, I understand your argument that these are people who you would love to learn the Quran from. I get it, because they were people who are very good at understanding and applying it based on what we heard about them, okay, and based on the fact that they ran the community after the blessed prophet. But the amount of material that we have on them now is extremely minimal, and the amount of material that we have on them is the history of what they have achieved and have not achieved. But again, it's not things that you are required for. If it benefits you, then it only benefits you. And whatever they did is for themselves. It's you can't, how can I say, it's like they're not responsible for you and you're not responsible for them. But if they improve your life because of something that you read that you assume they said or did, then that's more power to you. That's you looking for more knowledge from the Lord. But again, the only way that you're filtering that if it's beneficial or not, if it aligns with the Quran. So you're capable of deducing that same information with or without them. But if they helped you reach the conclusion, then they have their deeds and you have your deeds. That I don't have a problem with your argument. Like, I understand your argument. Your argument is valid. But what I have a problem is with when people say that this is the only way. And I think you understand what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying. I agree that there's no way you could just say like the only way, you have to follow the hadith, and if you go one way off it, then it's you're away from this.
So the sunnah I truly believe is locked for its time.
Right?
I think the sunnah is locked for the time that the person was alive in. But there is this sunnah that God has explained in the Quran that's applicable to all years and all moments and all generations. Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, it was cutting out. Oh man, give me 1 second. I need to get better. Sorry, go ahead. I can't hear you.
Okay, so I was thinking to myself, the people who transcribe these hadith, like Imam Malik and Shafi and Hanbali and all these guys, like they came after the Prophet and stuff like that. I know they came after like 90, 100 years, maybe even a little bit after that. But I mean, these people, they lived close to the Prophet. They were around the Tabi'een, and they spent their whole life understanding Islamic knowledge and stuff like that. And the reason I say this is because many of the prophecies from the hadith, they come true to this day. And like the Quran has many scientific miracles in it, and just other, it's just numerical miracles, and it's just, obviously it's the book of Allah, so it's by itself is a miracle just like that. But even the prophecies that are stated in the hadith, they came true. And like obviously for these prophecies to be true, like how they say the Bedouin, they will continue to build tall buildings.
But that's a logical, like it's foreseeable for anybody with intellect. And obviously the Prophet had a lot of intellect. This isn't a prophecy, it's intellectually sound. So for example, Pharaoh told Haman, his priest is what people say, for him to build a very tall building for Pharaoh to be able to see the Lord of Moses, because he thinks Moses is a liar. So, and then obviously the Prophet visited Jordan, he visited Syria, he visited places in modern day Palestine, in Lebanon, and he saw what the Romans were building. And the Romans also built very tall buildings, aside from the pyramids, aside from all these other big communities, strong communities that God has removed. They all had traces of having built buildings. Prophet himself knew his community is going to expand and become a strong community. It's foreseeable. It's something that it was a promise that was given to him that he's going to have a big community. So naturally, he knew that they were going to build tall buildings.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty specific because, we see the competition for tall buildings in the modern era. The Arabs and the Muslims, they had their up and downs, but this is just a recent phenomenon. You know what I'm saying?
So in the States, they don't have a competition, and in China, they're not part of the competition?
Because the Bedouin Arab, Yani the people who lived in the Kharij
I know, and
are
I
the
know
ones
the
building these
prophecy.
buildings. Like that, right now, the tallest building in the world is Burj Khalifa. The second tallest building that's being competing with that is in Jeddah, and then they're building another one in Kuwait. Yani these are all Bedouin Arab. There's no tall buildings of this scale being built anymore. So I mean, it's just like, I'm not saying this is concrete proof or anything, but it's
Bro,
definitely showing like, wow, there's some
So
hidden
hold
knowledge
on,
there.
hold on.
Also, but
You
there's
said some
also
stuff
the one
which is
about the
not
interest.
correct. 1 second. The tallest building is Burj Khalifa. Second one is Kuala Lumpur. The
Yeah,
third
that's
one is
true. But
Shanghai.
right now in Jeddah, or say they're building the Jeddah Tower in Saudi, and
Brother,
this
I'm
is
answering. I understand. Yes, yeah. Jeddah is also now building very tall buildings, even in Riyadh. But the point that I was trying to say that everybody's in that competition, not just the Bedouins.
the competition is to build the tallest building. Right now, the tallest building in Dubai,
But everybody's
the second tallest
competing.
building that's supposed to compete on that one is the one in Jeddah Tower. And right now in China, they
I
have a
don't think
restriction on
I'm
building
getting to
skyscrapers.
you. It's
Anyway,
not
this
just
is
the
just a
Bedouin
small thing. We don't
Arabs.
want to focus on it too much, but also it's not just that. They're talking about the interest, how the interest, you won't be able to escape it in the whole world. Everything
Sure.
will be revolving around interest. This is another thing that has taken place in the recent era. You know, this wasn't the case 1,000 years ago, or even 500, 600 years ago. Now the world is encompassed by
But
interest.
here, let me explain to you. I am a person that thinks and ponders a lot about leadership in communities and building communities. I can foresee that if I was capable of establishing a community that is based upon Quranic standards, and the Quran being the central document on how laws are conceived and how bills are made, right? I can see that in the future, my community is going to suffer from people that are going to try to diminish the Quran by saying that there are no rituals in the Quran. So is that a prophecy, or is that me foreseeing a problem that I cannot solve on my own because it's a future problem? So the only thing that I could do is warn, because I could foresee how people react now. So I could see the roots of the problem, I could see the source of the problem, and I can see that tree growing. So I can tell you how that tree is going to look like, just purely based upon intellect. So I believe the prophet, because he is definitely a high intellectual human being, he could foresee a lot of the issues that are going to come. People are going to get naked. People are going to really want to buy into the sexual appetite. Interest is something that has always been bothering us for the last 2,000-3,000 years because of how certain groups have been working with interest. This is going to be more. So he's a very intellectual man. You consider them prophecies. I say that he was a very smart man. But regardless if they are prophecies or not, these are not things that are going to push me now to take religious content out of the hadith. My argument is not that hadith exists. My argument is not that people are looking into history. My argument is not that people shouldn't read these books. My argument is we should not take religious laws from hadith.
Okay, but look, right? Like the problem is this, and I know I'm not saying like this, therefore what I'm about to say makes it true, but if you ask 100 people and they say, if you knew 1,000% the prophet did something, would you do it? They'll say yes. And the logic is there because, the prophet is the best of examples.
Okay,
so the problem is like, I know that some of the hadiths are false, and I'm saying, you can't take from those hadith, but if there's a hadith
but
and
like,
it
bro,
correlates with the Quran and the authentication process is right, it's like, it's hard to comprehend the fact how you would not follow a hadith if it's correct and the authentication is strong.
What do you
believe
mean
it's true.
by hadith is correct? Again, so if you saw the prophet eating a certain way, that means that you're going to eat that certain way, that this is how you're going to get close to God, is because the prophet used the fork instead of a spoon.
Could you blame someone for eating that certain way? Is it not bad? Like, it's a good idea. Like, you're definitely not making a mistake by
okay, so this is the problem. This is exactly the problem. If the prophet, the blessed prophet, was alive today, how would the streets be if he went for a walk? Did you ever see Speed? I show Speed, or whatever his name is, when he walks and people see him as a celebrity, how the whole crowd is cheering and following him step by step, that he can't even leave his store? Did you see that? Now imagine if the blessed prophet was alive nowadays. How would the people be around him?
That would be crazy.
Okay, now what if this amazing man went and ate from a single apple tree? Everybody and his mother would want to eat from that tree.
100%. 100%.
They would worship that tree.
Some people might worship it, but
some people
you cannot.
Not. Wait. I'm getting to the point. I'm saying, look at the mentality of the human being. Because he ate from that tree, everybody would want to eat from that tree. But does that mean that this is you getting closer to God or getting closer to the prophet?
Yeah, because let me just say this, right? Imagine there's the best doctor in the world or the best engineer in the world, and you want to become an engineer or a doctor. You would follow everything they do. That
No,
has to
I
do with
wouldn't.
engineer or doctor, or
That's
just
my
in their
point,
general
bro.
life, you want to follow their habits because they're
That's
they're
the
as
worst
perfect
thing
as
that you could do.
get.
That's the worst thing that if that was the case for the humans, for them to have to follow copycat somebody, then we would have all lived in the desert. We would have all spoke one language, and God would have created us so that we could all have a single standard. It is impossible. I'm telling you, in this day and age, it is
we have the Quran
impossible.
that gives us guidance, 100%.
Bingo.
But if we know the Prophet did something and everything he does is good, logically speaking, and because he's the best of examples,
Brother,
it would
it's
just
not
make
the
sense
best
to
of
follow.
examples.
This
You're
is just like a
making
common
assumptions.
sense that people would apply with themselves. Like I'm sure,
No, bro,
even the guys
this
who
is-
are the most Quranists would say, man, if the Prophet did something, honestly, I would do as he did.
Brother, I'm going to do what the Prophet did in his mentality, in his worldview. If the Prophet ate dates and I don't like dates, I'm going to know that. For example, if the Prophet is following somebody, let's assume he's following Abraham, and Abraham used to really love apples, right? But the Prophet cannot eat apples. He's not going to force himself to eat apples because logically, God made me in a way that I am not capable of enjoying apples. So if the Prophet really loves dates, and I'm not a person that can eat dates, I'm not going to force myself because this is going against what God has created.
I mean, because if the Prophet has legs and you don't have legs, and the Prophet walks, obviously you cannot walk. But
brother,
anything
this is
from
exactly
his behavior, because let me ask you a question: is anything from the Prophet's behavior bad?
Behavior, not behavior. I'm okay with if it
Actions,
has behavior traits. Actions is not for you. That's my point, bro. He does not want copycats. This is like astaghfirullah al-azim, comparing Slim Shadys and 1,000 Slim Shadys around him, all dressing and wanting to be like him. That's not why the Prophet was sent.
The Prophet is what his being is the best possible example. So even his small actions and behaviors could potentially lead to better behaviors, better action for yourself. For example, if I'm a disciplined guy, I make my bed every morning.
You keep saying a word which is not true.
What word?
You keep saying that he is the best example. He is the best example. Where do you get that from other than from what people are told you?
Because the Quran is a guidance, but who's a better example than the Prophet Muhammad? Logically speaking, who's a better example than the Prophet Muhammad? They say, go ahead.
I'll show you. I'll show you a verse.
It says all the prophets are equal, right?
No, I'll show you a verse where God says that in the Prophet, there's a good example or a good pattern for those who want God in the last day and remembered God often. That's where they say Muhammad is the best example.
But they fail. We all want exactly
what we just did. Brother. 1 second. But they fail when they forget this verse. There has been a good example, a good pattern for you in Abraham and those with him. When they said,
but we don't have information from Ibrahim, but we have information.
We do, bro. You don't let me finish.
Ibrahim, I will do it.
Bro, you have the information of who Prophet Muhammad was and his thinking in the Quran, and you have the information of Prophet Abraham and his thinking in the Quran, and you apply it to your life.
100%. Okay?
But let me just take. So the Prophet, for example, was a tradesman. You're talking about engineers and doctors. Why should anyone be an engineer and doctor when the Prophet was a tradesman? Why isn't everybody a tradesman? Why is it collective habituals that you pick up from the Prophet, which you like to apply? Because it's not a copycat game. God gave you a reason, and the way that you're going to approach your life is different. Everyone has a unique fingerprint. Your life is going to be unique. You trying to photocopy the Prophet is not going to get you anywhere because you're not going to go through his trial and tribulations. It's backwards. It's celebrity worship.
I understand exactly what you're saying. It's very fair. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
The problem is the way that people will process it, and like you can agree with me what I'm about to say. This is the way most people process it.
I don't care.
And if
but yeah, God says the majority of people will not believe in God, other than if they are idolaters or yushriku billah. So I am a person that understood this. I followed the example of the Prophet, and I followed the example of the of Abraham and Muhammad. I don't need to sit here and put somebody on a pedestal.
Can I just explain something? Can I just explain something? You tell me. If I'm a disciplined person, let's say I'm a very disciplined person, and I make I do a bunch of things, but one of the actions I do is I make my bed in the morning. Okay. This isn't like a significant action. It doesn't affect your life. It doesn't affect your intellect.
Why did you do it? It's not a big deal.
But it's a good habit. It's a good behavior. My personal behavior, good habit.
Bingo.
If the Prophet does behaviors and habits, people, this is the best person that we have accounts of. Okay, this is the prophet. He's a very good person. Okay, whatever. Ibrahim, of course, all the prophets are of great status, but this is prophet we have the most information about. Prophet Muhammad is a great prophet.
But this is
He's doing a good
my
example.
point.
These examples may have been the result of his closeness to Allah.
Habibi, this is because of his time. I agree with you. The prophet used to eat with his, let's assume he ate with his right and he left his left hand to the side because they had to wash themselves with their left hand, so they didn't want to make the food dirty. Let's assume that that's what they did. But in this day and age, is he going to do that when he has running water and spoons and forks and utensils? So why are you still trying to live like it's 1400 years old? Because that's what the prophet did back then. This is the point where I understand what you're saying, but you need to grow with the time, because the prophet himself and his mentality would have grown with the time. You keep trying to compare yourself to a 1400-year-old tradition, not religion, tradition, which is not compatible in this day and age. And that's why your community, I'm sorry, I'm part of that community as well, is the Adna. It's like one of the lowest communities compared to what's outside. And as soon as they break out of these traditions and they become secular, thinking that they have to leave the religious values for them to actually start to integrate in the world, that's when they forget these traditions. But there is a way to solve it, for you to actually grow with the times, to keep the Quran, and now to approach life in whatever God has allowed to evolve, instead of trying to live like you're in the desert 1400 years ago, brother. To try to say that women cannot get education, or the voice of a woman is a aura, or you have to eat with your right hand and hide your left hand, and you have to wash with your left hand 3 times. Bro, in this day and age, I can go to the toilet and take a shower, like right then and there. Ghusl in the moment.
No, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. Like, I just want to play the other side.
I get your side. Well, I understand your side. There's a good pattern in him, so why don't I learn more things that would be beneficial for me? Okay, where's the limit? That's why I told you the thing about the tree. Do you really have to eat from the tree to get close to God, to that man? Absolutely not. In fact, if the prophet was alive nowadays, it would be very difficult for him to leave his house. It would be difficult for him to do anything, because if he prayed in a spot, they're gonna erect a mosque there. If he walked on the ground, there's going to be people that are going to sit there and wipe their face on exactly where
this is true. Wallah, what you say is true. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, but these are your scholars.
Huh?
These are some of your scholars. The majority of your scholars are like that. Look at Albani, for example. Albani, who's a hadith scholar, he used to cry when somebody said that they saw a dream of him and the prophet.
Because even for sure, the modern scholars, they're corrupt. Because my friend told me, I don't know if this is true. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but he told me Albani, who said like, the people in Palestine shouldn't defend themselves or some crazy shit like that, because it's not worth for them fighting back because they can still pray or something like this. But I know there's scholars from the Wahhabi and stuff like that who said things that are not in the defense of the Palestinian people, and obviously Palestine is fighting for the right cause right now. So like for sure these scholars not interpreting everything correctly 100%. But I do want to ask you about the way you pray.
One last question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like when you pray, you pray 3 times a day, and you just iqra Quran, and then you
so as God says, let me just put something up on the screen. So there it is. So these are some of the verses in the Quran in regards to the prayer. Let me just make sure that it's easy if I do this. Inshallah khair. Boom. Because I get this question often, as you can see. And yes, we are going to be fixing that shortly, inshallah, bi'izn Allah. So no, not this. I want to have you on the screen as well. Okay, so this is the things about the prayer. There's 3 prayers. God gave them by name. 24, 58. Okay, and 238 are the names. Al-Isha, Al-Fajr, Salat al-Wusta. Okay, and this is now here God says, like he's explaining them, the general concepts of the prayer. So God says, "Inna salat kanat ala al-mu'minina kitaban mawquta." Indeed, the litany is upon the believers at decreed times. Okay, so the first one, وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ طَرَفَيِ النَّهَارِ وَزُلُفًا مِنَ اللَّيْلِ إِنَّ الْحَسَنَاتِ يَذْهَبْنَ السَّيِّئَاتِ ذَلِكَ ذِكْرًا لِلذَّاكِرِينَ, and establish the prayer, the litany, at the 2 sides of the day and in the advancements of the night. Okay, so that's 3 times right there. And then God also in chapter 17 says, أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا ومن الليل فتهجد به نافلة لك عسى أن يبعثك ربك مقاما محمودا. Establish the litany at the setting of the sun until the twilight of the night and the reading of dawn. Indeed, the reading of dawn shall be observed. And at the night, thus stay awake with it as a bonus for you. Perhaps your Lord will raise you to a commendable position. So one surah, which is in chapter 11, God says the two ends of the day, right? That's the muhakkam. And then God gives you the tafsil, mufassal. So how does he explain the two ends of the day? He says from the setting of the sun until the twilight of the night. That's one time of prayer. And then Quran al-Fajr. Okay? So those are the two ends of the day. But he started with what? Al-Maghrib. And you know, in the Islamic tradition, that night becomes before day. So Ramadan starts at night when you see the moon, you go for Taraweeh, and then you do your fasting, right? And then you end with fasting. There's no Taraweeh after that. So the night is the start. So the first Salah is the Isha or the Maghrib, as people say. And the second one is the Fajr. Now there's one in the middle, Salat al-Wusta. That's when God says, قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو نقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا. Stay up the night or get up at night for a while, half of it, or decrease a little from it, or exceed over it and annonate the Quran by chanting. So God is telling the Prophet to stay up at night in prayer, right? Half of it, less than half, and it's involving the Quran a lot, okay? So inna rabbaka ya'lamu innaka taqumu adna min thuluthay al-layl. God knows that you have been staying up the night for like 2/3 of it, or half or a third, and a portion of the people with you, right? So this is them reciting the Quran in the middle of the night, and it's showing you those 3 times. Now in Sunnism, they say that the night prayer, that the Tahajjud, is technically abrogated, that you don't have to do it daily. It's only if you want to. Okay, but that's not true. They're saying there's an abrogation here. Now, how do I perform the prayer? I have my 3 times. I have my allocated spot. God always, at the beginning, says, يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قمتم إلى الصلاة فاغسلوا وجوهكم وأيديكم إلى المرافق وامسحوا برؤوسكم وأرجلكم إلى الكعبين. All you have believed. When you get up for the litany prayer, then wash your faces and your hands to the elbow and wipe with your heads and your legs to the heels. So there's your wudu. That's all you need to do, right, for wudu. وَجَعَلُوا بُيُوتِكُمْ قِبْلَةً وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. And this is what was said to Moses. Render your houses a direction and establish the litany. Okay, so now for me, I know my qibla. So I have made the Kaaba, or sorry, Masjid al-Haram, my qibla. So I also like to face the qibla. And God says that he made the sacred mosque a qibla. And God, you see, so right here, وَجْعَلُوا بُيُوتَكُمْ قِبْلَةً وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. Render your house as a direction and establish the litany. And then in chapter 29, اتْلُ مَا أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ وَأَقِيمُ الصَّلَاةَ. So recite what has been inspired to you of the book and establish the litany. Okay, so now I have to recite the book inside my prayer. وَالَّذِينَ يُبَيِّتُونَ لِرَبِّهِمْ سُجَّدًا وَقِيَامًا. And those who stay up at night to their Lord, prostrating and standing. So those are the 2 actions: prostrating and sujudan, wa qiyaman, like standing, right? And among وَمِنْ أَهْلِ الْكِتَابِ أُمَّةٍ قَائِمَةٍ يَتْلُونَ آيَاتِ اللَّهِ أَنَاءِ اللَّيْلِ وَهُمْ يَسْجُدُونَ. So a nation that is standing, reciting the verses of God during the night, and they prostrate. Okay? وَهُمْ يَسْجُدُونَ. And it could be that they are reciting the book of God while they're up at night, while they're prostrating as well. So there we go. And I think there's one more that I didn't copy. Let me just pull it up here. Share this tab. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا ارْكَعُوا وَاسْجُدُوا وَاعْبُدُوا رَبَّكُمْ وَافْعَلُوا خَيْرًا عَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. Oh, you have believed. Bow down, prostrate, and worship your Lord, or serve your Lord, and do good. Perhaps you will succeed. So these are the ingredients of what I perceive the prayer is. So that's what I do.
Like the verses are clear, it gives instructions and it shows how to make wudu and stuff. But like this is the thing, right? The biggest concern to me is the fact that there's a difference in prayer, because like that's the most important thing in Islam is praying to Allah and worshiping Allah. This is the biggest thing, and this is differentiator between someone who believes in God and someone who doesn't. So like the difference between praying 3 times a day, fard, and praying 5 times a day is a huge difference. Like, and traditionally everybody, Shia, Sunni, Ibadi, whatever.
No.
They pray 5 times a day.
Three, Habibi. Until when you're going to go to the Shia, you don't know what the Shia do.
Okay, yeah, the Shia.
Majority of the Shia.
They pray 4 times, or they pray, but they combine Dhuhr and Asr, right?
Some of them. And some of them have 3. Okay, But I want to show you a verse, okay? And I'm going to show you how
No, but
you
look,
pray three
okay,
times.
let me just say one thing though. Like, before we were talking about how there are some examples from the hadith that they may be
Habibi.
legitimate, the ones that are ultra authenticated, and you were saying if the prophet does behavior like,
Habibi, I'm going to show
like
you
a
how
small behavior
you
here and there,
yourself
then it's
pray
like
3 times.
no point.
You pray 3 times. You don't pray 5 times. قل ادعوا الله وادعوا الرحمن أيما تدعو فله الأسماء الحسنى ولا تجهر بصلاتك ولا تخافت بها وابتغي بين ذلك سبيلا. Invoke the God or invoke the gracious. Whichever you invoke, thence to him belong the best names. And do not be loud with your litany, nor be silent with it, but seek a way in between. Now, when you go to the mosque and you pray Jama'ah, your 5 prayers, right? Fajr, do you say it out loud or do you stay silent?
Say it out loud.
Okay, so this is one. Okay, Dhuhr, do you say it out loud or do you say silent?
You say it silent.
Silent. Asr, out loud or silent?
Silent.
Silent. Maghrib, out loud. Isha, out loud. 3 times. طرفي النهار زلفا من الليل. 2 ends of the day and 1 at night. And look, God is saying in your prayer, do not be loud, like extremely loud, and do not be silent. So why is the 2 times when God said that it's not a prayer, you guys are actually silent? Because that's what the Prophet did. And guess what those 2 times are? They're not times of salah, times of tasbih. So there is no Quran. Because there's times of salah and there's times of tasbih. The times of tasbih is 6 or 7 times, including the duha and including times at night. So those are just times where you're supposed to remind yourself of your Lord and do tasbih.
I want to ask a very simple question because this is really the most important question. Is there any risk or any harm in praying Dhuhr and Asr?
No, there's no harm. But to say
So
that God
there's
told
no
you
harm in it, there's only good in it. But the potential risk, of not praying it, although I'm not saying like you bring good evidence and stuff like that, but the potential risk of not praying it is massive.
No. The potential risk is for you to say that God ordered you and God didn't order you. To say that it's an extra, superficial, it's a superfluous, it's a bonus, it's something that's for me to get closer to God.
The day of judgment,
I'm with
I can
you.
go to Allah and I can say, I prayed Dhuhr and Asr just to make sure I pleased you. But if you
that's fine.
That I didn't pray Dhuhr and Asr because you told me 3 times the Quran, which Allah said, like if you follow the Quran,
brother.
you're good. But we just have a lot of example that it might be good to pray Dhuhr and Asr. So logically speaking, it would make sense to pray Dhuhr and Asr.
But what if God says that show me the evidence where you were supposed to buy evidence, like obligatory for you to pray those 2 times? Your proof is going to be the guy in the mosque told me to. Is that your proof?
100%. That's going to be the proof. But this proof is coming from Sheikh who studied the Islam for a long time.
Then ask. It doesn't matter, bro. Then call upon your like associators, right? And let them explain to God. And those people are going to be like, bro, I just heard it from someone else. I'm free. I didn't tell you to pray. I didn't pray. You chose to pray. This is exactly what the Quran says, how you guys are going to be dealt with on the day of judgment.
Regardless, on the day of judgment, you can say, I prayed Dhuhr and Asr.
Habibi, I prayed Dhuhr and Asr, but I'll never say that God told me to pray Dhuhr and Asr. I will never say it because there's no proof that God told me to.
Very fair. That's fine. But
that's it. But you guys are saying it's obligatory. It's not about doing or not doing. It's about saying, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ افْتَرَى عَلَى اللَّهِ كَذِبًا, and who is worse than who is making a lie upon God. So I'm not saying that God is telling you. You're telling me it's obligatory.
Wait. Very fair. 100%. It's not good to say that Allah commanded this. Okay, but doing the action is not a bad thing. It would be beneficial. Like you would like logically speaking, it's the safest route to go. Even for you, it would be the safest route to go.
Listen to me. It's not about the prayer. The concept is about saying the truth about God. You want to pray Dhuhr and Asr? More power to you. To say that God told you to pray Dhuhr and Asr, you're in trouble.
No, okay, 100%. I hear you on that.
Okay, then what do Sunnis say? Sunnis say you have to pray.
They say it's fard. They say you have to pray.
Okay,
100%.
so that's the lie. That's the problem. You want to pray it. I don't have a problem. But to say that God told you to, you're lying.
But look, 1 second. But this is the thing. What if they bring the evidence? They say from the hadith, and this is sahih.
I don't care,
and not
bro.
only it's sahih, but it's also from the tabi'een, and it's very strong chain narration.
That's not what God has told us, bro. That's not what God has told us at all, for us to talk to tabi'een and all of this and all of that.
God tells follow the sunnah.
God, where does God
He
ever
said
tell
follow
you
Prophet
to
Muhammad, right?
follow-
What did he say?
Where does it
You
say
tell
to
me.
follow the Sunnah, bro?
What did he say about following Prophet Muhammad?
Okay, so there's verses that say "Ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasul," which we have already discussed with the person before, and there's one "In kuntum tuhibbuna Allah fattabi'uni yuhibbukum Allah wa yaghfir lakum min dunubikum." And if you do love God, then follow me, and God will forgive you and forget, and God is forgiving. But the word "follow me" here does not mean like I order you outside of the Quran. But here's the whole concept of follow me. I'm gonna say that President Biden is a good president, which he isn't. I'm just giving you an example. And you said that President Trump is a good president. Some people are going to follow you and some people are going to follow me. So in chapter Ghafir, for example, the guy that was hiding his faith from Pharaoh, he said to his people, "Oh, my people, follow me. I'll show you the right path." Right? And Pharaoh said, "Oh, my people, follow me. I'll show you the right path." So Prophet Muhammad said, there's only one God. He has no sons. He has no daughters. It's not multiple gods. It's only one God. And Quraysh would say, no, there's multiple gods. And this guy's a liar. So who do you follow? Do you follow the Prophet or do you follow Quraysh? That's what it means by follow. But when you're saying that, oh, they can use hadith and whatnot, God clearly says in the Quran that if there's a disagreement between me and you, right? There's a disagreement in between me and you, that we have to refer back to the Quran, to the book. That's the only... Yeah, I'll show you the verse.
There's disagreement about whether it's fard or not, but there's not a disagreement whether it's good or not.
Brother, the disagreement is not about good or not.
No,
The
you're saying the
disagreement is
general
the
Sunni
God-
community, but even I'm telling you, a lot of Sunnis would come, they say, you know what, like it's fair that you say it's not fard, but logically it's not good to skip it because it's definitely
No, okay,
beneficial.
so now you're making up things. Am I less of a person for not doing it?
No, I'm saying it's the safest way to go.
You can't say that. You are playing on the safe side. It's like, okay, it's not fard, but if I don't do it, I might go to hell because it could be fard. So
No, but you get
don't
extra
know.
good deeds for doing it. So it's either less good deeds or more good deeds.
Habibi, it's
Have
not
more-
about the extra deeds. I get extra deeds in different ways as well. I don't need to do these two salahs for me. The only way to get extra deeds in during those two times.
Yani worshiping and salah is the best way to get deeds.
Okay, but I
One of
stay
the
in the
best.
middle of prayer. You guys don't do that.
Say again?
Have you stood 4-hour prayer in the middle of the night? When's the last time you stood 4 hours? Not in Ramadan, in just your average day, 4 hours.
No, I don't do that. I pray Isha.
Okay, so like, and your dhuhr is what, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you comparing, bro? Like if it's about doing good, you guys
That's not
are
about
doing
committing.
very
It's just,
short
it's
prayers.
just, no, because it's just
Like,
extra.
bro-
It's good and it's
Habibi-
not harmful. And then there is the
I don't
fact
know
that
what your
there's-
argument is. Here,
Because-
you're like saying a recommendation. You're giving me advice. I appreciate it.
Because the
But me,
argument
I'm
is this.
telling you,
Let me
I'm
articulate
telling you
the-
something very simple.
Okay,
You
one
guys
second.
are
Let me-
saying a lie about God. You're here telling me, well, it's not a bad lie.
Because let
It's
me
okay.
articulate the argument.
It's not a bad lie.
Whether it's fard or not, if you pray it, there's no harm in it.
Okay,
And
I'm
the
not going to
potential
pray.
benefit is very good. And
Okay, but
there's
I'm not gonna
plenty of
pray.
very strong hadith, not just hadith that are
Here you
sahih,
go,
very
bro.
strong hadith.
Again,
No, I know.
you're-
Wait, let me finish though. Hold on.
Yeah.
There's many strong hadith that mention it. And we have example from all the century, and we have example from all this time. And
Bro, you don't
we
know
follow,
that.
and it's good to follow from the Prophet. It's no good. It's no doubt about it.
Oh,
It's good to
man.
follow the example.
Okay.
Of the
Alam
Prophet. It
tara
would be
ila
fair to
alladheen-
say logically that someone should pray the Dhuhr and Asr.
No, bro, that's you making
Like
up
what?
what
The
you
problem is
saw.
nobody here in this chat will say, yeah, he's wrong. You should not pray the Dhuhr and Asr. I say you might as well. There's no harm. That's the thing. So I'm just saying,
Brother,
there's-
you don't get my argument. You are making it an obligatory because you're saying it's good for you. So are you less of a human being for not doing so?
Because I don't know about less human being, after all this. I'm just saying
But
it's
this is the
extra
point.
good deeds, and there's no doubt about it that it's extra
Habibi,
good
it's
deeds.
you're saying extra good deeds. That does not mean that it's something that you need to do.
Okay, we got that. We got that. Well, we
Okay,
got
so
that. I got you.
perfect.
It's not
So
something.
what's
okay.
your argument? That you should do it.
My argument is just in case you should do
In
it.
case what, bro? This
In
is
case
you
because
keep
we
saying
have
in case if I'm
14
wrong.
Because 1 second. We have 1400 years of tradition.
Habibi,
There are
you
verses
have
in the Quran
1900.
we could
You
because
have
in the Quran
1900.
it tells you some verses are clear and some verses are.
There is no ambiguity with there's no ambiguity with
What is the word it says? Tell me.
prayers. Yeah, mutashabihat. There's no mutashabihat in the prayers. Now there's 1900 years tradition that Jesus is the Son of God, Habibi. There's 1900 years tradition of them taking communion. and
Yeah,
it's
but the
benefit for you. It's
authentication
good
is
for you.
very
It's
weak.
red.
We have strong authentication.
Habibi, your strong authentication is 150 to 100 years after the Prophet.
Because these
I'm
are
saying it's a
collected.
time of tasbih.
Wait.
You're saying, no, it's a time of prayer. You should do a prayer. I'm saying, no, it's not. You're saying, well, it's good for you. Okay, yes, there is a benefit to it. Well, you should do it just in case. Just in case what? Just in case you're wrong. No, I'm not wrong because the Quran is judging. And it's right here, bro. Have you not considered those who are given a portion of the book? I'm inviting you to the book of God so that he could judge between us. But a group of them turn away while they're avoiding. No, it's okay. The book can say 3. I'm gonna still do 5.
No, I mean,
do 5, bro. But anyways, bro, I do have to carry on. Wallahi, I understand your point. You're saying it's beneficial. A lot of people did it in history. So what's the harm in doing it?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
my
there's
point.
no harm in doing it. But to say that it has to be done, no, you don't have to do it. Am I less of a human being, or is it okay if I don't do it? Yeah, it's okay if I don't do it because you're saying it's an extra.
Yeah, no, we're on the same page. It's
Okay, then good.
you have a good evidence to say it's not fard. There's hadith that says fard, but that's not from the Quran.
Khalas.
But it's just better to do it, not to do it, just in case. That's my point. But I might be, I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but it's the safe thing to do, and Islam's better to be safer than sorry.
Sure, bro. But the safest thing to do is for me to follow the book of God and not to follow what my forefathers were doing. When I clearly see what my forefathers were doing was not benefiting.
Follow the Quran, but pray.
Okay, the Quran says 3. Very simple.
But you could pray Sunnah. You could pray
It's
extra. You
prayers.
could pray extra prayers. It's not harmful.
I do pray extra prayers, but I'm not going to go around and say I pray 7, so you should pray 7. No.
Because it's not like one guy here, one guy there. I mean, it's like established throughout all the history for a very long
I'm
time.
telling you,
But
you're not hearing my point, bro. I can do a lot more for God than what God has assigned in his book. I can do a lot more. I want to be sabiqun. I will give 20% of my money. Okay? Because that's what I think God has said. I'll give 30% in the moments if I can. Above and beyond for God to accept me. Instead of praying 3 times, I'll try to pray 6 times. Sure. But if I'm going to teach the religion and say what the book of God says, it's at 3. That's the end of the story. And you're responsible for 3. You pray 5, you made your heaven a little bit better. But you're still going to go to heaven if you pray 3. As long as you do the other stuff that God has, as long as you believe and did righteous deeds.
Inshallah.
That's
But as
simple
I said from the beginning, I'm not
God
too
bless you, bro.
familiar
I know.
with all this type of things, but I enjoy the conversation. Well, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. I hope you don't take any
and inshallah,
like no hard feelings, bro.
No, wallah, I was glad to have a conversation with you. I learned a lot.
Alhamdulillah. God bless you, bro. Salam.
Salam.
Alhamdulillah. All right, so we have, I believe, bro, he made it. Akhi, welcome. There is some people in front of you in the queue. There's 3 people in front of you in the queue.
Hello?
I can hear you, Murad.
You hear me now?
Please, brother. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, nice. I don't know what was going on with my microphone. It's my first time, joining and with conversation.
Yeah, so what's going on?
All right, so
Salam.
I just want to go basic. I don't want to go into details. I'm just going to ask you simple. I just want to make it simple. I want to understand your point. So let's hypothetically think that the Prophet Muhammad living among us right now. I'm just thinking that I just want to I don't want you to go to Bukhari or other Hadith book stuff. Okay, I just want to let's assume that the Prophet Muhammad living right now among us, and Quran is complete, and he says something about religion. Do we have to obey him or no?
If it doesn't contradict the Quran, then he got it from the Quran. If it's something outside of the Quran, no, you don't.
But do you have any proof from the Quran for that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is your proof?
So my proof is right here.
You understand my question, right?
I understand. So the Quran has been complete, and then the Prophet was alive, and the Prophet ordered something that is not in the Quran, and it's religious, right? It's not like
it's about religion. Yes, it's about
religious. Because if the Prophet tells me like, hey, bring me a sandwich, I'm gonna bring him a sandwich.
No, I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about. For example, for example, he saw you praying in the masjid and he called you, hey, Muhammad, you are doing it wrong. Let me show you how to pray. So do we have to, or you can say, understand my question?
Yeah, okay. Let me make it something easier than like just the concept of prayer. Let's say that the Prophet said that it's forbidden for you, right, to wear gold after the Quran has been revealed. Okay.
Okay.
So let me go to this surah.
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry. $64, I believe. 65. Yeah. No.
Because
Yeah, there it is. So okay. So God here is saying to the Prophet, "Oh, you Prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful for you, seeking the satisfaction of your wives? And God is forgiving and merciful. God has already obligated for you the absolution of your oath, for God is your guardian, and He is the omniscient, the wise." So when the Prophet has forbid something that God has not forbidden, God has ordered him to undo that forbidding.
But this is not something about religious, though. This is something like, as far as I understand. No. I'll try to explain. I just want to understand. I'm just gonna try to explain the way I understand the verse. For example, this is what we do sometimes too. For example, you eat something and you get, you don't like it. Oh, I'm not gonna eat this much. I am not gonna eat this ever again for me. So this is not like something, the God, it's not something religious. This is something like that. This is how I understand the verse. The Prophet doesn't, forbidden something for the whole humanity or just for himself. Something doing for himself.
So when he forbids something upon himself, his followers don't have to do it, right?
No. For this specific verse, this is something different. This is not about.
Brother, you're going for the specific verse, but you are just like the person who argued before you, the gentleman that was here. If it's benefit, he would have forbade it because it's beneficial for himself. So you wouldn't follow suit.
Not beneficial. It's not about benefit. This is not about something, he thinking of him.
Well, 1 second. If the Prophet forbade something for his wife, you wouldn't forbid it to your wife?
No.
Okay, then perfect. So you didn't obey him.
But this is not my example.
You didn't follow him.
No, I didn't follow this.
If the prophet forbid gold on himself, would you wear gold?
Gold on himself?
Yeah.
For example, okay, but that's what I'm trying to make it simple, man. Sorry, I feel like
You went to make it extremely complicated by saying,
no.
The Prophet told you that's not how you pray. But that's not religious. That's you making an error and the Prophet correcting your error. What I'm saying is the Prophet adding rules or adding laws after the Quran. Would you obey? Yes or no? If it contradicts the Quran, absolutely not. Because he himself would not do that.
For my understanding, if Prophet says something, it cannot be contradictory Quran. That's not possible. Because the both coming from God. That's what we believe in. So what we believe in is that if God reveals something, it's either Quran in the verses that read, or it's something out of the Quran, but still Prophet receives it.
Can the Prophet abrogate the Quran? Can the Prophet say something that goes against the Quran and now the Quran verse now no longer applies?
Yeah, he can. But why he can
do that to the Prophet?
No. I mean, what I'm saying is, let's say the verse revealed to Prophet, and let's say 2 weeks later, God said, okay, this verse is no longer, it's, how do you say? I'm sorry, my English is not good enough.
Abrogated.
Yeah, it's abrogated. Yeah. So who you to disobey him? How are you gonna say that it's not abrogated? How are you gonna
because God tells us how abrogation works in the Quran. God says that if he's going to abrogate a verse or make something forgotten, he would bring something like it or better than it. So anything that has been abrogated has been removed. You don't see that now.
But you don't get to.
I had a question. Is that why is it that the Hadith has the power, the word of the Prophet can make the Quran abrogated, but the Quran cannot abrogate the word of the Prophet? So why is it when there is a difference between a verse in the Quran and something that's in the Hadith, you will take the Hadith and you say that the Quran?
No, I'm not talking about Hadith. I'm talking about the Prophet. I don't want to go into the Hadith.
That's what the Hadith is. The Hadith, they say, is the words of the Prophet.
Yeah,
I don't think the Prophet is a messenger. He's a representative.
Yeah,
So
he's a messenger.
He's a diplomat of the God. So if I am going to send my diplomat, let's say I run Syria, and I send my diplomat to Germany. My diplomat can't go to the Germans and say like, "Oh, I'm declaring war on you," even though I didn't give him the power or I didn't give him the message. He can't sit there and be like, "Oh, we're going to give you 2 houses and a portion of our land." He cannot act on his own will because he has to wait for the message from me, and he delivers the message. He's a representation of me.
Yeah,
so
that's
the prophet
correct.
The prophet cannot.
But what I'm saying is, I'm sorry. So I just want to make sure we are on the same page because I feel.
I understand your point. He is to you a representation of God, and you assume that his words that are outside of the Quran are also commands from God.
Exactly.
I get that. But if it's going to be a command that I need to receive, I need to be somebody who's capable of witnessing that it's from God. If it's from a book that's outside, or if it's a source outside of the book of God, I now have to be very critical. I have to be very skeptical. It's because I have to first prove that the prophet said that. And I cannot say that, I can't say because man and man said so.
Exactly.
It has to be because of the content. Okay.
Exactly.
So now a lot of the things that I received that they say that the prophet said, the content is very fake. It's wrong. It's illogical. It's contradictory to the word of God, and it's not what the prophet would say.
So you're denying Hadith because Quran doesn't say so, or it's just because it's contradictory? Hadith is not reliable.
Contradictory. It contradicts itself. The Hadith contradicts itself, and it contradicts the Quran. So the Quran does not contradict itself, and and that's the word of God. So God says in the Hadith, in the Quran, astaghfirullah, God says in the best of Hadith, which is the Quran, that divorce is twice. But in the Quran, but in the Hadith, they say divorce is 3 times. If you ask all the scholars, how many times am I allowed to get divorced? They'll say 3 times. But the Quran says talaqu martain, the divorce is twice. So where did they get this rule from? I don't think it's from the Prophet. Can you give me a second, Don Murat? Just 1 second.
No problem.
My brother, thank you very much, man. I just saw this. I just joined, brother, so I don't know if you had your pizza yet. God bless you, man. Today there is no pizza. Unfortunately, I was trying to make this stream really quick. But thank you very much, Looney, for your support. It's always a pleasure to see you and talk to you. And man, I saw you. I was watching your stream last time when you were you streamed a little bit your video, the game that you were playing in regards to the planets. I did watch in silence, but I did take my time. So thank you, man.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. I want to, put my word onto your mouth. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. So you're basically saying that you rejecting Hadith because it's not reliable, it's contradict Quran, and we don't know where it's coming from the Prophet. Not Quran says so.
Okay, so I reject Hadith because the Quran tells me that I don't need anything other than the Quran. So
that's what because when you say. Sorry, I just want to finish.
You're saying that I rejected because of the source and the lack. No, I rejected because God told me to reject it.
Okay, because all your arguments coming from, it sounds like, okay, how I'm going to believe the Hadith, how it's going to come from the Prophet. If I was like you, I was just, put the verse.
Sorry, you're cutting out.
Okay, for example, your arguments is for someone who cannot trust Hadith, or he cannot, know it's coming from Prophet. Your argument.
My argument is God said that the Quran is complete. So because God said that the Quran is complete, I'm capable of being skeptical of the Hadith and breaking it down where I show you it's unnecessary. Because the word of God is the truth. God said that's all you need, and I have proven it with my videos and these debates and everywhere I'm going, that the Quran is enough for me. I don't need anything more to have a relationship with God.
For example, there is something. For example, we both say the same thing right now. For example, I say the Quran is enough for me too. I don't need any other source but the Quran. But when you say that, you mean completely different thing. I'm completely different thing. So we say the exact same word, exact same sentence, mean completely different thing.
Okay, so when you're saying that the Quran is complete, you think that the Quran is telling you to find words that are outside of the Quran, which you would consider the words of the Prophet, right?
The Quran tell me to follow the messenger, whoever obeys.
Where does it say that? You gotta show me the verse.
Surah Nisa, verse 80.
Surah Nisa, verse 80.
Verse 80.
Yeah.
Yep,
okay.
80.
Yep. So this is exactly what you are. Yeah. No, exactly, bro. This is a beautiful verse. من يطع الرسول فقد أطاع الله ومن تولى فما أرسلناك عليهم حفيظا. Whoever obeys the messenger, then he has obeyed God. But whoever turns away, then we have not sent you as guardian over them. Can I show you a verse now?
Okay.
So if I'm going to obey the Rasul, right, I have to obey what the Rasul is telling me, right? So what did the Rasul tell me? I'll tell you what the Rasul told me. Because if I come here and I go to 6940, it says, right? فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِمَا تُبْصِرُونَ. So I swear by what you see and what you do not see. It is the word of an honorable messenger, and it is not the word of a poet. Rarely do you believe. So whose word am I following, or whose word am I reading when I'm reading the Quran? Of course, it's the word of God. It came from God, but it's also the word of an honorable messenger. And if I obey the messenger by obeying what he gave me in the Quran, I have obeyed God.
Okay, so can you go back to Surah Nisa, verse 80? I'm going to ask you something. I just want to understand.
Okay, but do you understand what I just said?
I understand what you meant. So isn't that would be better to it doesn't so whoever, I mean, if the verse would say if whoever obeys the God, then he obeys the messengers. Isn't maybe more make sense the way it's not more in line what you said?
No, because obeying God is more than just obeying the messenger. You can obey God without the messenger, but you cannot obey the messenger without God. So that's why it's the way that it was.
How we are gonna obey God without messengers?
But many people have submitted to God and obeyed God without the Quran, without the Torah, without the gospel. They have made a relationship with God and they have followed the inspiration of God that God has given them, right?
But that's
without them being prophets, without them being messengers. There's many people in the world.
But that's subject though. We cannot, to prove that. I mean, how we are gonna know we are in?
You can, bro. Abraham himself obeyed God before he was a messenger. Okay, the mother of Moses obeyed God without having the Torah. So the mother of Moses, she had an inspiration to throw Moses in the water, and she did it. She's obeying God here. There's no messenger involved. So when God is saying obey God, obeying God we were always able to obey God from the time of Adam. But obeying the messenger, what did the messenger give me? The Quran, because the Quran did not exist before the messenger. So this Quran is what the messenger has been speaking. That's what the messenger told me. So for me to obey the Quran, I have obeyed God.
Okay, here is my thing, man. Here's something that I don't understand. So if someone comes along and say that, I am the messenger of God, it's very obvious that he's gonna bring, he's gonna bring something from God. So I don't need such a verse, to obey the messengers. So because messenger is, the obligation to bring messages from God. So I don't need such a verse, to obey messengers. I understand what I'm trying to say.
One second. I know by obeying God that if my wife cheats on me, I'm gonna have a very terrible time. My heart's gonna hurt. I'm gonna feel betrayed. I'm gonna feel deceived. This is how God programmed me as a human being who's pure. If my wife cheats on me, I'm destroyed. So I'm not gonna sleep with my neighbor's wife. That's obeying God because I've noticed it. I've seen my programming. I'm not gonna cause it to other people. Now, what did the messenger say? If someone does sleep with somebody's wife, to whip him 100 times. If I go and notice that my neighbor has cheated on his wife and we have the witnesses and I whip him 100 times, I have obeyed the messenger because the messenger told me if somebody cheats, whip him 100 times in chapter 24. But before the Quran, there was no command for me to whip anybody 100 times. So that's what's obey the messenger. God has made it very clear for the human being that murder is wrong. I should not murder, and I don't want to be murdered. It's very clear. That's obeying God. If I don't murder somebody, I'm obeying God, because that's how God programmed me. But the messenger said that if somebody is murdered, you have the right to also eliminate the person who caused the murder on purpose. So that's obeying the messenger.
I didn't.
Because God gave us a message of what to do in those situations. But are we able to learn that lying is bad? Yes. Are we able to see that being fair in a society is a mandatory? Yes. Are we able to see that we have to be kind to our parents? Yes. These are all things that we are capable of noticing and doing it, because God programmed us that way, the fitrah, right? So that's all obeying God. But yet, at this point, we still don't have the message or a messenger to follow. The messenger makes it extremely easy. He gives us the shortcut, and he gives us the judgments and reactions. That's obeying God and obeying the message.
So, okay, but this is the thing that I couldn't explain, I think. I'm sorry. So when you have a messenger, that's very obvious that he's gonna bring something from God. So we are not in contact with God, because we don't get revelation. Only messenger gets the revelation.
That's not
we
true.
Don't know. We don't know it's from God. You cannot. It's something personal. You cannot do it. You cannot do it.
Brother, this is where you're wrong. This is where why Sunnis keep saying this. Everybody gets revelation from God, but not everybody becomes a messenger and a prophet. Anyone who gets close to God, God is answering you in your life. You are revealed. You are getting answers from God. It does not make you a messenger. Messenger is God saying to that person, "Go tell those people." Then you're a messenger. But look at the Moses, mothers of Moses. She received wahi, but she's not a messenger. The disciples under Jesus, they received wahi. They're not messengers. The bee receives wahi. She's not a messenger. But if you're walking down the street, God says, "Those who say Rabbuna Allah, our Lord is God. God is our Lord." The angels come down on them, saying, "We are your friends, or we are your allies in the world and the hereafter." Okay, so what do the angels do? They give you wahi from God, and the angels are messengers. So obey God and obey the messenger. So if you're walking down the street and you get an idea and you see somebody homeless and you see in your chest like, "Hey, I think I should feed him," you should go feed him, because that at that point is revelation. It's wahi, but doesn't make you a messenger. But no more books after the Quran, no more prophets after the Quran. God says there's no more prophets.
I understand. Okay, no. Let me ask you this question: what is the difference between if God says obey Allah, but not, just say obey Allah, or obey Allah, obey the messenger? What's the difference between these two?
So now I have to follow the Quran if I want to obey the messenger. I have to, because I can obey God without the Quran. I have to, if I want to follow and obey the messenger, I have to follow his worldview, his mentality. How does he see the world, and how is his relationship with God? It's detailed for me in the Quran. I have to have the Quranic mentality. I have to have the Quranic way of thinking. That's how I can follow and obey the messenger. Because, for example, let's say that, this polytheist, this idolater, this pagan, she's a really nice girl, and I think she would make a good spouse. Okay, but I'm not allowed to marry her because the messenger said no. But how would I be able to know this without the message? Because bringing people together and finding peace, this is what God has ordered. But not now. Apparently, I can't do it with idolaters.
So you say that if the verse didn't say, to obey the messenger, you wouldn't follow the Quran too?
You would be able to obey God and not have to adhere to the Quran. No. But for you to adhere to the Quran, you have to obey the message and what the messenger said. But listen, there are times when the messenger is around. If the messenger is telling you, for us to defeat this enemy, you have to go around the mountain. If you obey the messenger in that moment, you win. But if you go against his command, you lose.
Mm-hmm.
That's for the messenger and the people around the messenger. Yes. But does that now we have to write it down and we have to go around the mountain every time we get into a war? No.
Okay.
That's also obeying the messenger, by the way, in the moments when the messenger is around.
I don't know, right?
Is Gabriel a messenger?
Yeah.
Gabriel. Are the angels messengers?
Sorry, what?
Are the angels messengers?
Yeah, angels just it's between the God and the prophets. I'm
No.
not.
No. There's messengers between you and God, which are the angels. And I'll show you the Surah Fatir. I'll get you the verse, the exact verse, which is 30. Fatir is
I mean, for me
35.
personally, we don't receive, revelation like the prophet. Man, I
No,
know the
not like
other
the
ones.
prophets.
I
Definitely,
understand.
definitely not. So look, praise to God, Alhamdulillah, originator of the heavens and earth. فاطر السماوات والأرض جاعل الملائكة رسلا, who assigned the angels as messengers, possessing wings double, triple, and quadruple. رسلا أولي أجنحة مثنى وثلاثة ورباع. So the angels, God called them messengers. And then I'll show you the verse. الذين يقولون ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة, which is 41:30. So if I go to 41:30, so remember, God said the angels are messengers, right? So those who say our Lord is God and then remain upright, the angels will descend to them. Do not fear nor grieve, but have good news of the garden which you were promised. We are your allies in this worldly life and the hereafter, and you will have therein whatever your soul desires, and you will have therein whatever you request. So God says that the angels are our allies in the worldly life, those who are really submitted to God and who are really following what the Quran is saying. You have angels as helpers. So the evil people, they have jinn in their head, they have devils and demons telling them doing things, qareen, But the believer, he has angels with him. And these angels are messengers. Why are they messengers? Because they are observing the world with you. And if they get a message from God, like help this man, you're a servant of God. So God will use you. You will also get that message inside you. Help this man, fix this guy's tire, push this guy's car, feed this man, help this boy cross the street, help this old lady with her problem. These people are fighting, so stop the fighting. These are all revelation. You are being ordered by God to do, and you do.
So one question: how do you know this Quran promised God? What's your proof?
Because of the truth in it. So this is I'll show you a verse, and then I'll explain.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
For example, the 19 people, right? They say
sorry, you're cutting up.
So do you know the 19 people, right? Who believe in 19?
Yeah, I know the 19 people.
Yeah, they say there are two verses that they
crazy.
inserted in the Quran later.
No, that's
yeah.
wrong.
What's your how do you disprove them?
Okay,
how do you prove that it's in the Quran or no?
Okay, so God says in the Quran that there is no falsehood that comes into the Quran or around the Quran. So adding two verses and staying around in the Quran for 1400 years, that's falsehood. That means the Quran was wrong for 1400 years. But let's say, what if that verse as well doesn't exist? So God says in the Quran that well, let's take it to the basic level. So I understand that there is a creator. Someone created this world. Okay, that's my God. Now, the concept of God, because it's an infinite concept and God is infinite, for me, I'm a man that has only the capability of understanding finite. I have a problem understanding the concept of God. So someone has to explain to me a definition of who God could be, and it has to be concise with all dominant, super dominant, always winning, and also infinite. Okay. So the way the Quran explains to me who God is absolute. It's the strongest definition of who God is, and it's also understanding the human mentality to a level nothing else has shown to the level that the Quran did. So because of the truth that's in the Quran, I knew that it's from the God. It's the same thing when people had no idea the Prophet was a prophet. That he would recite the Quran and people will listen and be like, hey, that is how the humans think. Or hey, yeah, this is how the world is programmed. Or this is truth. This is things that I already thought about before, and the Quran said it better than I did. So as God says in chapter 3, which I'll put it on the screen, God says, he is the one who revealed to you the book of which are precise signs. These are the source of the book, while others are similar. As for those whose hearts is deviation, they will follow what is similar thereof, seeking discord and seeking its interpretation. This is the answer for the number 19 people. They are following a deviation, right? And they're looking for discord and they're seeking its interpretation, and they interpreted it wrong. But they do not know its interpretation except God. When they're saying, oh, on top of it is 19, so the Quran is being protected by 19. This is their own interpretation, right? As well as those deeply rooted in knowledge. The deeply rooted in knowledge, they will say, we believe in it all. It's all from our Lord. But those of intelligence will remember. So a person who ponders a lot, who looks at the truth a lot, they will see how, for example, the truth that they see from sciences, from certain history, from the politics, from all sorts of things, they could see a pattern in the human being. And the Quran is saying that the pattern very well. That's why I know it's the truth from God. And because I've observed all these truths, when God said that he's going to preserve it, that's going to have to be true. And when God said that no falsehood will come around it, that's also going to be true.
Can
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand, but can you prove it, rationally that Quran is preserved, or you just believe that it's preserved?
The
you just say that, okay,
is,
there is no...
Well, I've already proven that it's the word of God. And because God said that he's going to preserve it, I'm not going to go against the word of God. If you're looking for the explanation on how it's preserved, it's the same explanation on how Jesus didn't have a father. It's not something that we can humanly explain, because there's no book in history, absolutely no book in history that has been preserved the same way that the Quran has.
No.
Even the Hadith books didn't go through the same process.
No, I mean, so for obviously we both believing in the Quran, but if someone asks me how, because it's very obvious that it's Quran is among us and it's preserved, but there should be a, we should know how it's preserved. If we don't know how it's preserved, it didn't, it didn't drop from the sky.
No, you can't prove. Well, the Prophet wrote it down by hand, is what the Quran says. Like but to prove how it got preserved for these 1400 years, it's a miracle from God. A miracle is not something that we can scientifically explain. We can observe that it's the truth. Yes, it's been preserved. We can observe it. How? They say some people did this, some people, but this was not true for any other book, because the same people who preserved the Quran could not preserve the Hadith. It's the exact same people, as they say, or the same group of people.
Yeah, okay, man. It's not a rational answer for me, but okay. I just want to understand your logic, so just want to understand that way.
I appreciate you coming around.
Thank you very much. All right, no problem. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Bye.
You as well. Bye-bye. All right. So next on the list is this gentleman here, but I believe you are a believer. I'll just wait for you, Murad, until you're capable.
Oh, I have to leave.
Do you want me to remove you? I try not to remove, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I should have, I don't know. It's my first time, so I don't know how it works.
Sure, I got you. Just thoughts. Peace be with you next.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam. How you doing?
So quick question, two actually. One is about intercession. I wanted to understand. I know disbelievers don't have intercession on Judgment Day. But what about believers? Believers.
Okay.
Go ahead.
God exalted is you, the merciful, the great, the amazing. Dear Lord, I could see how addictive and terrible and destructive the cigarette is. And I could see how difficult it is for somebody to escape that kind of addiction. And I understand, my Lord, it is not an action that you are accepting of. And because of me witnessing its difficulty, please, Lord, intercede upon those believers that really tried hard in this world into trying to make it a better place, but could not escape the trap of a cigarette. So please, Lord, intercede on their behalf. Exalted of you, you're capable of all things, and all praise to you, O Lord. And alhamdulillah, that's the intercession for a believer.
Okay, so there is intercession for a believer on Judgment Day.
I just did the intercession now, and it can apply to people on the Day of Judgment. I cannot invoke an intercession on the Day of Judgment.
I understand that. Okay, so God can will people to intercede for other people
while they're alive, because you have to witness it. What are you interceding if you don't know the person's crime, or if you don't know what it takes? You have to be able to intercede on someone. So it's like the person is worthy of going to hell, but you have to, like, someone who's interceding has to show a reason why maybe God, like, please show him mercy, and God is the one who's doing the intercession in the first place, because he's the one who inspired you to say certain words. Does that make sense?
Because I know there's like a verse that says that that disbelievers will not have any interceders.
Disbelievers, none. Yeah,
on Judgment Day. He specifically says on Judgment Day. But
yeah,
then,
because the intercessions get applied on the Day of Judgment, not now.
Yeah. So okay. So does the intercession get? Is there another person that will like kind of talk to God, for the other individual that's being judged as an interceder, or how does that work?
Okay. So from what I understand, okay, so you are now going to hell because of you smoking a cigarette. Despite you did all these good things, you smoked 52,000 cigarettes, and you are now worthy of hell. But because my servant here was also experiencing what you did, and it took him a lot of time, and he was capable of quitting, he asked for my mercy upon anybody else that also tried to quit that couldn't get out of it, and that applies to you. So out of my mercy, I am removing that sin from you, which grants you into heaven.
So it's dua given during life that gives
interceding on someone's behalf. Yes.
So that dua itself is like the intercession,
which get applied on the Day of Judgment because the person himself is not aware of that dua.
Okay, so that goes to my other question, actually, which is
but some intercessions apply on life as well. So, for example, the heavens, the angels are also trying to intercede on God. Like these people, some of them are acting like animals. So please forgive the ones that actually turn to you. They're interceding on our behalf.
Okay,
but it's God accepting. So it's technically, but you as a human being, out of your empathy, you keep begging God to forgive people, and if God will allow you to intercede if he wants you to, but it's his intercession. It's not us. He's the first and the last, if you know what I mean.
So he does allow people to intercede on Judgment Day?
No, the intercession is now.
Okay. All right.
For people on the Day of Judgment and for people in the worldly life.
Gotcha. Okay. So that goes to actually my second question. Does dua for the dead, is that also intercession for those who are dead? Because I'm trying to understand what is the benefit of giving dua to the dead people if Allah says that your actions and what you do is what will take you to hell and heaven.
Your action can benefit somebody else. If I build a school and somebody goes to that school and they start to get better,
but
that could put them in heaven. So I did an action that benefited me and benefits someone else. If I'm calling upon my Lord and I'm remembering somebody who died and asking God to bless him, they were a good enough person for me to remember him. So they get benefit for that. And you asking, and God answers all calls. So if they're not worthy of that dua, God's just simply say no to you. But if it's worthy, look, like you're gonna see on the Day of Judgment, someone was crying for you or like asking God to forgive you while you were in your grave, and God obviously will write that in your books.
So dua is a form of intercession on Judgment Day for the dead as well.
I don't know, because the dead, their fate is sometimes, from what I understand, is sealed. So
so that's why I'm asking.
So you can increase for somebody, but I think maybe some people you can intercede for them that are dead, but they have to be believers. Your dua for a disbeliever doesn't matter, dead or alive. He's garbage. It's like your dua is useless to that person. But if a person is worthy of heaven, but he has, so you have to understand, like, we're all going to face hell. Every single one of us is facing hell. So when God said, like, for example, okay, hey, you just cut him off here. I just cut you off. On the Day of Judgment, I'm going to see me cutting you off, and I'm going to be like, and I'm going to have a little pain in my heart, like, oh no, I crossed somebody. Like, and now God is admonishing me. You understand me? So every time you did an incident, you are going to feel the pain that the other person felt, maybe more. God, like a punishment for a punishment. See what I'm saying? So everybody is going to be put around hell, and then God rescues or removes his servants from around it. Doesn't allow them to go inside it. So we're all going to go through pain. So these intercessions and these du'as help, because it's like, imagine you're like facing your Lord, and your Lord is showing you some problems that you did, but then he shows you a servant who prayed for you, and then your heart relaxes a little bit, like, hey, at least I was nice to this person, God, and I'm very sorry. But imagine like you being in front of God, and God is telling you did this bad and that bad and that bad, you're gonna be scared. Well, I'm very scared.
Okay, that makes sense. What about, like, let's say the polytheist of the Sunnis? Let's say, okay, so we might have parents that are, they have their level of thinking, right? And it's like they're really stuck in their ways, but they mean well. Does du'a work for those people?
Some, yeah, obviously. Some, yes. Some, those who are meaning well, who are sticking to the lie, like not sticking to the lie, sticking to their what they preach. Of course, those people, their religion just does promote righteousness. Okay, the whole concept of Sunnism is for somebody to be righteous. Do they say lies about God? Yes. Do they put a lot of emphasis on the prophet? Yes. Does that mean they're going to hell? Not necessarily. I don't know.
What about Christianity?
Same thing with Christians. As Jesus says in the last in verse 5, if you forgive them, you are mighty and wise. And if you want to punish them, they are your servants. So why is Jesus saying that if you want to forgive them? This is after them saying that Jesus is God. Because like people can, shirk is not forgiven. Some people are punished in the worldly life for their shirk, so that they've paid their dues when they go in the day of judgment because they were genuinely good people, but they could not escape the programming, as you said. But they genuinely tried to do good in the world. Why would God put them in hell?
So, okay. So they'll be punished. So he won't forgive it in this life, but he can forgive it in the.
No, you already paid your punishment. You've already like some people are going to get punished in the world and the hereafter for their shirk, and some people are going to get punished in the hereafter for their shirk. Some people just get the punishment here. So God didn't forgive you. You got cancer because of how mushrik you are. You had back problems your whole life. You lost your kids. You didn't have a single kid because every time you got a kid, the kid died in a mysterious way because you were a mushrik. So you were punished your whole life here because you were a good person, but you would not escape your programming.
Is there a verse that says that polytheists don't know they're polytheists?
No, there's polytheists claim that what they are doing is what God has ordered them to do.
Okay, so there's not a verse that's like polytheists are those who associate it, but they do not know it.
There are verses. No, they all. So God is telling you the final judgment. Some people do not understand that they're associating. They don't see it as idolatry. They don't see it as shirk, right? But when it's presented to them as shirk, they still don't think it's shirk. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those people are different. But there's the people who say there's multiple gods, or this is a god, or that is a god. Those people are clear. They know that they're saying there's multiple. But as God says, that those people don't know. It's not they don't know. They're just following what they saw their parents doing. And if God willed, we would have not worshipped many gods, or we have sanctified other than him. So they're saying that means that God would have stopped them if they were wrong, but God didn't stop us, so it's okay.
So last questions about that topic of you're saying they're punished in this life, so they already paid for the punishment. But Allah also says that all your misery or your misfortunes come from your own hands.
Correct.
Right.
But okay. So there's that verse is amazing. Anything good comes from God, and whatever bad comes from your own hands.
Yeah.
And everything's from God.
Yeah. So
wait, everything's from God.
Yeah, everything is from God.
So wait, is it bad or is it good?
It can be good for you depending how you go
about it. It's always good. It's always good the way that you look at it. Exactly. But if you crashed your car, right? It's good that you crashed your car because it's the truth and God said. But why is it a bad thing? Because I swerved off incorrectly and I was showing off. Because I was showing off, I crashed my car. It was my own actions. I could sit there and cry, man, my God hates me and my life is terrible. I just bought this car and I crashed it. Or you could go to yourself, hey, I was being arrogant and God removed the car from me because of my arrogance. I'm going to stop showing off.
Yeah, or it could be because you didn't take care of its maintenance and it's just like something went wrong and cost the car. Yeah,
exactly. That's why I keep saying to a lot of people, if I failed, right? If I like, if someone goes like, hey, like you're going against these governments or you're putting yourself in things. What if they put you in jail and they torture you? Because that's what they do in the Middle East. I go, because I would have made a mistake. I would have been at fault. Well, the guy, he like did it oppressively. He oppressed you and put you in jail. How is it your fault? Because it's my fault. I did not do or said the right thing at the right time, where I was worthy of God rescuing me, or that I have to go through this for that person to go to hell. So it's 100% my own actions. The guy is oppressing me. That's his fault too. But I'm in jail because of my own actions. I'm not going to sit here and blame.
What about the situation in Gaza? Would you say that
it's in their own hands? Yes, it's in their own hands. They're oppressed.
Yes.
They're being bombed. Their kids are dying,
Yes.
but the situation is still within their hands, because there's a lot of them that are still saying, Alhamdulillah, praise to God. This is what God has ordered. Why? Because there's oppressive side, and us as a Muslim, as a community, we have failed. There's 30 plus countries instead of one country, and not a single one of them wants to help us. But me personally, why is it my problem? Because I might have not been loyal to my friends around me. I might not have been saying the right things about religion. It's all my fault. Like, it's all, this is all because of me. Am I being oppressed? 100%. Am I going to be sad? No, because God's going to give me back my right. Am I crying in the pain? Because God programmed me that way. But
so
the situation in Palestine is just for the whole Middle East to see how far they are from the religion of God. A small group of Jews that do believe in God are kicking their asses. Why?
Yeah, I remember you actually sent like this article or wiki that was saying that this one group of people in Palestine was being secular. So that
No, this is the Palestine movement came from something called the Ba'ath Party. The Ba'ath Party originated in Syria and Iraq and Palestine and parts of Jordan. They share the same flag, where it's a secular movement. The Palestinian issue in 1940 all the way to 1980 was not a religious issue. It was about land. It's my land. No, it's my land. God gave me the land. No, it's my land. It's my land. You're kicking me out of my land. It's my land. They didn't say it's for God. The Palestinians did not fight for Aqsa and God and all that, because they had Jerusalem, right? But recently, when the Shia came in, no, it's a religious problem. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then they started to win. Hezbollah beat the Zionists. Wow, Hamas is actually putting up a fight. Wow, why? Because God is being involved now.
So you're so basically all that's happening in the Middle East has something to do with the own people there, what they're doing there, the people and what they do with their hands in the Middle East, like got them in the situation that they're in. Yeah, I personally do believe that no one's 100% innocent in any conflict.
Okay, what you put in the pot is what you're going to eat. For the last 200 years, they have been putting Western worship in the pot. Westernization and globalization and political identity and Juju in the pot, and they're eating it. So why do you want them to win? God gave you the ingredients for you to win. You don't want it. God clearly says in the Quran the word farhabun, terrorize them. Not like terrorists, like kill yourselves and terrorize them. How do you terrorize your enemy? You build an army. God says, like, build an army so that you would scare off your enemies and the enemies of God. Build and enemies you didn't even know about. Did they build armies? No, they didn't. They gave the oil to other people who built massive armies. Well, who got the oil? The Middle East got the oil.
There's another verse that says that that the corruption that people made from sea to land is by their own hands, and that they're gonna have a taste of it, just so they could possibly return to God. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah.
This is in chapter 30, I believe. You're right. Yeah. So, and you can see this is in the pollution, bro.
Yeah,
it's very clear. It's very clear that what people has brought forth, the facade, like the corruption, has appeared in the land, appeared in war, appeared in lead in food, many plastics, kids born with cancer, like difficult to breathe. A lot of people, injections and all this nonsense. Look at it.
So those who are ignorant and who are consuming what the world has is providing due to corruption, they're paying for their own ignorance. And they don't even know it. Like people continue to consume poison food, and they get cancer and diabetes and all of that.
They know it. Show me somebody who smokes cigarettes and says it's good for him. They know it.
There's like in the verse of with Musa and his people were like sick of vegetables, and I mean not sick of vegetables, but they were sick of the current food and they wanted vegetables and all of that. Right, like you'll have people saying that, oh no, it's not bad for you, it's not worse, even though the AS says it's worse.
But it's your lack of content. It's
Yeah.
the lack of content.
Yeah, so people excuse, like, now they're like, oh, I can't just eat meat. I can't just eat this, even though that's what Musa and his people did. But Musa's people kind of diverted from the way of Allah, and kind of people are doing the same thing, but they truly believe it's not natural to eat one food. You get me?
Okay, but they had two types of food, the children of Israel.
Mm.
One
I love
had
to
all
say
its
now,
new
people today, they don't
now
know that their food is killing them. You know,
oh yeah,
degree.
but so in the West, I wholeheartedly agree because of the amount of processed food. In countries that are considered developing or like somewhat just entered the developed world, where the food is fresh, you don't have these as many issues, right? When you cook a nice meal at home from fresh ingredients, you do not go through the pain that the West does, like from the amount of diabetes, the all the health issues and whatnot. God has given us the food that we truly need, but we are a very extravagant people. Like, look at just for example the candy companies and Coca-Cola, and Nestle, and all that.
Yeah.
Why? And they want to cut corners to increase margins, so they just literally give you powder to give you like chemicals.
And in one moment, Nestle was advocating that breast milk is worse off than dairy milk. Yeah, that's true.
Do you know how much? Do you want to hear a conspiracy now? It's not a theory. This is true. Do you know how much Nestle pays and lobbies in the United States for women not to get maternity leave when they get pregnant and give birth? It's just so that they would rely on the formula instead of breastfeeding.
Wow. Yeah, I can believe
they make money so that the woman would stay working after her pregnancy. Is just so that they can rely on the formula.
And other corporations benefit from this as well. But yeah,
isn't that crazy? Like how much they but these people are hellbound. Like these are clear. Oh, you can't say that. No, I can 100% tell you the majority of those people are hellbound.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate this talk, and wallahi, I love you for the sake of Allah. I appreciate
I
what
love you
do,
too, bro. Thank you, man.
Take care,
appreciate
brother.
it. Peace. Salam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace be with you.
Hey, shalom alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I came to your channel about a year ago as a Christian, and you have guided me in the right direction. I want to thank you for that because I didn't realize I was committing shirk. I had a wrong interpretation of the Quran because of all the worldly gossip and what's written in it. And I've been watching your channel for a year now, and you have pointed me in the right direction. I have two questions, a couple questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Now I have been studying the Quran as well. I still have my Christian doctrines that were stored in me, and it says, if I'm not sure, the Quran to go to the Torah and Gospel as a magnifying glass. Correct? Basically.
Not necessary. Not necessarily. It doesn't tell you to go to the Gospel or to the Torah if you're reading the Quran.
I was part of the people of the book at that time. I was a Christian, so it says
yes. The people of the book should refer back to their books, their respective books. Correct.
That's what I was saying. So I did that with the Quran, and that's where I am here today, still reading the Quran, and understanding it and you explaining it to me in a way that no one else can. So now I'm trying to bring peace to Christians, Muslims, and Jews to unite, to realize, everything that's happening over there is crazy. So,
brother, sorry, but your mic is really low. I'm trying to turn it up, but I think I need you to turn it up from your end.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, so I believe if Prophet Muhammad was still alive today, Christian, Jews, and Muslims would be living in the Middle East without war right now. Because when he created his community, we all got along. There was no, we lived amongst each other without war, correct?
Brother, they did live among each other because I am from the Middle East. Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived side by side for 1,000 years without wars. 1,000 years. I'm telling you, like my grandfather. My grandfather, his accountant was a Jew. My grandmother, her neighbor, is a Jew. We have a lot of Christian friends as well, and nobody.
They called it the Golden Age, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
okay.
That's These wars are only within the last 100, 150 years, like religious.
Yeah, these wars are basically political, religious agendas in my mind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. You gave me goosebumps.
So, so yeah. One of my questions is, where in the Quran does it say I have to take Shahada?
There isn't.
Okay, so I don't need to take Shahada to. I mean, I already believe in one God, so there's no problem there. From your channel, I learned.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I learned that the Holy Spirit, you can't have something holy in you if your body is unholy. So that didn't make sense to me. And then when I did the logic and I started studying where that word came from, the etymology of the word, it was never written down that way, 1,000 years ago. They didn't even have that term. They called it the eternal spirit in my process of study.
I mean, Al-Qudus would not mean eternal, but rather the sanctified or purified or the holy. So there is a way for us to enter the state of submission to God. And this is by following the example of Abraham in chapter 2, 131. God says to Abraham, submit. And Abraham said, I have submitted to the Lord of the worlds. So you just have to submit your will, and you have to also, confess your faith to your God, not to people around you, to your Lord. And that's how you become. That's technically the closest thing that you can have to a testimony of faith, which is what they call a shahada.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that completely. All right. And what was the other one here? Because I was writing them down here. It's like my second time coming online, so just give me a sec.
God bless you. No worries. You can time.
All right. So, I go back to this word called mu'min. When I looked it up, the word believer is in the Quran a lot, and I always thought that was weird. They said believer and not Muslim, and a lot of people says that it's supposed to be Muslim when there's a word called mu'min, and that means true believer in my term. It's an Arabic word. I'm not really coined on the phrase, but I consider myself a mu'min, not a Muslim, because I'm a believer, right?
You're both a Muslim and a mu'min. So there's Christians that are Muslims and Nasara, and there's Jews that are Muslim and they're Jews, and there's Sunnis that are Muslims and Sunnis. But a mu'min is a believer, so that's a person who is adhering and following the Quran, and he is also a Muslim submitter. So the words, that's why God says, "Oh believers." He doesn't say, "Oh Muslims," because Muslims would cover a whole range of people, including Jews and Christians.
Yeah, I agree. My terminology of the word Muslim, I think, is without peace, like without the Lamb of Peace. If you look it all up, or I got that wrong or something.
I wouldn't say the Lamb of Peace. I understand what you meant by Lamb
without
of Peace.
Without the Lamb of Isa Salam. So without the sacrifice of the Lamb or something like that.
Well, I mean, I don't believe that Jesus was sacrificed. I think you are still adhering to the concept that Jesus was sacrificed for the humans.
Well, I don't think he was sacrificed or sacrificed. It's really not important to me. Like, I follow his teachings, his works. That's the most important thing, I think, in Christianity, is that you follow the works that God did. You follow his message. And then, like, later on, you have Prophet Muhammad that comes in. And you see these people so ignorant.
You call Jesus God.
Oh, my bad. The son of God, I meant to say.
But you still call him a son of God.
Okay, let me rephrase that he's not. Okay, can I move on from my point? I didn't mean to disrespect there.
Well, you didn't disrespect me. But I think I understand what you're saying. You still do adhere to the Christianity doctrine, and you do believe he died for your sins and on the cross.
I believe he. I don't believe he died for my sins.
You do believe he died on the cross.
Salvation. I believe he brought salvation into the world from his message.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, you're like fragments. Your Freudian slip there kind of caught you off guard when you did call him a god or a son of a god. So I think you are still a Christian, but you do still appreciate the message of the Quran, and you're trying to find the Christian message within the Quran, which you believe you did, and you're trying to explain that to me. Is that accurate?
Yeah. One of my biggest points was, and I can see how they turned this all against each other by putting in, like, I don't agree with any of the hadiths, like, as you do. And I find, the the doctrine of marriage in the Quran, and then they go with Aisha. I believe, in my opinion, from my studies, he just adopted Aisha. I don't think he had a marriage with her. I think he was her caregiver. Like, wouldn't that make a lot of explanation instead of telling and trying to justify that one thing that Christians seem to always argue with you guys about? No, he was never in a marriage with her. No, he adopted her.
I don't have the argument. Aisha, as per historical sources, has been shown to be 16, 17, and 18. They go off certain very niche and very limited hadith to prove that she was 6 and 9, but she was actually 16 and 19. So it's a moot debate for me. And if you look at my channel, I have a whole video explaining how she was not what she, because it's against the Quran to marry a 6-year-old and 9-year-old.
Well, simple. That was my interpretation of it. Like, if they were saying that, supposedly, okay, I know from other people I've talked to, they said, well, the only other option is he took her in as a caretaker. Maybe he didn't have a relationship with her until later, but maybe he was just her caretaker. If you want to use it, yeah, but like, because a lot of people come at me with that when they're like, oh, well, if you believe in the Quran, then you have to believe in this because it says you marry. No, I don't. I don't know how you do that. I say he took her in as a caregiver, if that's what you're saying, to destroy their argument.
I do commend your spirit and your, how can I say, you are trying to find peace in a world where confusion is marketed. It's something that people thrive of, causing confusion to each other. And I really do appreciate the fact that you're trying to find peace and make sense of everything instead of judging the community. You're judging actually the source. So yeah, it's very good that you're doing that. I do also hope that maybe you would reconsider your position in regards to who Jesus was. To me, Jesus is on the same playing field, same level as Prophet Muhammad, as the same level as Prophet Moses. So he's a prophet to me, and I cannot see him other than that because of what the Quran has explained. I know that you would probably have ways to see the verses a little differently to explain that he is in fact more than that. Just give me 1 second. You can go ahead.
Your flag behind you just dropped as you said that.
I know, but that's for you to get tested. Is that just a coincidence, or do you think Jesus made that? It's not a flag. It's just a little portrait of the moon. But it was falling the whole time, by the way.
Well, no. I agree with you. I'm stuck in that doctrine of devils, is what I call it. I don't like to stick with churches or doctrines. I like to stick with what the prophets say and their teachings. So if we just lose that, in that faith aspect, I think we could come closer together and live amongst each other in peace. That's why my name is Peace Be with you. One of the reasons I chose that as my screen name, because I've come from studying all the different faiths, and I just wanted to thank you because I realize I commit shirk when I say that Jesus is more than what he is, and that we can have the Holy Spirit in us when it doesn't even exist. God can work through us, and they call us these things. And I don't agree with that terminology evermore. So yes, I did slip up by saying that because I used to say that a lot, but I don't want you to think I adhere to that anymore.
I understand.
I do feel like God did work through him a little bit more than others with his spirit, but that's a debate. So I don't want to go into a debate with you. I was here to learn.
I can't comment on who had more of a blessing, but Jesus had an exceptional blessing, as the Quran says that he with God's permission, Jesus brought the dead to life. Jesus he told people what they ate. He's known the unknown. He healed the people. He created a bird from clay. He talked to people from birth. He was exceptional with because of the Holy Spirit that was also imbued in him. So
yeah, one of the biggest ones is he walked on water, too. But yeah, he turned water into wine, which I don't believe in that one. But I try to take it in the Moses thing. I don't believe in that either. Like, okay, Moses threw a stick down and it turned into a snake. I kind of consider that witchcraft. That's a little weird. So I don't adhere to doctrines of that kind of thinking. That just makes sense to me. So thank you for all your enlightenment, you could say. And I just wanted to come up here after a year and finally speak to you man to man and say thank you, because you have helped me in the right direction to get closer to God. And if it wasn't for your channel, I don't know.
God bless you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Peace
Alhamdulillah,
be
man.
with you. Alhamdulillah. All praise to our Lord.
Shalom alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Take care.
I said shalom alaikum, man, friend. And what video were you saying to go to again?
In regards to the Aisha one, it's on my channel. So the one about
Okay, all right.
Aisha, yeah, you'll see that like Aisha was not 6 years old, and it's on my video.
But when I try to make a debate with someone and actually bring up proof for that, I can't find any real proof. That's why I go to
You'll
that
see the proof.
secondary explanation. Okay.
You'll find
All right.
like even their own scholars are showing that she's 10 years difference between her and her older sister, and her sister migrated when she was 27, so she was 16, 17.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man.
God bless you. Take care, man.
God bless you too.
All right. Next on the list is, I have a feeling we spoke before. What's up, Oscar?
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Walaikum salam. Did we speak before? We did speak before.
I don't know. There's a lot of Oscars though. Not me personally. I've been watching your videos, but I never spoke to you one-on-one.
All right. What's up, Oscar? What's going on?
Not much. I'm here from Houston, Texas. So I don't know if that confirms if you spoke with me or not.
I can't remember. Yeah.
But yeah, I've been following your video on and not your video, your channel on and off for the past 2 years, and I was so happy that I found you again because I lost the login for one of my YouTube Gmails that I had, and then you popped up on my algorithm. I was like, yes, like because I forgot your name, I forgot everything, and I was like, I just need to like have it pop up on my algorithm, which it did. So all praises to Allah. Thank you. And but another thing is, my question is, I've realized that the Quran only community is very small, and I'm okay with that. But the only thing is, since it's so small, I think we should unify more and put our differences, since it's so small. And I was just curious, have you ever thought about like reaching out to the YouTube channel Only the Truth Matters, or his name is Hamza, brother Hamza, and or with other YouTube channels that are Quran only, and y'all are able to set the differences aside and just unite as one organized Quran only community?
Well, Oscar, to be honest, I have never made a video or attacked a Quran alone, someone who claims that he's Quran alone, despite their differences with my methodology and the way they view their religion. I never took the time to try to pull anyone down. But as soon as me and my really good friend Baba Shuaiba, we started to make progress in our calling, in our mission, we started to get knives in our backs for some reason. So whoever took a hit at us, we just hit back harder. Like Hamza, I never spoke or even watched many of their videos. There are some things that get forwarded to me, and if it's just like an outright lie, I might make a comment on the video. But to make a video against somebody, no. If they're willing to put their differences aside, sure. But the way that these people handle themselves, a lot of them, not all of them, is we're the target. We're the ones who need to be quieted down. We're the ones who are Sunnis 2.0 and all the other nonsense that they keep labeling us. And it just shows how much of a hypocrite they are. We never attacked you. We never did anything to you. You don't want to pray, don't pray. Don't prostrate. But then, like, your actions are shown. We have our actions and you have yours. So
Yeah, because I'm a big supporter of both of y'all's channels. His channel is Only the Truth Matters, and your channel yourself. And I was like,
I never like. It would be nice. I don't think he would talk to me. He never reached out. I never heard from him or anything. There is another brother that I am in the process of setting up a discussion with him, which is the Abrahamic way, one eye open.
Okay,
brother Walid.
Okay, I'm gonna look him up right now.
Yeah, he's a really good person as well. He does a lot of street dawah. There's a lot of things I don't agree with. Not a lot of things. There are like core things that we don't agree, but I do appreciate him, and he's very honest in his approach. and we're not here trying to cast people to hell. There's people that I will put in the garbage as soon as I see them, like The Way of Abraham. There we go. That's the channel name, The Way of Abraham. Okay, Brother Walid. Thank you, Sister JS. How you doing? And so there are people that I'll just recycle very quickly. Recycle mean like move them on. I'm not gonna say some channel names, but there's a lot of made up nonsense.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's just man's dogmatic views of religion and everything. And I just wanted to come in here just say thank you for all
God
the work
bless you,
you've
Oscar.
done, and
Thank
I'm
you, man.
grateful that Allah fix my algorithm or have you pop up on my algorithm. And
Alhamdulillah.
and then my questions, I'm pretty sure you said in one of your videos, but I just want to refresh my memory. Like, which Holy Quran do you recommend? Because there's so many translations, right? So far, I have the one from Abdullah Yusuf Ali, but sometimes when I read it, I'm like, that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of contradicts itself the
Sus.
way, sus, and the way he translated it. So I was like, what other authors can I use that's accessible to me so I could be able to read the proper one?
TheGreatQuran.com.
Okay.
That's one. And then there's another individual that I like his translation. I like this translation the most. I recommend this highly. But then you have Safi Qasqas as well, his translation.
Okay.
Yeah. So Baba Jwaiba is the individual who did this Quran, like this translation. It took him 6 years. Jwaiba Abdullah. There is something that I wanted to show you.
Yeah, and actually, I'm aware of him because Brother Hamza, he made a video.
He goes at him.
He made a video called "Correcting the Correctional Officer."
Right,
And
which makes no sense.
no, but he's not attacking his character or nothing like that. He's attacking just the statement. Just the statement that he made. Because the reason why I like Brother Hamza too is because he takes things like not personal, and since he's 83 and he's uploading YouTube videos on his own, I think that's pretty impressive as an 83-year-old. And he's very, what's the word, non-biased. Like, he doesn't get his emotions involved and things like that. He just goes straight for the statement, like, and I really like that part.
You see, okay, so I believe, like, yes, he has the age and the experience on us, which is important, but like, you might see us, me and Baba Shwaiba maybe speak in a certain way, but we're not emotional. We don't. It's like if the other person's opinion is clearly flawed based upon the Arabic, we don't take it to heart. But we might express our way in a way where it's like YouTube friendly, if that makes sense. So we might have a little bit of dramatic response, or sometimes it seems like it's coming emotional. But I promise you, as soon as we close the screen or we I at least close the screen and shut down the camera, I just go back up to doing what I do. Things don't dwell on me. So yeah, I don't think he ever said anything about me, Hamza Yusuf, but I do hear about him. But I've never sat and watched one of his videos. It's just not. It's not things that I don't sit and watch Quran alone videos other than Shuaiba, because Shuaiba I want to support. But I just don't. I don't have. I don't like being lectured. If that makes sense. And if it's something that I already knew, then it's an echo chamber.
Yeah, no, that's true. I get your perspective.
Correct. And I appreciate people watching me, but all I do is dispel like weirdos, and at the same time, I'm trying to invite people to the Quran and give my perspective. There are some people I'll listen to their perspective. Quranic Islam, I will sit and listen to their perspective. But I've got my mission, bro.
Yeah, no, you're definitely tunnel vision. That's great, and you're leading by example for sure. So I want to appreciate you. And but thank you. Is it okay if I could just send you the link for that video? Just if you want to entertain it or not, it'll just be there.
Sure. Do you want to put it in the chat, or do you want to put it in the private chat? It's up to you.
I could do it both. I'll do it right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm new to the Holy Quran. I'm definitely a student, but I'm also an original Muslim. I don't know how to phrase it, but like, an organic Muslim. But I'm always looking to learn from different aspects, especially from you and from many other holy Qurans, but I just want to be able to learn the differences. Like, okay, this is sus, or this is not sus, or this is in alignment, and I'll go with this. You know what I mean?
I see, but this is 4 hours long, bro.
No, you don't have to watch the full 4 hours. I mean, when I watch videos and I want to like really remember it, I watch it in 2x speed. Because what I've learned with reading or listening to anything, when you're like put it on fast mode, your brain's gonna try to pick it up a lot quicker. It's like when you're driving a car and you're driving 100 miles per hour or 130, you're more focused on the road. You're more attentive. Like you see things like left and right. So I use that like the same thing as in reading or listening to anything. I put in 2x speed or 1.5 speed, so my brain could pick it up a lot and be more focused instead of drifting away. You know, things like that. That's something I learned about memorizing or learning or speed reading or comprehending as you read.
Yeah, but like you see, this is why like these people are weird, man. And yeah, this is. Yeah, I appreciate still at 2 times the speed. This will be like 4.5, so like 235. What's that sound? 1 second, sorry, something's up. I want to show you something though. I'll let you on, Zach. Relax, bro. Look, you tell me, bro. So we are people who are supposed to be a single community, right?
Right.
And I promise you this. As soon as I make a video about anybody, I get people crying in my comments. Hey, bro, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't talk to them. God says this in the Quran for us to be a single community. You can't take people down like that. You can't say this about people. They'll come quickly trying to remind me on how to handle people, okay? But then when you go to their channels, look at this. Correcting the correctional officer, ha ha ha, it doesn't get better than this. It's just genius. The thing that Shuaiba doesn't understand English and Arabic, when you try to connect him, he get offended. Now he's high off his own drugs, okay? Baba Shuaiba uses the Quran to entertain others and promotes cube worship. We're idolaters, see? So it's like you keep going. It's like Baba Shuaiba is a liar and controlled opposition. Evidence below. Like you see, like they don't sit here and be like, hey, bro, like why don't you just make peace with him? Like everyone is just sitting there bashing him. And these are the comments and these are the people that come. So it's like, okay, do you want to make peace with that? No, you guys can go just put your head in a wall, because I'm sorry, like if it comes down to like progress, Hamza Yusuf has only 2,000 people listening to him. If that, 700 views in 22 hours. Cool. I believe I'm at 1,000 views in less than an hour, 3 hours. So it's like, these are blessings and favor from God. We are talking about the Quran. We're not talking about Sunnism. We're not talking to an echo chamber. We're not adhering to what people want to hear. We're talking to our own things, and more people listen to us than them, because to them is just like, it's whatever. There's no, anyways, man.
No, I agree.
Like you see it reading those comments. It's just like it shows how childish, stupid this is.
Yeah,
like, there's no like, but like you see, and because of the analytical mind that God gives me, it's not hard to see something. Like, look at this. You see this guy? 10 hours ago, Iron Man. Baba Shuaiba, correctional officer, uses the Quran to entertain others. We saw this, right? Brilliant presentation. Okay, so this guy's commending him because this guy, Iron Man, said so. But then if you go down, right? Literally, Iron Man Quran. Baba Shuaiba, correctional officer. But look at how correctional officer is written. It's the exact same way. It's the exact same dude. Like bringing more engagement, putting more like things. And look, you just keep going on and on and on. Like, how do you deal with people like that, bro? Other than like, okay, just you want to just bang your head on the wall, have fun. You just don't want to be part of it.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents.
No, I appreciate that. Your 2 cents are definitely valued. Thank you.
Oh, see, I guess that keeps one to fall. All right, man. Appreciate your time.
Yeah,
and
for sure,
there's
bro.
one more.
Thank you so much.
No
Walaikum
problem.
salam.
Assalamu alaikum. We'll deal with this later. Buy better tape. It's not tape. It's this talc stuff that I put, but I'm just going to nail it and get it done with. I did have, guys, I didn't move. So it's like, I was trying to get this done. I did finally figure out my lighting situation. I hope my microphone sounds good. If you want, I can rap a little later. You just let me know. I'll give you a freestyle. Zach, I'll let you on. Walaikum salam.
Okay, so I'm usually more like well read on like Islam versus Christianity and stuff. I don't really know this side, like where it's only Quran only. So like I'm just confused on how you operate. Like how do you know when to pray? Because as you know, Islam is a life-changing thing, and when you take away the hadiths, it kind of seems like you could be lost, So like how does that work?
So first thing you said, like when do you know how to pray? And then you said that you seem like there is no substance to the religion because you don't know what to do, that you're lost without the hadith. Unfortunately, it's because of the way that you were introduced to what Islam is in the first place, as if you have a certain set of chores that are set at a certain time for you to repeat these chores until you are now God is satisfied with you. And unfortunately, with a lot of what Sunnis preach, there is no focus on self-improvement in regards to reason, in regards to pushing the envelope, as people say. Now, the times that I pray is listed in the Quran. I don't know if you were here earlier. I showed somebody a breakdown on all the verses on when God says to us to pray. And as for what we're supposed to do and when, this is all also detailed in the Quran. God has given us the time. So God told us that he created life and death to test us, who's the best worker among us. So being the best worker among people means I have to put the effort in. The effort is in the name of God. The word abd and ibadah, people translate that to worship, which is, I think, a little bit far from the truth. The word abd comes as servant. So ibadah is servitude. God says in chapter 96, I believe, I'll double check, and they were not ordered except to ya'budullah, to serve God, and to perform the prayer and to give zakat. So the prayer and the zakat is not what the true ibadah is. Ibadah is to be servants of God. What's the servant of God? This guy's hungry, feed him. This orphan needs help, take care of him. These people need a house, build it for them. This tree needs to be like pulled back up, put it back up. This cat needs to be fed, feed it. So this is God's world. We're here to make it better. How do we make it better? God is telling us the mentality that we have to have. So the Quran also tells us these people, they have signs of hypocrisy. This is what hypocrisy is, and hypocrites are worse than disbelievers. Stay away from them. Give them a certain word and then move away from them. These people are believers. This is how you should handle them. Okay, so it's an eye for an eye, but show mercy and show forgiveness. So it's a programming that you have to have. And then you go your day to day and you have to adhere to this program.
So I have another question. Because you seem to be interpreting the Quran and everything, right? How do you know if you're even interpreting the Quran correctly without tasfir and stuff?
Well, the Quran explains itself. This is the amazing part. So God says that the Quran is a clear Arabic Quran. So Arabic.
So you don't need tasfir?
The tafsir, unfortunately, the tafsir, the oldest tafsir that is known to us, the most complete, oldest tafsir is the one of Tabari. So Tabari has many chains of which ayah, like this is the tafsir of these people said this about this ayah, these people said this about this ayah, these people said this about this ayah, with a chain back to a Sahabi, and then he gives his own tafsir at the end. The unfortunate part is there's a verse that, or like a saying that he repeats often in his tafsir, وَاخْتَلَفَ أَهْلُ التَّأْوِيلِ. The people of interpretations differed. So they make it seem like the Prophet went to a group of people and he said a tafsir, and then he went to a different group of people and he said a different tafsir, which are contradictory, and then he went to a third group of people and he went a whole different tafsir, and then he has, like, Tabari has to, Abu Ja'far has to tell you which tafsir is right. So unfortunately, the tafsir is not as accurate as it could be because of the Quran dispelling what they're saying. They're trying to adhere to what they have understood as tradition, and they're trying to pass off a lot of tafsir in it. Of course, some of the tafsir is right, but no, I do not need tafsir. I need the Quran. I need to know the Arabic language, and I need to know Arabic grammar.
So how does like what do you make of the lines of transmission then for like hadith and tafsir?
So okay, so the most let me answer it very quickly. Hafs and Asim is the most popular currently in the world for the Quran, right? Did you hear? Do you know what I mean by
Yeah.
Hafs and Asim?
Yes,
Hadith.
yes. Haruf.
Yes. So Hafs is the most most prolific, most prominent hadith Quran recitation in modern time. But unfortunately, Hafs himself is considered, right, by many scholars as a weak reporter of hadith. So the man that gave you the most transmitted narration of the Quran is not worthy of taking hadith from him.
Hold on. This is a Christian Rob argument, and actually, so this is just because he's weak in hadith does not mean he's weak.
No. He did excellent work with the Quran. This is my point. One second.
Yeah.
I'm saying the people that focused on the Quran did not focus on the hadith. They were so focused on the Quran that they were so exceptional in the Quran. To them, the hadith was secondary, where they didn't put the same time and effort in it. So the people that brought you the hadith are not the same people that brought you the Quran. They are from the same group, I understand, but there's people who focused on the Quran, like Hafs. I'm not bringing Hafs down. I'm bringing down the isnad rules and whatnot. The whole concept of isnad did not really occur until the mutawakkil period, as I said this before. I think somebody walked in his room, Zach. Yeah, sorry, Zach is right now he's on his computer. He's not wasting his time. He's trying to understand his religion better. If he had some obligations, I'm pretty sure he will get them done. Right.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
It's all good. So yeah, so I'm not. What my point is, the whole concept of isnad came during the mutawakkil period in the Abbasid, when people wanted to know, was the source a Shia source or was the source a Sunni source? So it became now a standard for you to say your source, which at that point it's kind of too late because it's been 200 years. But
so
let's stick to the Quran instead of the history. The Quran says that it's complete. The Quran says that it did not leave anything. God did not leave anything outside of the book. God says that He brought the book with like precise signs that have been explained. The Quran says that there's an example for all things in the Quran. The Quran is saying that it's enough for your guidance, that God uses it to guide people out of the darknesses into the light. So it has everything that I need, brother.
Can you show me where it says that hadiths are wrong?
I'm not, brother. I'm saying that the Quran is complete, so
yes.
I do not need anything outside of the Quran.
No, yeah. That's what I'm
show you. I'll show you a verse where it does tell me that I do not need specifically something called hadith after, which the Quran is the best of hadith. But one second, I'm going to take you to the kneeling, al-Jathiyah, Surah 45, and I'm going to share this screen by clicking settings, present, share screen. I want to share this screen. Okay. So do you see the screen? I think you do.
Yeah.
All right. So تلك آيات الله نتلوها عليك بالحق فبأي حديث بعد الله وآياته يؤمنون. These are the verses of God which we recite to you in truth. So in which discourse, in which hadith after God and His verses will they believe? And then it goes as far. Woe to every sinful liar, okay, who hears the verses of God being recited to him, then insists arrogantly if he had not heard them. So this is clearly dismantling the whole concept that I need something after the book of God. And then those people who are pushing a lot of hadith, they're unfortunately pushing a lot of lies. Just like how Christians say that Jesus is the Son of God, that's a lie that they're pushing, which they wholeheartedly believe. A lot of people are saying lies about God and His messenger in this hadith business. So I tell him this verse, and then they just carry on after it's being recited to them, insisting arrogantly as if this hadith does not, or this verse does not influence them. So the Quran does not influence those people. So I put you on the spot, bro.
So how do you make of like the Quran telling us to follow the messenger? What does that mean to you?
Okay, so this is a question that was also answered a little earlier. If I am a person who says that Joe Biden is a good president, which I don't think so, and you're saying that Trump is a good president, which I don't believe you do say so, are the people going to follow me or follow you? Okay, now in Pharaoh time, there's a man that was a believer who was hiding his faith. I think you know the story. He told his people, follow me and I will show you the right way. And Pharaoh said, no, follow me and I will show you the right way. So how do we follow those people? Now the prophet, the blessed prophet, used to say to people, there's only one God and there are no deities except the God. And the people would say, no, well, I mean, like Quraysh would say there's multiple gods, right?
Yeah.
There's multiple gods. So who do you follow? The prophet's saying, follow me, so God will forgive you and love you.
Like follow his footsteps is what you're trying to say?
No, follow his mentality, his worldview, and his decision. So I think Biden is a good leader. You think Trump is a good leader. Some people follow you, some people follow me. Prophet Muhammad said there's only one God. Some people said there's multiple gods. Some people followed Prophet Muhammad. Some people followed other mentalities.
I understand.
So that's the following is not about copycatting. Because if we're supposed to be copycats, then every single one of us would have been Arab in the desert in the same circumstances for us to copy that standard. The standard is the mentality. It's the mentality of Abraham. It's the creed of Abraham. It's the inclination of Abraham. Prophet Muhammad was very close to that. So God says the closest to Abraham are those that followed Abraham and this prophet, which is Muhammad, and the believers. So how did Abraham have a relationship with God and how he served God in the world is what God wants from us, which is what Jesus said, which was what Moses said, which is what the Quran explains through our blessed Prophet Muhammad. So following the Prophet, I have to follow what the Quran is telling.
So is because I have been a subscriber of yours for a bit now. Like it's been a while. And I also noticed you posting some like reels. You kind of quote the Bible sometimes. And
Yes.
I'm just
like
curious, like do you believe it has authority on the Quran or anything? No?
No.
What?
So for me, God says in the Quran that this Quran dictates to the children of Israel much of what they used to differ in. Okay, so some children of Israel, or in the Bible, it says Jesus is the Messiah. The Jews say no, he can't be a Messiah. But God in the Quran corrects them, saying no, he is the Messiah. Okay, and then in the Torah, they say that Aaron, the brother of Moses, he built the golden calf for the children of Israel to worship. The Quran says no, it was a Samaritan that built the golden calf for the children of Israel to worship. So, so God is fixing a lot of the problems that they caused in their books. See what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot that you could learn from the Torah, and the Torah, and then some of the books of the prophets, and then the 4 Gospels. But you always have to filter it back to the Quran. So when there is a discrepancy, the Quran is fixing it. But is there lessons? Yeah. Can you find the truth in the Torah? You can find the truth in the Torah. Can you find the truth in the Gospel? You can find the truth in the Gospel. Are they put aside and gone to the garbage? No. Do people have to judge with them? The people who adhere with them, they have to judge with them. Yes.
Okay.
If every Christian, not the Pauline, but if every Christian's judged with what the gospel said and did what the gospel said, it would have been a much better world. If all the Jews stuck to just what the Torah was telling them to do, it would have been a much better world.
Really? So,
100%.
well, I disagree with that because
100%.
there's tons of demonic things in the Bible.
In the Bible,
and, yeah,
after
like
the Gospels,
Sota, there's tons of
I agree.
paganism.
I agree. Yes, there's still a bunch of paganism and incorrect things, but the overall message is God is forgiving. God will take care of you. Be good to people. That's the overall message. the concepts of theologies, yes, the Quran is correcting this paganist practices that they put. When they want to say that, like someone got drunk and had sex with his daughters, that's obviously incorrect. See what I'm saying? These are, but does that change the person's mind? Am I going to get drunk now and have sex with my daughters? It's obviously wrong.
No. Yeah. True. So, if you needed to, because now I'm gonna leave soon, but if you had anything for me to think about, what would it be? Like anything maybe I should look into or something?
Brother, what I want you to do is to, the next time you're reading the Quran, read it, and instead of applying the verses about the polytheists that the Prophet had to deal with, apply on the Sunnis and see if the verse does fit. So when God says, for example, this is in chapter 9, when God says that they took their rabbis and their priests as lords and the son of Mary, right? Are people nowadays taking their scholars as lords who are Sunnis? If the Lord, if their scholars said so, that's it. There's no more refutations. Everything that Bukhari said is sahih. Everything that Ibn Ishaq said is sahih. So what's the Lord then? A Lord is someone that cannot be refuted and has to be the way that they said it. So I think that verse is applying. Oh, and they take allies aside from God. Okay, so obey God is the Quran. Obey the messenger is the Hadith. Okay, so now let's have a judgment. Oh, okay, this is what the scholars said. Okay, but this is what God said. No, but the scholars said this. Okay, so you're taking allies aside from God. The verse is applying on you. This is what I would like you to do, is just to read it objectively and see if the negative verses are applying to that community.
Do you have like a source that shows us that like Bukhari, we take everything from Sahih? Like I'm not.
They ask any scholar you want. Bukhari to them is 100% Sahih.
So, I mean,
and when they
I
say
never
Sahih,
really...
Sahih is bad. They call them Sahihain, the two Sahih. Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim. Number one is Bukhari, number two is Muslim. Anything that you say there and you use it as a quote in this, they have to take. If it's if it's a way for you to make a hujjah, for you to make like an argument.
Well, I mean, me personally, especially when I was taught, if a scholar says something that it's contradictory to the Quran and Sunnah, then they can't. What they're saying can't be true. Like,
if the Sunnah? Yeah, they say that. There's a lot of things that they say.
Do you have anything that they contradict, like the Quran and Sunnah, like the Bukhari and?
Yeah. So God says that when the angel of death comes, they will not fail. When God decrees the death upon somebody, the angel will not fail. There's a Sahih Bukhari where God sends the angel of death to Moses to take his soul, and Moses knocks the eye out of the angel. And the angel goes back to God and says, "You sent me to somebody who doesn't want to die." Does that contradict the Quran?
It seems like it, yeah.
Okay. That's one of many. So there's one that I said earlier in the Prophets. It's called the Prophets. The chapter is the Prophets and Bukhari. The Prophet Muhammad went into the Kaaba and he saw a picture of Abraham and a picture of Ismail, and he got really mad that there was pictures inside the Kaaba. Okay, and then the next hadith is that the Prophet did not enter the Kaaba, but he saw inside a picture of Abraham and a picture of Mary. And he was really upset. So what's the truth? But if that was in the Quran, the Christians would have ate them alive. Everybody would have ate them alive. Like, look at this contradiction. This is a numerical contradiction. This is a self-contradictory statement. This is a difference of events. Yeah, it's talking about the same events. Exactly what they do with the Bibles. Exactly what they do with the Gospels and all the other books. With like how Sunnis approach the other books to Christians and Jews. Exactly the same thing can be done to the Hadith. Exact same thing. But then they have the same reactions as the Jews and the Christians do. Like, no, this is explainable.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, you kind of got me. And I'm going to have to look into that. But
yeah, Hadith is not necessary, bro. You have everything you need in the Quran for you to build a relationship with God, to be a very good servant of God, and you can think the same way that the Prophet used to think. You could think the same way Jesus used to think, the same way Moses used to think. You could think like them, and it teaches you how to think like them and to live a life very similar to theirs. And God will flourish you, bro. Bisno.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, brother Zach, appreciate your time. I do have more people now that showed up.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace, man. All right. That Hamza guy. I know, bro. Oh, he says that Muslims who pray ritual prayers are mushriks. If you pray to God, you're an idolater. That's what I mean, bro. That's what I mean. Put aside the crazy lies and stuff. The overall message is still the same. Like, you can get guided by reading those books. You can get guided to your Lord and have a good relationship with your Lord, and you be a good person. Look at how many Christians are doing good in the world because of what they say Jesus is the Son of God, which is wrong. Yes, they say that Jesus died on the cross, which is wrong. They say that Jesus died for the sins, which is wrong. But aside from that, they're positive human beings. They have a net positive in the world because of what their book's saying, because of what they thought that Jesus did and said. Not the theology, but how Jesus treated the human beings and how Jesus treated people. And like how Jesus treated the humans, how Jesus treated the demons, and how Jesus handled his mother and everyone around him. It's a very good, nice lesson. All right, Mr. Jamil, I see you, bro. What's up, bro?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Actually, I was present in your live chat the other day about Surah Al-Anam verse 159. I talked to you about that Shias and Sunnis don't actually, what they will do, they will just try to bring another hadith that Imam Ali should be the first caliph or Abu Bakr should be the first caliph, but they don't agree on my point of view that we all are Muslims and first we have to follow the Quran. If you have to follow the Hadith, yeah, I definitely agree with your point of view. But first is the Quran. If you are, jumping onto the Hadith again and again, you are just rejecting the word of God and making your own stories.
Right. Yes, that's usually how it goes.
And my question was, how do I actually stay away from kufr beliefs? Like, I have a point of view, every religion like Islam, Christianity, Judaism, God gave them to humanity so that humans could prosper, the believers could prosper. But what people did, they actually corrupted it, and it became too much corrupted. Like, if you see on daily basis, Islam is getting corrupted by every firqa, Sunnis, Shias, Barelvis, Ahmadis, Qadianis. So what's your point of view on that?
Yeah, that's very true. Unfortunately, people do not focus on the word of God, but they focus on groupthink. So they want to be part of a group. And if the group is deluded, they are also buying into delusions. But sometimes what happens is somebody comes up and he is not deluded, and he is very close to what God said in the word of God. And there are people around him that are also learning and getting close to God through what they are understanding. And then after 1, 2 generations, 3 generations, the people that came after, they just want to be part of the group, but they don't put the effort in, and then they fail. This happens constantly all over the world. There's only a few set amount of people who are actually guided. They usually have a small set of followers that follow the same guidance, but then after a time, people just want to have the label and not do the work. So as long as you keep doing the work, you won't fall.
So is it that if the non-believers, the mushriks, like if they don't know about the Islam, that Islam is actually the truth, but will they end up in heaven or hell?
That's with God. I don't know if someone goes to hell or heaven. That's God's decision. But God says that some of the Jews, those that believed and and the Jews, the Christians, and the Sabians who believed in God and did in the last day and did righteous deed, they will have their reward. They will have no fear, nor will they grieve, and they will have their punishment on the day, like with their Lord. So yeah, as long as you are a good person and you try to do good and you believed in God in the last day, you can find yourself in heaven, despite you having some contradictions or some wrong beliefs. God is extremely tolerant and merciful.
Actually, I was viewing your channel. So many Shias and Sunnis in your comment box, they say that you are an Hadith rejector. You can't pray without books and all that stuff. See, I actually belong to a Sunni family, but my father converted to Wahhabism. So I am very against. I am not with him on this point of view. I just, what do I do? Like many beliefs or practices of every firqa. I think each and every one of them, maximum of their firqa is full of, destruction or not. It does, matlab, some of the things are good, but maximum of things which they follow in their firqa, that is very, that is against the will of God. So what should I do? What should I prefer?
I mean, what I would recommend is you try to be as kind as you can to those people, but try not to like become too buddy and close to them. Even if it's your parents, you just have to be nice. You don't need to argue too much. You don't need to debate. If it's something you don't agree with, just don't do, and you don't need to sit and try to either force yourself or try to also explain yourself too much. Just do what you believe God wants you to do, and you don't need to sit and argue with people. At the end of the day, it's your judgment. It's not like God is not judging you and them together. Everyone has their own separate judgment, and God will judge between us. Here, see, you got a buddy. Jamil Pandit, you are in true path. So that's your friend Ashrafi Khan. That's what he said.
So I have the question is actually out of context. So you might know the Umayyad Caliphate.
Mm-hmm.
So actually in India, my ancestors, the pagan ancestors of mine in Kashmir, what they did, some sources say that they had defeated the Umayyads. So when I talk to people like pro-Sunni or pro-Umayyad, I just tell them, like, our ancestors defeated them. So it might be the relation between Hindus, the pagan Hindus of India at that point of time, and the Muslims, the Rashidun Muslims. They had good relations. So Hindus and Umayyads fought each other. So like we were a little bit pro Ahle Bayt, but they don't agree with me. They will say that you are a nationalist, you are a kafir.
Well, you're not. Your religion is not for them. So, 1 second. Wahhabism. He became a Wahhabi. Zingo. That's what I believe. Brother Jamil said. Yeah, bro. You don't need to. You don't need to be. You don't need to have to adhere to them or worry about. Look, man. Like just earlier, some guy came and said, "You're lost," and I'm a kafir, and I get all sorts of names all the time. It's them. That's their problem. They're the ones who's going through the pain, and I'm living in their minds, and they have to get mad and say bad words or whatever they think they're giving me a label. But at the end of the day, it's I know the truth. So these people don't matter, and they shouldn't matter to you. You should treat them nicely, but they shouldn't matter to you. They're like it's how can I say it's like imagine if what do you think of Donald Trump? Do you think he's a good person?
In my opinion, no.
Okay, if he's not a good person in your opinion, and he said, "Hey, man, you're a loser," would you really get mad? No, he's a terrible person. His judgment, the way he sees the world, is terrible. So whatever he thinks of me it's his own crazy mentality. So if I know that I'm adhering to what God is saying, and I see what you want, Jamil, you're trying to bridge the difference between Sunnis and Shias, and we're just one group. We're Muslims, and we should act like that. I tried that for a very long time. Unfortunately, both ends don't want to listen to each other. So at that point, you say, hey, like, you know what? We should be one community, and it's not Sunni or Shia, it's Muslim. Whoever listens, listens. And if they don't listen, you did your part, and you move on. Yo. Muhammad Khair, I saw your message, and you're next, bro. But you would be the last person, by the way. So I've been on for 4 hours. I do need to eat. I do need to work out. See, guys? See this?
So, brother, I actually got your point of view, but how to,
Go ahead.
like, some of my friends, how do I actually explain to
Jimmy?
them? Some, are you getting my voice?
Oh, I disconnected. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry. My internet was not working well. So you said you got my point of view, and then?
Yeah, but see, I have seen maximum of people they will follow the religion of their forefathers, but why don't they actually research sometime? Like, if I say Islam is the truth, I should know. I should know the reason. I should know the philosophy. I should know the history behind it. That Islam is really the truth. Why don't people like do research? And they are just fighting each other here in India and Pakistan, in the Indian subcontinent. They are just fighting each other. Either they will say you hate the Sahaba, so you are a kafir. You hate the Ahl Bayt, so you are a kafir. You are
Ignorance, brother. Ignorance and laziness. You're just saying the biggest problem in the world. Ignorance and laziness. Most problems can be solved if somebody just looks for a little bit, but most of the people don't.
in this way, the Muslims are getting way and way weaker day by day. If you see in India, in my place, the Muslims are way weaker. We used to be strong at one point of time, but doing these things on regular basis, we are not united against the disbelievers, and we are just fighting each other. I just want the Muslim community to just stay united, but they will never get my point of view, and they will instead say that you are a kafir. The Sunnis will
that's
be in
fine.
Jannat, and
That's fine. You don't need to worry about it. You just do your part and move on. You're letting their words get to you. Don't. Who cares, bro? Are they gonna change? Probably not. So
maximum of them will not agree.
Yeah, so that's fine. You just tell them and you move on. That's all your job is. That's what I do. You cannot force yourself.
But do you believe in some of the hadiths? Like if I open sometimes Muslim or Bukhari, I think there is little bit of normal stuff present there. Like maximum of hadiths, it is just if you know about that the age of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Aisha alayhi salam. So in Indian subcontinent, in India, it was a big deal with the Hindus. Like they taunt Muslims with like your nauzubillah, your prophet was a pedo and all that stuff. And
Yeah,
but
they
how
themselves have the same rules. I don't know, man. Like, but exactly. So these are conversations I avoid. I don't like whoever wants to go down in that kind of conversation. Is just I don't care. I just move on, and I don't care at all. So if that's who they are, that's it.
I actually liked your content, followed for you for I think past 2-3 years, but just keep going and just spread the word of God to everyone.
I will, man.
Hope the best for you.
I appreciate your time, Jamil.
Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda Hafiz. Peace.
Allah Hafiz. Peace be upon you.
Now, next on the list, we're going to talk about the prayer. God teaches us on how to approach the worst and biggest hypocrites through Moses. Yes. He was told to talk to Pharaoh gently. You will pass how a message without them arguing with you. Moses the entire time has. This is something that, as God says, it's like with your strongest enemy, like with the one that you have the most animosity with, talk to him like he's your brother. Like, and no one achieves this except whoever has great fortune, and no one achieves this except who is patient. So, for example, earlier, if you guys were watching, when some individual came and his name was a message, and he was whispering and he was getting mad at me, at times I wanted to rip him apart, but I chose to stay calm. I thought until he showed that he doesn't even pray or doesn't know how to pray, I guess. But his prayers. But of course, whatever they do is good for them. What's up, Mehdi? All right, Muhammad Khair, yalla.
Assalamu alaikum, Muhammad. Salam, everybody. Thank you for accepting.
Not a problem.
So, I'm good. Thank you. My name is Muhammad, and I'm from Dubai. And I'm from Jordan, but I live in Dubai for 15 years. And honestly, I went through this journey of Salafi Hadith problems, and then realizing that the Quran is the truth and people has been misled. And we got the same problem as Jewish and with Talmud
Christians.
and Christians with their own mindset. Christians are like Shia, I believe, and Jews are like
They have the letters of Paul. That's their hadith.
exactly. And we have Abu Huraira is the major guy who constructed our religion.
Yeah,
Anyway,
right.
because every story he came up with, they added like 5 other stories and they assembled them. And he taught us to even say Ameen like Jews and after
Right.
prayer. And he added a
Hey.
lot of concepts, you know.
So the stoning of the adulterer, that's in the Jewish books. Abu Huraira narrated it. The forbidding of wearing red is a Jewish law.
Yeah.
Abu Huraira narrated it. And as you said, like a lot of things that are from Jewish text, Abu Huraira narrated it.
Actually, I made a whole lot research about Abu Huraira only. Like I just assembled all of his hadith, and each one I went to ChatGPT. Like I have this advanced package that $200 a month, right? So I can let ChatGPT really dig into stuff like in the Jewish books, and each hadith Abu Huraira came up with, I check it, verify it against the Jewish literature. And I found most of them are there actually. So in one way or another, you know, like
it's
this
deeper
Moses,
than that.
like kicking the angel of death and Adam toll and all of that.
60 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crooked rib.
Eve was born out of Adam's like,
rib.
and so
no, he was a Jew.
So, you know, I listen to you actually on YouTube, and this is the first chance that I get to talk to you in like live. I never actually talked to anybody live like this about religion, and I struggle a lot with in Dubai with some people. You know, they are rejecting the whole idea, like, hey, Quran, you know, is not alone. It's not enough for you to worship God. And I try to take a middle ground also. I don't want to reject the whole concept of you know, like our tradition. Like for example, let me ask you, how do we clean up after we shit, for example? This has come like a practice as Islamic practice because in Quran it's written, right? Cleaning up yourself
in Dubai, everywhere you go, if you take a poop, you have a little device that shoots water up your butt, right?
Exactly.
So but what are you wiping?
They don't have it.
Back in the day of the Prophet, they didn't have it, so they had to use their left hand. Nowadays, it's much easier. So is it? Do I still have to use my left hand and wipe the same? No.
Yeah. It's not about the left hand and right hand and all of that. I mean, drinking up, drinking down, and all of that practices I don't care about. But
exactly.
There are some things that we say like Bismillah before we eat. Like
why?
This is because. I think it's a good thing to.
But I believe that's incorrect.
Sorry?
I believe that's incorrect. When I say Bismil Malik, what does that mean?
Well, for example, let me tell you an example. Okay. Solomon, when he wrote a letter to.
He said, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Innahu min Sulaiman wa innahu Bismillahir.
But they started with this.
Wait. No. Solomon is talking on behalf of God. He's a representation of God. So when he said Bismillah, this letter is not from me, this letter is from God. When I say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, God is speaking, not me. When I say Bismillah and I eat, God is not eating. If I said Bismillah and I shot my enemy, I didn't kill him, God killed him. If I say Bismillah and I sacrifice the animal, I didn't cause this death, God caused this death. But if I say Bismillah and I eat, God doesn't eat.
But so let me tell you, for example, Abraham, what he said, إنه هو يطعمني ويسقين وإذا مرضت فهو يشفين. So everything is also, God said, وما قتلتموهم ولكن الله قتلهم. So
that's why I said.
God killed them. So everything that we do is controlled by God, by Allah.
But brother, when you're saying Bismillah, it means you're doing it on behalf of God. When I say innahu min Sulaiman wa innahu bismillahir rahmanir rahim, it is from Solomon and it is on the behalf of God. So
Yeah,
وما
this is a valid.
قتلتهم ولكن الله قتلهم. بسم الله قتلته. أنا قتلته بسم الله. So God killed him, not me. But I can't say Bismillah and eat because God is not going to eat.
Wallahi, I don't know this for. I cannot like give you absolute. But here is the thing: with prayer, I struggle to understand. And honestly, even wudu, like the wudu is clear in Quran, right? But we had this extra things that you have to wash up your mouth 3 times and stuff. And I thought, you know what? If it's more, I'm gonna take it. I just don't want to take the less things, right? Just in case, like the Prophet was doing this extra little thing, and it's not bad to having as example, but we are always worried that people lied about it.
Now, just a question. I can accept that people want to gargle their mouth and their nose and say that it's 3 times because it's the Prophet. They assume that's. But let me ask you a question. When you're fasting, can you willingly put water in your mouth?
No, you're
not drinking it, but you're willingly putting water in your mouth, and some droplets are going to come in no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if that actually breaks your fast without you realizing it?
Wallahi, I don't know, man. Because
you have to be. Shuf, the word that's very important in the Quran. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُخْلِصِينَ. We have to be loyal to God. So me, God, my loyalty, if I can wash my nose and my mouth, okay. But when I'm fasting, I'm gonna be as loyal as I can to the verse, and I'm not gonna put a drop in my mouth. I'm not gonna put miswak in my mouth. I'm not gonna brush my teeth. I'm not gonna bring water. But they say no, it's obligatory. This is what God commanded you through His Prophet, which is kizib now. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ افترى على الله كذبا.
No. So regarding the prayer, which is my main point, because I mean the prayer, I believe it's mainly in the Quran, but it needs, like the Prophet Muhammad, he was able to understand the prayer and teach it to people. This is what I believe, because when you dig deeper, for example, how did Muhammad come up with Subhana Rabbi al-Azim, Subhana Rabbi al-A'la? I believe those Salafi, all the Salaf, they will not be able to understand this tasbih on their own unless they were taught it. Because
سبح اسم ربك الأعلى. سبحان ربي العالي.
but look, now me and you, we are studying the Quran, and there are things that we know, but the Salaf, they were just interpreting on their own. How did they learn that? Like, سبح اسم ربك العظيم، سبح اسم ربك الأعلى، وسبح ومن الليل فسبحه وأدبار السجود. So he learned that after sujood, I need to do tasbih and this is why he do the tasbih while prostrating or while during this step, adbar al-sujud. So there is a lot of things, and actually, let me tell you one verse that people.
Wait, Muhammad, I understand your point, but okay, so God is giving you many ingredients in the Quran, right? The way that you make the meal.
This is what I believe, and I have a few verses that can give you a hint about that. Okay, I will just share them with you just to give you my understanding of the situation right now about the prayer, especially. Okay, so the timing. Some people they said about أقم الصلاة طرفي النهار وزلفا من الليل.
Correct.
Some people say it's specific times, and there is another verse that called. Sorry, I forgot the verse, so I'm not going to go through it. But I'm going to tell you something in the Quran that says that people should maintain the prayer and the book. So that it to me, it's like those two things, they came up to us like by tawatur. Not only the book, but also the prayer. And we have
I've heard this argument. I've heard this argument that it's a tradition that it's
from Quran. It's not about the Salafi guys. Okay, you know, my perspective about the books, just like you, the old books and the history books and Bukhari and all of that. But there is in Quran a verse, فخلف من بعدهم خلف
أضاعوا الصلاة
أضاعوا الصلاة واتبعوا الشهوات فسوف يلقون غيا. So those people, they lost the practice of prayer over time.
Correct.
And it's not like warithu salah. it's أضاعوا الصلاة. Because another verse which gives you a different perspective, وورث من بعدهم خلف ورثوا الكتاب يأخذون عرضها. So the people inherited two things in the Quran. The God
Where's
says,
the inheritance of the salah? You said waratul kitab. I mean, there's no warth al salah.
yes. So ورثوا الكتاب, but other group أضاعوا الصلاة. So the salah is like a practice, they lost it. And the book is like inheritance. You inherit it, but you don't apply it. So it's like a practice thing, like a dance. You practice it over a group of people, like tawatur, and there is inheritance of a book. And another verse that combines both of them, God talks about people of the book. وَالَّذِينَ أَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَالَّذِينَ يُمَسِّكُونَ بِالْكِتَابِ وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ. Those people who hold the book and they maintain the prayer. So the practice thing is a practical, and there is a book which is you inherit and you need to, yes, yumassikun, that means they hold tight to it, but they don't let any word like anybody change their opinion about the book. So yeah, my perspective is that the prayer is a practice that we have to maintain. It's not just
I 100% agree, but I don't, it's not in the, we inherited from the people who are praying, but you can pick up your prayer without inheriting it from anybody, because the book, you need to inherit it. You can't just write a book or find a book that hasn't already been there. The Quran, we have to inherit, but the salah, there is no inheritance.
Yes, this is why Ada'u Salah. They lost
Ada'u Salah. You can do Ida' al-Iman. So you can gain iman, and then you can lose your faith. So God says, وَمَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيُضَيِّعَ إِيمَانُكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ بِالنَّاسِ لِرَؤُوفٌ رَحِيمٌ. So they did not inherit the iman, but they can lose the iman. You can learn the prayer, and then you could lose the prayer. But the kitab fi milk, so like you can inherit the book. You have to inherit the book because it comes from
what
Abraham.
I mean. So what I mean is that the prayer...
One second, Muhammad. The prayer involves in reading the book, standing, prostrating, and exalting God. Okay? These are the ingredients. You see it in Sunnis, you see it in Shias, you see it in Christians, you see it in Jews. I did not need someone to show it to me because it's clearly in the book the way that it needs to be. It's conclusions that we can already reach. So I understand what you're trying to explain, but even in Sunni prayers, there's a lot of things that they say does not align with what the Quran is teaching us. So you cannot talk to the Prophet directly. Salawatu wassalamu alayka ayyuhan nabi. You're talking to God in your prayer. Why are you invoking the Prophet? The Prophet can't hear you and he cannot respond. Salatu wassalamu ala al-anbiya. I'm okay with that. But that's not what they say. Sami Allahu liman hamida. God has
this is Abu Huraira injection. By the way, the Sami Allahu liman hamida, it's Abu Huraira who added it, but it was, I went through the other hadith. There was authentic sources, and they chose to ignore them. Like other 8 guys who said the Prophet was saying Allahu Akbar. Not
Allahu Akbar. Because Sami Allahu liman hamida makes absolutely no sense. What does Sami Allahu liman hamida means? God hears or listens to those that say praise. So, but God listens to everybody.
Yes.
Okay, then it's istajab Allahu liman hamida. God only answers those that show praise. Okay, but Allah answered Iblis and gave him his switch when he was not giving hamd. So both ways it's negated. But people keep saying it.
Totally.
So when I pray with Sunnis and they say Sami Allahu liman hamida, my response is Sami Allahu li kulli shay.
But man, what I'm saying here is that there is a combo in the prayer that we can have from all the sects that they all got.
Agreed with you. I agree with you.
You know, if we remove the Shia, this stone, and if we remove the Salat ala Nabi and Salli alayhi kama sallayt, because that's like, does not make any sense. Salli alayhi. He Salla ala Ibrahim and he was dead. So he Salla ala Muhammad also, he was dead. Why Salli now on? And even Salah does not mean that this is what they say. Like,
right. No, I agree with you, brother. You're now understanding my point of view. Yes, the prayer can be uniform. The prayer can have concepts of what people did before because it's very simple. But I will give you one thing that is very clear on how you know people are praying and how people are not praying. Because the one that you said, أضاعوا الصلوات واتبعوا الشهوات, right? So Allah in a different verse says, إن الصلاة تنهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر ولذكر الله أكبر. So if someone is going in the mosque and he does his 5 minutes with the sheikh, and then he goes outside and smokes a cigarette and starts talking on the phone in a very bad way, and he wants to go play his video games, this man didn't pray. Because it did not stop the fahsha wal munkar. If a man has absolutely no problem masturbating and then go standing the prayer, then what's the he didn't pray. He just.
I have also a perspective about this maintaining your prayer. God usually in the Quran he give you two similar verses talking about the same concept. For example, والذين أقاموا الصلاة. Sorry, let me just give you the verse. 1 second.
Okay. While you're looking up that verse, there is a verse I want to pull up. There's the verse in 245 as you're pulling this one up. I want to share this on the screen. This is where God says, وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ وَإِنَّهَا لَكَبِيرَةٌ إِلَّا عَلَى الْخَاشِعِينَ. And seek help through patience and litany. And indeed, it is important only for the submissive. There's another way of translating this, is it's big, it's hard. It's big, except for those who are fearful or submissive. So like doing the prayer and maintaining the prayer, as Brother Muhammad Khair is talking about, it's a task that is a little demanding. But people who the prayer and the patience, it's a task that requires effort, and only people who have the fear and are aware would maintain. So the maintenance of the Prophet's prayer is important. Sorry, brother, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about, usually all the time Allah said like aqimu salah wa atu zakah. Okay, all the time they are mixed like a group together, and at ita zakah is like people just think it's giving money, and I believe it's a bigger perspective, like being good to people, including sadaqah, which is part of it, treating your parents and people good and not harming orphans and so on and so forth. This is aqimu, this is atu zakah. This is my understanding to it. But here is a verse about salah, and people I think misunderstand it, like the Salafi, the interpretation. It's فَوَيْلٌ لِلْمُصَلِّينَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ عَنْ صَلَاتِهِمْ سَاهُونَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ يُرَاءُونَ وَيَمْنَعُونَ الْمَاعُونَ. If you look at this verse, it means like woe to the praying people who are just ignoring their prayer. They do not give money, they do not help others. And there is another verse that complements this one, which says إِلَّا الْمُصَلِّينَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ عَلَى صَلَاتِهِمْ قائمون والذين في أموالهم حق معلوم للسائل والمحروم. So that complements this one. So to complete your prayer is about giving also money, is about being generous, is about being good, not harming others.
This is just the word musallin. I agree with you. Iqamat al-salah, al-salah is a few different concepts. Iqamat al-salah is the salah that you have to do at your certain times where you're reciting the book and you're prostrating. And then during the day, there is the form of salah where you're connecting and giving back to God and praying, and I mean like calling upon God and having a connection, establishing a connection, and then doing within that connection. So me, when someone, for example, says a bad words, and in my head I say astaghfirullah because I know God heard it, that's a form of salah at that point. Me feeding somebody who's hungry is a form of salah at that point. These are what?
That God described those people you are saying is like Dawood.
Turning back to God. Everything is turning back to God. These are all forms of also salah. But iqamat as-salah is something that's extremely specific.
I will just argue about this because فَوَيْلٌ لِلْمُصَلِّينَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ عَنْ صَلَاتِهِمْ سَاهُونَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ يُرَاءُونَ. So there is mura'ah, there is physical. So this salah is talking about the physical, not the being aware.
No. Hey, look. يأتي ماله رؤاء للناس. So I give my money. Why? Just so people will see that I'm giving money.
Yeah,
It's still concise. But you also have another verse here, which I can show you what I mean. That even in the ritual prayers, that they're not good. Where it's in Surah Nisa, I believe. So 142, because this would align with what you're saying as well here. So you could see it when I share it. إن المنافقين يخادعون الله وهو خادعهم وإذا قاموا إلى الصلاة قاموا كسالى يراؤون الناس ولا يذكرون الله إلا قليلا. Here it's where أقاموا الصلاة and they're showing off people.
Yeah.
So your concept is still accurate. I'm not saying that, but it's this verse that explains your concept.
Yeah. Allahu a'lam, yes.
Because the you know what's the opposite of a musalli?
I don't know really.
Mujrim.
No, I think mujrim means the one who does not believe in God, and the لا يسأل المجرمون
Mujrim cut all connections with God.
Yes, so he does not believe in the day after or God, and those guys are the.
ما سلككم في سقر. This is the مجرمين. ما سلككم في سقر قالوا ما لم نكن من المصلين.
وكنا نكذب بيوم الدين ولم نحض على طعام المسكين. So they were
the مجرمين.
They were not doing zakah because Allah said also about the mushrikeen الذين لا يؤتون الزكاة ويل للمشركين الذين لا يؤتون الزكاة. So that means لا يحض على طعام المسكين. He's not doing zakah in life, even for masakin, not giving, not sadaqah, no, nothing, and not making prayer and connection with Allah.
But brother, it's again, subhanallah, God says they give from what they have been given. You have been given time. Sometimes you have to dedicate this time back to God. This is a form of zakat. Me, I've been given a YouTube channel. I dedicated back to God. This is a form of zakat. I'm spending time now. This is purifying me because I'm doing actions that purify me. But this also applies to the money. God gave me money. I have to give part of that money.
Oh, exactly.
I agree with you. Whatever you've been given, whatever it is, if you spend it in the way of God, is a form of zakat.
لن تنالوا البر حتى تنفقوا مما تحبون. Sometimes you love your time, sometimes you love your money, sometimes you love other things. So,
yeah, exactly.
I'm thanking you for sharing all of this and engaging with people, with us, and it's good. It's good to investigate in the Quran and be flexible. Honestly, I think the biggest issue with people is that, there are many people who are like me and you. No, it's the arrogance, it's the ego inside. So he's like, now I have a YouTube channel, I have followers, I'm not gonna accept any other ideas like easily. Like, even if you prove to him, here are the verses. I mean, there was a guy who talked about really important topics, okay? And I got from him the concept about nasikh wal mansukh. He really got it, because people always say nasikh mansukh is like verses. Some other people say it's like from Torah and Injil.
No.
But it's about physical ayat, like mu'jizat, they got. And I can go through this verse and the ones after, and I can show you, and it will become clear if you just read the context after this. ما ننسخ من آية أو ننسها نأتي بمثلها أو خير منها ألم تعلم أن الله على كل شيء قدير ألم تعلم أن الله له ما في السماوات والأرض. Afterwards, God says,
تريدون
تسألوه كما سئل موسى من قبل. What they asked Musa, أرنا الله جهرا. So they were asking about physical ayat, not like ayat in the Quran. And usually if you go to the word ayah in the Quran, 90% of the time it talks about physical things. So the Quran is the new ayah. ننسخ من آية أو ننسها is like نسخنا what Jesus came up with, نسخنا what Moses came up with.
كتبنا.
There are ayat that we made people forget completely, like about other prophets. They came up with ayat and people now don't know about them. And ما ننسخ من آية أو ننسها نأتي بمثلها أو خير منها. So the Quran is either the same as what Jesus did or better.
Right.
You know, because I believe the mu'mins, they were asking Prophet Muhammad, is the Quran like Jesus, what he was raising the dead people? Is this like strong like that? And Allah answered the people and eventually told them, or do you want to ask your Prophet like what the Jews asked for Moses? Like, Arin Allah, is this the biggest ayah you want to see? Like, Arin Allah jahra? The Quran is enough for you, and it's better than all the previous ayahs.
Right.
So,
but there is a verse where it says, if God changes a verse, وَإِذَا بَدَّلْنَا آيَةً مَكَانَ آيَةٍ فَقَالُوا
okay,
افتراها.
this is very simple. Actually, do you know what ayah? وَإِذَا نُبَدِّلُ آيَةً وَإِذَا بَدَّلْنَا آيَةً مَكَانَ آيَةٍ قالوا إنما أنت مفتر.
Yeah.
But so
here now it's about the book.
What happens is that the Prophet Muhammad, he was reciting the ayahs and they put them in surahs, and sometimes Allah will order him, okay,
Rearrange
move
it.
this ayah from here, put it there, and move that there, put it here. So it's like swap of ayahs. Nasikh means obsolete. Obsolete,
Yes, but
you cannot say obsolete Quran ayah.
No, brother. It's not the ayah that's being like, okay. So one way that I explain this point, there is the concept of nasikh, which you are accurate with, but there's this concept as well. So you are here, and God wants you to go here every day. Okay, so this is your location in the morning, and at night He wants you to go here, and He wants you to take this road, and every day to take this road. So the end result is always here. But then because of the circumstances, God says you still have to go here, but this time you have to go this way. And now this old command now has been removed, abrogated, and God has gone with a shorter, better way to still reach the same goal. This occurs in the Quran a few times.
Wallah,
Like
man,
for
I can
example,
go through them all with you, and I made a thorough investigation about this. This is called simplification for people. And tell me any verse, like any, and we can talk about
but
this.
that does occur in the Quran. God does simplify things for people. And you no longer see those verses where the command came, you no longer see them. They're no longer evident. They're no longer in the book.
Really, we can talk about this in depth if you want. I can show you a research about this and go through each one of them. And actually, I have evidence about ayah. When Allah talks about ayah that is in the Quran, within the same ayah or before it or just after it, you will see God mentions the book or the wahi. So because it's referring to Quran, this is a consistent pattern in the Quran. But in that ayah, ما ننسخ من آية أو ننسها, there was no talk about the book or the wahi. It was talking about the mu'jiza.
You're going back to this specific one about abrogation. I'm telling you about إن الله يمحو من يشاء ويثبت وعنده أم الكتاب. So God does erase verses.
Is what happens in life. For example, let me give you.
وعنده أم الكتاب ولكل أجل كتاب. والله يمحي من يشاء ويثبت وعنده أم الكتاب. So there's an evolution as the prophet is going through, and then there's the finality when it's done and it's said and done and it's crispy now. But whatever modifications have occurred, it does not modify what the rules were. Just the achievement changes and how you're supposed to progress changes, but the rule stays exactly the same.
Okay, I will tell you just because I saw many people, they just mistaking this al-Kitab or the Kitab with the Quran.
No.
And I will tell you my perspective about al-Kitab.
But it's
so
not the
for
Quran.
example, here is an ayah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وَمَا مِن دَابَّةٍ فِي الْأَرْضِ وَلَا طَائِرٌ يَطِيرُ بِجَنَاحَيْهِ إِلَّا أُمَمٌ أَمْثَالُكُمْ مَا فَرَّطْنَا فِي الْكِتَابِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ ثُمَّ إِلَى رَبِّهِمْ يُحْشَرُونَ. So this verse, it talks about all the animals, everything that Allah created is amthalukum, like nations, like humans. So they have names, they treat each other. The ants, they make surgery for each others, all of them. And then Allah says, ما فرطنا في الكتاب من شيء. All of their deeds, they are written in a book, that there is nothing that goes away from it. ثم إلى ربهم يرجعون. So Allah will restore every one of them, just like He will restore all the humans back. So this book is not the Quran; it's another book, and this is the book that Allah.
I never argued that the al-Kitab is the Quran. I agree with you.
Okay, so but nansakh min ayah or nunsiha is not Quran also, or Quran.
No, this can be applied to the verses of God, but it's, as you said, it's applying to the miracles.
Okay, so I would just
we're in agreement.
we can go through this. I just want to say, because some people they said, okay, the khamr was like لا تقربوا الصلاة وأنتم سكارى, and then so this abrogated, and you know that
this is no, brother.
This is
There's
me.
nothing. Everything in the Quran, 100% right now is active and can be taken. There's no verse in the Quran that's in our hands today where one person says this verse is not applicable. It's abrogated. This is all
And
lies.
what you said about Allah changed the path, which is
Yes.
like ما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها
Yes.
إلا فتنة. So let me tell you something. ما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول. This is not a verse in the Quran. This is what Prophet he decided to go. Like, okay, this is the qibla that all Ahl al-Kitab are using. I'm going to use it, and this one is for mushriks. Not going to use it. But he preferred Mecca. But God didn't put a verse, go to Aqsa, make it qibla.
But you won't see it. You won't see it. If God has removed it, you will no longer see it. But you have traces of that
like what?
occurring. So I'll show you. One second. So God says, what before this verse, وَاتَّخِذُوا مِن مَقَامِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ مُصَلَّى. Okay, so this is the order. اتَّخِذُوا مِن مَقَامِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ مُصَلَّى. Okay, so Jerusalem, Qudus, was Maqam Ibrahim, wa Mecca, Maqam Ibrahim. So if they first Jerusalem, they were taking from Maqam Ibrahim Musalla. And then if God turned them around and they faced Mecca, they're still taking from Maqam Ibrahim. Right? And this way now you could test if people are sticking to traditions or are they following the messenger. And God says after that verse, وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ لِيَعْلَمُونَ إِنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. So why would the people of the book know it's the truth? Because this way I'm facing Abraham's maqam, and this way I'm facing Abraham's maqam. The rule didn't change.
Actually, they know it's the truth from their God. I have many verses from Torah and Bible. We can go through them. I forgot them now. But because Allah said that my house is in Paran, which is this area in Arabia, and I will send a messenger from among the Gentiles, I will put my words in his mouth, and you have to follow the light that comes up from Paran. So Allah, when he said the people of the book, or وَالَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابِ. So they are different than the الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابِ. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابِ, the people that Allah taught, they made them understand their book. But the الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابِ, those are the ones who studied the book, but they don't know, like our Salafi guys who just, he's sheikh about Quran, but he did not understand it. But الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابِ, حتى في other verses about الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابِ يَفْرَحُونَ بِهِ. They love it. They love this Quran. You know, الذين آتيناهم الكتاب يعلمونه كما يعلمون أبنائهم وأن فريقا منهم. So الذين آتيناهم الكتاب يعلمون أنه الحق also. Those are the people that Allah made understand their Bible. And in their Bible, if you dig deep, you will find that in Paran, which is Mecca, there will be a Gentile prophet. But Maqam Ibrahim is in Mecca, not in Jerusalem.
Maqam Ibrahim did not have a maqam in Palestine.
No, in Surah Al-Hajj, in Surah Al-Hajj, it's clear that
but he left the seed.
Him and Ishmael, they went to cleanse the house based on Allah's command. You know,
correct. But
so
where was Habibi? Where was Isaac?
Isaac was in Jerusalem, but Allah ordered Ibrahim to cleanse Mecca for the Hajjaj and people, the Mu'mins.
I agree with you, but because Abraham worked both in Jerusalem and he also worked in Mecca.
Yeah, well, that's another. I mean, we can dig into it, but
yeah. So, but again, these are not like to me. It's not things. These are nice to know and nice to ponder upon. But this is not what the religion is about, Zafahmana, if you know what I mean.
Religion, just being good with God, honest with yourself, not being arrogant. Just remove all the ego and arrogance.
So I appreciate that you're pondering and looking into these and these conclusions. Some I agree with, some I don't agree with it, but it does not necessitate for now for us to get upset at each other. But خلاص يعني
Oh
like
no,
he-
man, I'm not like
No.
those guys. I mean, I saw your video with that guy saying Mecca. Don't connect me with him. Like, where is Mecca?
No. What?
Guy,
لا in Mecca. No, I was
Abdel,
trying to.
like, he's
What I was trying to say is that me myself at the beginning of my journey, I'm not saying that you're at the beginning of your journey, but I used to also think a lot into these like what are the meanings here. But I realized like okay, I can make my own conclusions and I've reached my own conclusions. But to try to convince other people that are not studying this specific topic at this time is very difficult because that person needs to see it and needs to investigate on his own. So it's a nice conversation, and if you have some knowledge, you share it. But then you have to go back to what God has ordered, which is work. Okay, let's make this world a better.
Look through things. Yes, dig deeper.
Yeah, This is yeah. But right now, alhamdulillah, I feel like I'm content with some of the knowledge that I have, and may God increase me in your knowledge. But I want to serve. I want to do better for the world. I want to do more for the world. And I don't I'm sorry, but I don't think the orphan would matter if like you know, like if you put your finger up or your finger down in the prayer. To him, he needs to eat, and God's going to, like the people who are arguing about whether the finger is up or what's nasakh mansukh and all of this stuff, they're just wasting their time.
Well, like, for me, the nasikh, I just try to
not you. I'm not saying not you. I'm saying the people that
I
are
try to remove the nasikh concept, because if you believe in nasikh, you will not be able to read the Quran. Each verse you will say, for example, واللاتي يأتين الفاحشة من نسائكم. They say, oh, نسخت والزانية والزاني. So
this is not mansukha.
Sorry?
There's no nasikh. Okay, so my understanding of nasikh, everything that's been abrogated has already been abrogated and removed and forgotten. You do not find it in the Quran. Everything in the Quran today can all be used. There's nothing. I can't go to a verse and be like, you see this verse? You see it? It's abrogated. This is wrong.
You know, I want to tell people something. Usually the Quran, they think it's like, they don't give it enough attention in some aspects. For example, Allah ordered Sayyidina Muhammad, ولا تعجل بالقرآن قبل أن يتم إليك وحي. So Prophet Muhammad was like, when Jibril starts talking, he starts talking over him. But it was not Jibril who told him this, Allah who told him this. So the Quran is letter by letter from Allah. It's not even Jibril does not talk directly to Sayyidina Muhammad. He is just delivering a message. And this is why people say, oh, this mansukh, Jibril told him this story. They just misunderstand the whole message. This is a message from Allah, letter by letter. Anyway, thank you very much, man, for the call, and appreciate your
time. Just to comment on the last thing you said, to them, it's more like Marvel comics than religion.
Wallahi, man, some of them, they are misguided, and they look. Let me tell you something. You know this guy in Gaza who died. His granddaughter died. His Ruh al-Ruh. If you heard of him or saw him, no, you have to look at this guy.
I probably heard.
So this guy, just look at his story. Just write Ruh al-Ruh, and he has a granddaughter who died by Israelis. And when he saw her, he grabbed her tightly. And so he was sabur in a way that Allah made him like imam for people. Look at my servant, how sabur he is. Okay. So if he didn't understand what we are talking about here, I think he's still better than me, at least. I don't know. But Allah chose this guy to be an example, right? Khalid, yes, his name Khalid something.
Right.
So this guy, he's like, we cannot judge people. Allah knows who's muttaqi more, even if he doesn't understand all the details. He's just following the best he can, you know. So we have to give people the room that they are trying to be the best version of themselves, even if they mistakenly think that, yeah, Bukhari, oh, Abu Hurairah radiallahu anh, and they persist on that. They might be thinking this is the truth. They might be more muttaqi than me. I don't know. But yeah, I fear Allah a lot and His word, and I respect the Quran dearly, you know. And I know you too, because otherwise Allah will not open your eyes into His message. But some people, they didn't get this chance. They didn't have this internet, the technology. I'm actually a technology guy. So, and you said you do development. I was just writing a code for last 6 hours before I joined this. So my mindset is the tech engineer guy, you know, like this is how I analyze the Quran.
The Quran is very binary. So if you follow the binary logic and Boolean logic, the Quran is very clear, extremely clear. It can be compiled.
It's not always like that. There are
wait, Muhammad. Let me explain myself. God gives you the binary, and there's a scale in between. هم أقرب الكفر أقرب لهم من الإيمان. So here's this believer, here's a believer, and where are you on the scale is analog.
And actually, I want
no one's 100% disbeliever, and nobody's 100% believer except God is 100% believer. Because everybody's on the scale.
I want to just give you a verse and how I connect the verses, and this is a methodology that I learned when reading. And I will just give you something that when you talk to Salafis, because sometimes they will say, you say like some people lied on Prophet Muhammad, they were Sahaba and all of that, you know. But there are verses talking about this.
Yeah, there's verses where يبيتون غير الذي تقوله.
Yes, but there is a verse, يوم القيامة, the Prophet Muhammad will say, يا رب إن قومي اتخذوا هذا القرآن مهجورا. Okay. كذلك جعلنا لكل نبي عدوا من المجرمين. Allah said.
Right.
So there is another verse that continue this story in another surah. Okay. So the Prophet complains why people left the Quran and ignored it throughout their life. But Allah says that I made a mujrim people enemy for the Prophet. But in the other verse, let me give you the verse and you will understand what it talks about. وكذلك جعلنا لكل نبي عدوا شياطين الإنس والجن يوحون إلى بعض زخرف القول غرورا ولو شاء ربك ما فعل فذرهم وما يفترون. So this verse continue that verse, you know. So who's the mujrim that enemies of the Prophet? They are the شياطين الإنس والجن يوحون إلى بعضهم زخرف القول غرورا, the beautiful kind of word. والذي نفسي بيده blah blah blah, these ahadith. ولو شاء ربك ما فعلوه فدعوا ولتصغى إليه أفئدة الذين لا يؤمنون باليوم وليرضوا وليقترفوا ما هم مقترفون. راح يرجموا and they will cut hands and they will do a lot of crazy things, you know, in the name of
what about this verse? وما أرسلنا من قبلك من رسول ولا نبي إلا إذا تمنى ألقى الشيطان في أمنيته فينسخ الله ما يلقي الشيطان ثم يحكم الله آياته الله عليم حكيم. So ينسخ here can mean like remove, but it also can mean to write. So it's like, you know, like this could be, you know, the Prophet had the wish, for example, for the Quran to propagate, and then the shaitan threw in his wish, and then God wrote down what the shaitan wrote, or what the shaitan said, which would technically be Bukhari. So God says, وَلِيَجْعَلُ مَا يُلْقِي الشَّيْطَانُ فِتْنَةً لِلَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ وَقَاسِيَةٍ قُلُوبُهُمْ وَإِنَّ الظَّالِمِينَ لَفِي شِقَاقٍ بَعِيدٍ. This goes back to the way that you were explaining the word nasakh.
So God writes. If you continue, just the verse after it, just go, please, a little bit, scroll down.
وَلِيَعْلَمَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمَ إِنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ
This
رَبِّكَ
is
سَوْفَ يُؤْمِنُونَ
continuation. وَلِيَعْلَمَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمَ
Subhanallah, yeah, you're right.
رَبِّكَ
No, I gotta prostrate. Yeah, that's very true. It's just because God wrote down, allowed the writing of the devils to go down. It's just because now you know that the Quran is truth even more. Give me 1 second. I need to prostrate. Yeah, that was an awesome.
Yeah. This Quran, man, is just blowing my mind every day. Like even, for example, there is Ata and Ja'a. You know,
yeah, there's a difference.
There is difference. And
so I think you watch maybe Dr. Muhammad Shahrur.
Actually, I don't agree with most of what he says, unfortunately.
I don't agree with most
I
of what
like
he
that
says,
they
but
things
there's
out
some
books,
there's some
but
good stuff.
but he's like, he says Adam is a group of people, and that madness stuff, man, for me, when someone goes this crazy nuts, like, dude, what are you talking about? There are clear verses talking about this. Why are you coming up with this?
No, I don't agree with everything that he says, but some of the stuff when he comes down to the long language, the difference between like anzala and nazzala.
Yeah, Tanzil, yes, a continuation.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the Quran needs to, I mean, we need to give the Quran its share of like its due diligence. Like, just go dig deep, and wherever you dig deeper, for example, Allah said, ما خلقكم ولا بعثكم إلا كنفس واحدة. إن الله. What after it? What can you continue this verse?
وما إلا
ما
نفس
خلقكم
واحدة
ولا بعثكم إلا
إن
كنفس
الله
واحدة.
إن الله عزيز حكيم, I think.
See, no, let me give you what's next, and you will be shocked by the interpretation. إن الله سميع بصير after.
Yeah.
So let me tell you now, most of my friends, when I tell them this verse, they say, but it should be like إن الله قدير, إن الله قوي.
إن عزيز,
Because
yeah.
it's talk about the creation of mankind and the resurrection of mankind. Why إن الله سميع بصير afterwards? I will give you my interpretation to this. Wallahu a'lam, by the way. So Allah says that the whole mankind created, for me, is like one. And the whole mankind, I'm going to resurrect them. For me, is like just one person. Inna Allah sami'un basir. Also, the whole mankind, I can hear them and see them like one. So I can real time see and hear everybody. And this is what this verse give you a hint to. So Allah Sami' Basir, like all the humans are one, not only in the creation and the resurrection, but also in what they say and what they do. And this is some divine power, like we cannot even imagine, right? But Allah gives us him. And this is why, for example, when the angels came to Zechariah, he didn't answer them. They said, Inna Allah yubashiruka bighulam. He said, Allah Rabbi inna imra'ati aqira. He answers Allah direct. He does not answer the angels. He knows Allah see me and hear me all the time.
Right.
So
yes,
yeah,
this is actually true. And that's something that's hard to explain to people. But yeah, like you, even when you're getting in like not revelation, when you're getting inspiration from your Lord, you answer your Lord, you don't answer the source.
Yes.
SubhanAllah.
So, yeah,
Right,
these
Brother
things
Muhammad.
we have to, dig deep, open our heart to Quran. Thank you, guys. Thank you for listening to me, and hopefully we'll talk again later, Muhammad. Thank you very much.
Inshallah, Muhammad. God bless you, man. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Bye bye, guys. Good night. I have to go sleep now. Thank you. Bye bye.
That was an awesome conversation with our brother Muhammad Khair. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all that's in the backstage. I did remove the link because we are at the very end of this very stream. How did you get my email last night, Brother Hussein? Let me open up my email and let me see. Brother Hussein. Google. Abu Laith Mantra. It's Hasir. Yeah. Oh, okay. We had a chat a couple. Yeah. What's up, bro? I've contacted and he said he could do a mind. Okay. So how do I join? So thought about it. Wait, there's an image. Do I have to join him on an image? Let me see something. I just saw it, bro. I mean, like, yeah. Astaghfirullah. Let me put downloads. Where's my downloads, bro? There's my downloads, bro. I wanted to ask Muhammad what he programmed. I will connect you guys. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second because I need to check. I need to check something. I'm gonna go freestyle. I've been really I don't know why I've been rapping a lot lately. Sure, tell me about him and let's get him on Mind Trap. Inshallah. Wow, all right. That's awesome, bro. I'm down, homie. Yeah, you can give him my email. You can even give him my Discord. I don't use Discord often, but yeah, if you can give him my email or you give me his email, I already tried to reach out to him. He didn't answer my my thing, but I'm down, bro. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be cool. If I don't talk to him. War in the chat. Chill. Momo, I'm not Allah. That's very weird. What? I can read the Bible. You're not Allah. Guys, come on, man. If you're following, guys, got a ignorant, sinning mindset. Everything outside of Quran, especially when Allah says Quran. Previous, yeah, but you don't like. All right. Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to hear a rap before I go? You guys want to hear me rap? A freestyle? I am tired though, so I'm not sure how exciting it will sound. Yeah, spit some bars. I shall. But wait, let me hear myself in the thing. Let me see how it sounds on the YouTubes. Where is my channel? Sing it. I can't sing. I'm not a good singer. I'm not a good singer. As much as I try. Not really, I don't try. I'm not a good singer. Terrible singer. Nah, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Go with let's find a beat. Let's find a beat. Find a beat. Oh. Let me see. Let me see something. So is this still on? I believe it is. Okay. Boom. Do you guys hear this? Let me know if you hear it, all right? Cheers. Cheers. Can you hear that? We are monsters. Cheers. Yeah. We are is it? Monsters. Listen. Yo, they're always thinking that they're monsters. You know what they want to do? All they want to do is intimidate. That's all they want to do is hate. Why don't you spectate and listen to the things that's free? If you're going to come at me, boy, I make it hard to breathe. You can't intimidate what cannot be intimidated. Why are you sitting here, boy, trying to elevate yourself to this position just to get me sitting here under oppression for me to listen? Always stuck in my head trying to push me down. I'll never listen to you, boy. My own sound. I'm only intimidated by the words that create me, and you're nothing to me. So you want to be a monster or speak? Tell me, how am I supposed to be living, thinking that you're gonna push me to a different situation? I'm always telling the nations about the generations that passed, and look at them eradicated because they're monsters. Is it? Mic is dropping. Monsters under your bed. My bad. We are monsters. Cheer. I guess I was too far. Or too close. We are monsters. Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, they call it pandemonium when you're stuck in the devil's abode. For me, man, I would never take it as a home. I'd rather come in my own brain when I'm alone, and I push it around, and you know what I'll do? I clean it up just to give it back to the deity. All these sins, all these demons always speaking this insanity, trying to push you down into this hell that they're building while you're listening to them when you're changing the situation for so many children. Why aren't you making this world a better place? And now you're thinking just because you're taking their ways, and now you see me spitting bars like I'm a monster like them. But I will never be, because I pray to the deity. Now me feels like an enemy. Absolutely, I was believe it. come to me with impunity because you're monsters. That sound.
Monsters under your bed.
Yo, ain't no DT.
We are monsters.
That's what you all are.
Oh,
You hear me?
we are monsters. Oh.
All right. Well, I guess it's always about the perception and how you're gonna get more fitting into the theme of the environment. It's okay, man. I guess the human being. Well, I think people always trying to change it. It's supposed to match it when they can't even do it themselves. Why don't you just judge my image and see what I'm about and see that I'm pleasing through these sheets? Please, boy, have some respect. Because if you're coming to me, then come back and tell me. You're gonna get back in this flow and you're gonna start to fight on your own flow and never be an enemy to God. Well, I feel like all idols with a price tag hanging off the left lip. It's what Hollywood did with me, man. I'm not feeling, I'm telling you exactly what I should be doing, and it's not with the women. Is it dropping again? Man, I'm sorry. I'm being too loud, man. Music is phenomenal.
We are monsters. Oh, we are monsters.
All right, listen. If you want, I'll show you something.
I've been through the fire.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
So many times.
Yeah. All right.
I've waited in darkness.
Yo.
For all of my life.
Listen. Look, you want to be free? Well, please, boy, I'll show you how to breathe. You don't want to sit in front of me and try to be an enemy to my deity. I understand what you're saying, I don't care. You're telling me it's a forbidden sin for me to sit here and win. The way that you're talking to me as if I'm supposed to listen to the lessons that you teach to this public.
You been tripping on them hoes.
But for me, it's about the mass production. Just look at them, what they're propagating. These children are so lost in these infections. Always telling me that I'm sitting here licking, looking another way for me to get the punishment I ain't spinning. I'm telling you about the music, a way for me to live. I'm just telling you about the things, the thoughts that come to my mind. I could jump in a dark place and I tell you both start again. In ways that you never want to comprehend, you never want to be sitting in a place where the devil is always scheming, trying to pull you under, boy. I'm telling you about how to be free. Listen to me, please. Open the book and read, and you'll see that I never missed a beat, and he's always telling you about the opportunities for you to be a man, walking with your pride, with your arrogance. You're at that level. You know why? Get there.
So many times.
That's the quality, boys.
I've waited in darkness.
Yeah.
For all of my life. Now I wanna be.
You want to get out of the darkness, it's so clear. You just open up the book and read. And I told them so many times, they don't listen, they'd rather stay here and be undercut. The brothers always with a mission to take me under. I'm never listening to you because I heard the thunder. I sublime here and out. Back and wonder whenever the time comes, whenever God gives this responsibility away that He gave from me. I'm waiting for it at every heartbeat. Please, boy, you want to sit here and be the tough, the weak, me, man. Give me a week and I'll be the me walking down these streets with these kids. I don't know what they're thinking. Always calling my God a fire. This is what he's saying about my prophets, not people die. Always want to go around and ride, thinking that they're riding on the right side, but they're never riding for the life. So me, man, I'd rather be free. Everybody else around me, it feels like they're in darkness and they can't. Always with these shackles on their necks, thinking that they're gonna get me beat with the things that they say. Always arguing against the verses of God. Me, when I see the name of God, I shiver inside. It makes my words hard to take out. Because you know what, man, I gotta sit here and figure it out. Keep saying it. They're gonna be pushing me in hell for what I'm thinking. I don't get it, boy. I'm inspiring the nations. I look for people to understand what they built, and it's all you to hate somebody else, and that's what they labeling. For me, I could go on for hours. Yeah, boy, we are the Quranists. Is that what you're calling me? But why don't you just sit back and sublime and lyric? Listen to these lyrics. You don't have it muted unless it's what I'm betting. Why are you saying it's forbidden? How's that go, guys?
So many times
Yeah.
I've waited in darkness for all of my life. Now I wanna be
Free, huh? That's what you're looking for, man. Oh, the only entity that's free is the servant of God. Because you know why? That's that's what happens when you're sitting there not avoiding the fire. You understand what I'm saying? It's the fire inside. I don't want to go to hell, even though they gave it names of these fake deities that they love to worship back in the past, and now they're all dead. Don't want to walk this path with me unless if you want to be a friendly person in this. It's me, man. I don't want to sit with your envy, always pulling me down into the jealousy. Yeah, ritually, I sit there and I talk to God. So why don't you want to sit there and do the same thing, homie? You're lost. Always saying that we're supposed to do things and that we're a community, while I see the other side. Always with your opportunities, man. I don't need to sit here and practice these things. I read the sheet so many times and it's encoded in my brain. I know Freud's line alone is the only way. Why you sitting thinking that I need to sit here and be like you, man, a villain? I'm here with all these criminals. I understand, boy, you want to govern me. I should talk to the government on a regular look. I want to take over. Yeah.
so many times.
I don't know, bro.
I've waited in darkness.
Yeah. How long was that?
For all of my life. Now I wanna be.
God told you he's going to take you out of darkness to listen to the lesson, and it's us trying to teach kids who are orphans. You understand what I just said? Just open up the office and I'll tell you exactly how you should be treating yourself. Contaminated with all these lack of purity that they keep feeding you on these things constantly. Yeah, you sitting online, but you're not alive. So why you thinking you got your friends now? All I got to do is remind you of a spider web. It's just a single strand and you put it and it's all dead. This is exactly what this life is you're living on. In this instance, boy, it's a Cat 45, y'all. I know what I said, it might sound too much for you. It's a hard day 45, and when you put it in these numbers, when they push, it's for these mathematicians. So you understand, boy, I don't sleep. I just tell you what the truth is, but would they ever listen? And but to listen is hell of heaven, would they ever consider these options that they keep putting in front of themselves? All these other rappers, man, they keep putting themselves, pushing themselves into hell, putting themselves a deity, an idol, it's called. Listen to them. I've never seen anybody say healing to the truth. Even as a child, they told me this is the book. They never judged with it. You just live in your sleep. This is what you do. You sit there and consume that human being because that's what's important to you. Yeah, some things like proper oil for you is a lot more important than the blood that you're spilling. So why are you telling me that I'm the one who's being a villain because I'm making a little bit of music and you say now this is forbidden? I don't get it. Why don't you put all that energy into trying to be free like me? Oh.
So many times. I've
I'll tell you
waited
niggas a
in
better night. I can't tell you.
darkness
So listen.
for all of my
Listen.
life. Now I wanna be.
Sometimes it's about the production. I need to get the better equipment for me to start rapping. I don't understand where these people what happened. All in the back when I used to sit for 3 hours. They used to sit there and mess with my brain trying to get me to sign some papers to get me down in the contract. I never wanted any of it. I just wanted to talk about my God, and there was never enough for them. They'd rather make money off of me. I could go for hours, you understand, for a whole century of God gives me the breath to keep going. There's so much to be talking about, but I'm telling you, I'm sitting here exalting the Lord. And this is how I'm talking as a free man. But I won't never saying that I'm just a lucky one. Nah, man, it's about the effort that you keep pushing because I give back to my Lord and I'm thinking of Him and I'm loving every situation that I put in. It feels like an adventure and I'm just walking back on the wheel and I put it in the second gear and I start pushing, or like I push the start even though it's out in the flow. I can still keep going on the flow. Everyone else standing keep trying to keep control. I don't take it. Just keep going, dog. Everybody else just so worried about everything else but God.
I've been through the fire.
8 minutes. Yeah.
So many times.
Enough.
I've waited in darkness for all of my life. Now I wanna be.
Gotta be free. Gotta be free. Yeah, you're right, Maddie. You are right. I don't know. It's 4% lower. I think the voice, the issue, what happens is that the audio is too loud. No, audio is bad quality. I'm using StreamYard. I don't have a proper mixer for me to actually hear what's happening. So yeah, now I don't know how it sounds. I've been through the fire. I've been through the fire. Come on, bro. But yeah, I used to do that a lot. Apparently it's haram for some people, but that was fun. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Sorry if it wasn't your cup of tea. I don't know if I was saying things that made sense to you and me, but this is the end of the show. So please excuse me. No. I enjoyed it, brother. Appreciate it, bro. There's a verse. He wasn't, Jabril taught him. It was free, no donation. It was free, no donation. I don't do it for the money, bro. Anyone who donates is much appreciated. God bless you guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Hey, brother Hassan, I'm gonna wait for you to tell me about Mufti Abu Layth, and let's see. Thanks, host. That was unexpected. Alhamdulillah. I love music. I love good music. Music is awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and we're gonna have some more of these. Remember, stay in tuned because tomorrow, Wednesday night or Thursday morning, is Baba Shuaiba's congregation. His lectures, right, is tomorrow, and then Friday is my turn. I might have another episode, like a reaction stream or whatnot. And look at that. Look at that. This man is really upset at us. All right. Peace, ladies and gentlemen. Stop spamming my chat. Quran alone is truth.